Three menacing wolf-like creatures emerge from the shadows, their glowing yellow eyes fixed on their prey, exhaling hot breath. Cecil, with a determined expression, contemplates his next move, thinking, this time. Cecil turns to face the lurking creatures, his eyes burning with resolve as he declares his unwavering desire to leave behind evidence that I lived in this world. The bald man watches on, his face contorted in an expression of sheer disbelief and concern. The story unfolds, featuring Cecil, a young elf with a bright demeanor, alongside Silpha, a spirited companion, ready to embark on their grand adventure. A blinding flash of light engulfs Cecil, indicating a powerful impact or a sudden surge of energy. Silpha calls out, "Hey Papa, listen, he wants to go alone into the forest to forage." Cecil's mother expresses concern, "Will you be okay?" And Cecil's father adds, "The forest is full of dangers, after all." Silpha's ear wiggles with concern as she emphasizes, "Even so, he's only 10, so it'd be dangerous for him." A hand is held up, emphasizing the point as a voice states, I think he should be at least 30 years old before going there. Cecil confidently reassures his parents, "Don't worry, mother, father, at this time of year those muscle wolves won't appear. Living a life of eating and napping in the middle of the forest is very easy for me now." Cecil reflects on his reincarnation, believing, "I don't know what caused this, but this must have been a second chance given to me by God. I'll live my best life without regrets in this world." He recalls his rapid development, thinking, after praying so, 10 years have passed. Our child's already standing up. When did he learn to read? So that I can live my best life, I've laid the groundwork. But the narrator reveals Cecil's past, explaining, reincarnated into a member of the elf species, who usually live 1,000 years. He's gained a second life, and his elven name is Lise. Two elves, appearing to be Cecil's parents, stand together as one remarks, "That was common sense." An ancient, hooded figure with a flowing beard observes, noting, as per usual, Klein's child is energetic. Cecil's mother apologetically begins to explain, "Sorry, our child I dash," but the hooded elder dismisses her concern, saying, "It's fine, it's fine." The wise, hooded elder remarks, "You just learned to speak 5 years ago, and yet you're already interested in the outside world." A voice then respectfully calls out, "Patriarch." Cecil exclaims, "Really?" As the hooded elder continues, "There have been few elves as interested in the outside world as you. However, it's been just 600 years since I became the patriarch. Most elves who went outside met an early end, I would say." Cecil stands beside his mother, who watches him with a gentle expression, as a partial thought bubble reads, "Lise." Cecil's mother and father gaze at him with warmth as he expresses his gratitude, saying, "Father, mother, thank you for raising me. I'm grateful for everyone in this forest." The hooded elder, with a scrutinizing gaze, asks Cecil, "I ask this because you are far more intelligent than the other children. Even so, do you still wish to venture outside?" Cecil, resolute, declares, "Even then, even if I have 1,000 years, I don't want to live in this small world to the end. I will learn various things. I will meet various people. I want to leave evidence that I lived in this world." Cecil's parents, seeing his unwavering determination, concede, "If your will is this strong, then we won't stop you." Hooded elder, with a knowing look, states, "If you want to go to the outside world that much, then I'll allow it." Cecil, overjoyed, exclaims, "Yes." The hooded elder gently pats Cecil's head, reminiscing, "It's been hundreds of years since Lib Rowley left. Sure. Try to pass my exit examination, Lise Klein." The hooded elder begins, all right, his voice carrying authority. The hooded elder sets a daunting challenge for Cecil. "Then in a century, attain the peak of elven recovery magic that dwells within your soul. If you pass my exam within 100 years, I will permit your departure for the outside world. Because the outside world is dangerous, you must protect yourself with your own magic." Cecil affirms with a yes. Cecil confirms, "Yes, 100 years, is it?" The hooded elder's intense gaze falls upon Cecil as he sternly asks, "Understood?" Cecil confidently declares, "This'll be easy for me, understood." He then muses, 100 years. Sounds like eternity, but it's really a tenth of an elf's life. If that's the only condition to go outside, I understand. The hooded elder, however, warns him gravely, "However, this exam is not one you can pass half-heartedly. That absolutely cannot be forgotten." After a decade, Cecil stands, arms outstretched, channeling immense power. The air around him crackles with energy as he activates recovery magic, chanting ardor. Elder's face contorts in pure disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he gasps, "What?" The magnificent great progenitor tree, once thought beyond repair, now stands fully restored, its 1,000-year-old branches vibrant. The elder, utterly stunned, stammers, "It's only been 10 years since that promise, right? Why you? Not just that, such vast power." The elder continues his stunned realization, declaring, furthermore, that magic is the pinnacle of elven magic. He then questions, ultimate recovery magic. Cecil smiles confidently, explaining, well, I've been training my magic power since I was little. The elder, still reeling, demands of Cecil, how did you do that? Tell me. The elder's bewildered gaze remains fixed on Cecil as he presses, when did you start? Cecil muses, well, now I'm 22 years old, so maybe when I was 5. His casual answer leaves the elder speechless. A system box appears, explaining that in one book, a human's magic power is said to be decided around 20 years of age, determined by 3 key elements: circumstance, aptitude, and effort. Cecil reflects on his rigorous training, stating, I used recovery magic again and again, until I reached just below my limit. He muses on the clear explanations making things easier, then ponders, it is said that their magic power continuously increases until 20 years of age. So what if an elf is practicing their technique? The elder, still astounded, exclaims, I never thought that one could attain the peak of recovery magic this quickly. He then remembers, there's still 80 years remaining for his exam though. Cecil simply offers a bright, innocent smile, seemingly unfazed by the elder's internal struggle. Cecil addresses the elder, so, Patriarch, in the forest's library, however, with study and training, theoretically one could use other types of magic. The elder responds with a bewildered, what? Cecil declares his ambition. Until this exam ends in 80 years, I want to do as much as I can. Cecil affirms, of course. The elder, eyes wide, questions, do you really intend to acquire other magics? The determined declaration of all right, Cecil heads towards the vast library, ready to delve into new magical studies. Soon, immersed in countless magic manuals, Cecil realizes, soon, it's time for my appointment. Cecil muses, I wonder what kind of magic manual I'll find this time. A system box reveals that by the time he was 30 years old, he had acquired all types of magic as promised. The elder, observing his progress, notes, after 100 years, to have already acquired all types of magic. He seems to have used this key as he pleased. The elder then hands Cecil a wet towel, stating, the Patriarch gave me the responsibility of maintaining and managing the library. Cecil recalls, I also made a deal with family head Grillet Garlanda so that I could gather up magic manuals from the outside world. The elder granted permission for the exchange. Later, Grillet tells Cecil, someone like me couldn't keep up with your training in human magic. Surely you could do it. Grillet confides in Cecil, Master, I will propose to my childhood friend. Grillet bursts into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Grillet expresses his wish, I would like for Master to meet my childhood friend. Cecil, with a nonchalant smile, recalls, man, he did say that last time we met after all. That was years ago. Cecil spots a carriage approaching, realizing, oh, he's coming. He then observes, hasn't Mr. Grillet's appearance changed since we last met? Cecil's eyes widen in surprise as he exclaims, wait, what? Cecil waves enthusiastically, calling out, hey there, Mr. Grillet. Grillet, now sporting a new look with glasses and a neat haircut, appears somewhat bewildered. Cecil greets Grillet, it's been a long time, huh? What sort of magic manual did you bring this time? Grillet, utterly astonished, stammers, elves really do exist, it's just as father said. Cecil offers a knowing, gentle smile, amused by Grillet's astonishment. Grillet, still overcome, affirms, yes, this is my first time seeing you like this, Mr. Cecil. The young boy with glasses, still processing the situation, remarks that they had only just met a few days prior. He then excitedly shares that his father, Grillet, had often spoken about Cecil since his own childhood. Adjusting his glasses, the boy clarifies that his parents had married about 2 years before that time, adding context to his earlier statement. Cecil, with a knowing smile, reveals his true age, stating he's already 93 years old, having long surpassed the average human lifespan. The young boy is utterly shocked, exclaiming what, upon realizing Cecil only has 7 years left before leaving the forest. Recovering, the boy happily expresses his desire to meet with Cecil. Cecil then asks the boy to relay a message to Mr. Grillet, suggesting he might visit their family to play once he leaves the forest. The young boy beams, certain that his father will be delighted by the news of Cecil's potential visit. The boy runs off excitedly, stammering, oh of course, as he goes. He then thinks to himself that as long as he can overcome the Patriarch's trial, he should be able to meet Grillet anytime. His thoughts continue, affirming that overcoming the trial would grant him the freedom to meet Grillet whenever he wished. The scene shifts to reveal a grand, ornate mansion, partially covered in creeping vines, standing majestically amidst the landscape. Inside, Cecil stands amidst a chaotic pile of books, content that he won't be bored during the few remaining years he has before leaving. His hand holds open a weathered, ancient tome, ready to delve into its secrets. Settling down among the scattered volumes, Cecil reads from a book titled Tales of Heroes Unsuited for Magic, musing that it's just a simple nursery tale about a hero defeating a demon king. He picks up another small, tattered book, noting its poor condition and ancient appearance, wondering if it's an old magic manual. A closer look at the damaged page reveals the title Recommended Movement Magics. Cecil, intrigued, believes he might be able to decipher at least some parts of it. This is an advertisement banner. Suddenly, Cecil finds himself in an unfamiliar, distorted environment, holding his book. He muses aloud, realizing he was supposed to appear near the house, but something went wrong. With a serious expression, Cecil notes that behind him are people he doesn't usually encounter. Before him, a massive, snarling beast with sharp teeth looms menacingly. Two rough-looking figures, startled by Cecil's sudden arrival, demand to know where he came from and if he's with the guild. Cecil's internal thoughts simply identify them as humans. A massive, snarling wolf-like beast, its eyes glowing with predatory intent, charges forward. Scene reveals a distressed Silpha, a realization dawning that one of the victims is still alive. Cecil, turning with a surprised expression, raises a finger, conjuring a small, glowing orb of light above it. Cecil curses, frustrated by the predicament of being chased not only by magic beasts but also by the guild's goons. He scans his surroundings, wondering what new challenge awaits him. Silpha lies weakly on the ground, her eyes barely open, murmuring now. Cecil activates a hardening spell, a faint aura shimmering around his arm as he prepares for combat. He unleashes a powerful punch, striking forward with immense speed and force. As Cecil's attack lands, the skill Beast Fist is activated. Cecil, with a determined expression, declares next as he prepares for his next move. Meanwhile, the surprised men wonder why an elf, rumored to only use recovery magic, would be present in such a place, questioning the legendary existence before them. Cecil reflects on his attack, noting it was his first time using Beastman's strengthening magic and surprised it worked on his own muscles. A beast looks on in shock. Below, the men gasp, recognizing Cecil's distinctive ears and exclaiming, "Boss, those ears, isn't that an elf?" Cecil glances down, a hint of surprise on his face. His feet are seen moving swiftly across the ground, indicating rapid movement or a quick change in stance. Having moved swiftly to the scene, Cecil observes the fallen individuals, noting that only one is barely breathing. Silpha, distressed, believes she can heal them if they are still alive. Cecil offers calm reassurance, promising that the injured will regain their energy at once. Activating a powerful conflux spell, Cecil unleashes Grand Fire and Recovery magic, channeling the potent dragon's healing breath to mend the wounds. Cecil's eyes widen, sparkling with a mixture of intense focus and perhaps a hint of surprise at the spell's immediate effect. Cecil mentally notes the extreme severity of the injury, realizing it required nothing less than Grand Recovery magic to be mended. Previously injured Silpha sits up, her eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, "I was cured in an instant?" Silpha explains that her collar would explode if anyone other than her master attempted to remove it, leading Cecil to realize the existence of magic tools specifically designed for slaves. Cecil offers a calm reassurance to Silpha, urging her to just hang in there as he works on a solution. Cecil carefully inserts destruction magic into the slave collar, preparing for the next step as Silpha watches, her expression tense. With precise timing, Cecil throws the activated collar far away just before it explodes harmlessly in the distance. A single tear escapes Silpha's eye as Cecil offers a warm, comforting smile, telling her, "You did well to endure for so long." Captured men stare in disbelief, one questioning, "Is Cecil truly an elf?" while the other exclaims, "He just forcibly destroyed a powerful magic seal." Cecil, with a knowing gaze, addresses the captured individuals, stating, "You may have already realized it, but I am indeed an elf." The men recoil in shock. Cecil reveals his keen perception, stating, "Thanks to your prior actions, I know you were planning to steal everything." He emphasizes, "Elven ears aren't sharp without reason." One of the captured men curses under his breath. Cecil highlights the superior hearing of elves, then holds up 3 fingers, declaring, "I will now ask you 3 crucial questions." Cecil lays out his questions. First, your identities. Second, the reason for your pursuit. And third, your motive for bringing small children into a dangerous forest. The bald man, visibly intimidated, quickly agrees to cooperate. Cecil offers a chilling proposal. "If you provide straight answers, I might allow you to live." The man with the cap reacts with a terrified, "Huh!" The captive reveals their pursuit was due to a setup by someone within the guild. Cecil listens intently, acknowledging the information with a simple "I see." A memory surfaces, showing a younger Cecil being sternly warned by an older, robed figure to never get involved with humans. The robed figure continues their grim warning, describing humans as a ferocious, savage, and sneaky existence, before pausing to add another crucial point. The mentor's words echo, urging young Cecil to never forget the harsh truths he has just imparted about humanity. Cecil muses aloud, "Never get too deeply involved with humans," while the bald man, bewildered, stutters in confusion. The bald man frantically demands release, reminding Cecil, "We answered your questions." Unmoved, Cecil prepares a spell, stating, "You will simply forget you ever met me." Activating the memory alteration spell, Memory Burial, Cecil unleashes a powerful wave of magic, erasing their recollection of him. Silpha gently touches Cecil's arm, a silent gesture of gratitude or perhaps concern, as faint magical sparks linger in the air. Three men lie dazed on the ground, groaning softly, their minds wiped clean of the recent encounter. Cecil observes the dazed men, deciding to leave them be for now as he considers his next move. Silpha looks away, lost in thought, wishing she could have done more. Meanwhile, Cecil notices a distinct cross-shaped scar carved into her chest, pondering if it's a magical mark signifying her past as a slave. With tears welling in her eyes, Silpha laments her perceived weakness, wishing, "If only I were stronger, I could have helped them." Silpha continues to express her deep regret, wishing she had been strong enough to protect the children, acknowledging, "I couldn't do anything." Cecil watches her, a silent understanding in his eyes. Minori looks up at Cecil, her voice filled with awe as she remarks on the incredible power of the magic he used. She reaches out a small hand, urgently pleading with him. Her eyes burning with fierce determination, Minori declares her desire to become strong, just like Cecil. A single tear escapes Minori's eye, reflecting her deep earnestness and resolve. Kneeling before Cecil, Minori desperately implores him to take her along on his journey. Cecil considers the situation, acknowledging his involvement and the responsibility he feels to ensure Minori's safety by returning her home. Yet a deeper, more somber thought surfaces. He is no longer truly human. He reflects on the vast difference in their perception of time, realizing he cannot burden Minori with his prolonged existence. For him, 7 years might be fleeting. Cecil continues his internal struggle, acknowledging he still has 7 years before he can venture into the outside world. He understands that for Minori, this waiting period would feel like an eternity. Embracing Minori tenderly, Cecil promises that she will forever remain deeply cherished in the depths of his heart. With a heavy heart, Cecil decides to entrust Minori's care to the guild, reminding himself that only 7 years remain until his departure. The decisive turn, Cecil walks away, leaving the past behind him. Cecil's eyes harden with resolve, his determination unwavering as he considers her unwavering spirit. He silently vows that if her resolve remains firm, they will reunite in this very place someday. Cecil, surrounded by ancient texts, recalls a snippet of conversation he overheard, a detail that brings a knowing smile to his face. Now older and more resolute, Cecil carries a basket of foraged fruits, his inner monologue declaring his unwavering commitment to his goals, even if it means sacrificing his peace. Cecil pauses, a thoughtful ahem escaping his lips as he observes an imposing, unseen presence. Cecil looks around in confusion, hearing voices but unable to discern their source, wondering who is speaking. Cecil hums in thought while a mysterious old man remarks on the troubling genius of the young man, noting his unparalleled skill. The old man muses that Cecil's own actions will soon reveal the true extent of his capabilities, especially after being granted permission to leave after a mere century. Cecil recoils in shock as a sudden, powerful force erupts, sending leaves scattering around him. A beautiful female elf, Ms. Rahab, questions if people truly speak of her in such terms. Cecil, startled, exclaims that compared to her, the legendary collector of ancient books must be an absolute veteran, having been mentioned countless times in those very texts. He internally notes her surprisingly delicate appearance, having imagined a brawny elf. Ms. Rahab then calmly states the terms of his examination. He must simply survive until she exhausts her magic attacking him. Cecil, surprised, questions the simplicity of the test. Survive. Ms. Rahab clarifies that he's free to use recovery magic, finding the terms quite straightforward. She then adds a playful request not to go too hard on her, given her 3 centuries of dedicated training. Cecil's gaze sharpens, his internal monologue confirming that passing this examination is his ticket to finally leaving this place. Cecil, bewildered, wonders how Ms. Rahab could unleash such potent magic so swiftly. She channels earth magic, manifesting an earthen spear. The earthen spear slams into the ground with immense force, creating a violent impact. Cecil observes the overwhelming magical pressure, realizing his own magic foundation is already straining under Ms. Rahab's relentless assault. A sudden realization dawns on Cecil. Ms. Rahab had been fully prepared from the very beginning. Overwhelmed by the barrage, Cecil cries out in exasperation, protesting the unfairness of the situation. With incredible agility, Cecil leaps back, narrowly dodging another powerful attack. Even as Cecil expertly evades, Silpha's voice cuts through the air, asserting that humans are inherently. She continues, describing them as savage, sly, and cowardly beings, emphasizing that in the outside world, talent alone is insufficient for survival. Her staff glows, already preparing another spell before Cecil can react. Silpha insists that if Cecil wishes to leave, he must at least learn. Meanwhile, Cecil peeks from behind a shattered structure, silently calling out a name, Varlang. A sudden realization dawns upon Silpha, her eye widening in surprise as she processes Cecil's unexpected action. Cecil confidently declares that his latest spell is comparable to Silpha's own earthen spear, flashing a peace sign with a playful smirk. Silpha observes Cecil with newfound interest, admitting that she initially assumed he could only use recovery magic given his elven heritage. Her gaze sharpens, a hint of suspicion in her eyes as she muses that Cecil's abilities are almost as if he were human. Silpha catches herself, realizing she's getting distracted. She then comments on the situation, asking, "Isn't this great?" Cecil, hovering in the air, questions Silpha about her true motivations for wanting to go to the outside world. Silpha responds, explaining that she believed an elf's life was very long. She recalls her elven village as a peaceful place, unparalleled in the world, yet a subtle discontent lingers in her expression. Silpha's gaze becomes distant, lost in thought as she reflects on what the elven village truly represents to her. Her foot lifts, symbolizing a step away from her past, as she prepares to articulate that all her previous perceptions are changing. Silpha stands in quiet contemplation, her thoughts trailing off into an unspoken ellipsis, hinting at deeper reflections. Her hands reach out, a gesture of yearning, as she acknowledges that such profound thoughts are precisely why she must persist in this world. She expresses a desire to be remembered by someone else, a deep longing for connection and significance. Silpha then declares her ambition to know the world and enjoy it more than anyone else, her gaze fixed on the path ahead, with Cecil in the distance. Cecil responds with a bright smile, affirming that he understands and shares a similar sentiment. He reflects on his own past, sitting amidst a pile of books, explaining that he felt compelled to leave for the outside world to realize his own dreams. Silpha ponders Cecil's words, then turns the question back to him, asking why he, conversely, wanted to venture into the outside world. Cecil looks at Silpha with a questioning expression, clearly puzzled by her inquiry, as she seems to be withholding her own reason. Cecil asks about fruits while Silpha holds up an apple, confessing that her desire was simply to eat a lot of tasty fruits. She gestures with her staff, explaining that she has a specific reason for this seemingly simple desire. Cecil stares in utter bewilderment, a simple "huh" escaping his lips as he tries to process her unexpected answer. His shock intensifies as he recounts the legend of a being who mysteriously cures ill humans in exchange for valuable fruits, exclaiming, "Wait, what?" Silpha looks away, explaining that she tried her hardest and somehow 300 years passed. She adds, "An elf has her reasons, and all her efforts were eventually engulfed by the waves of the world." Cecil is aghast, questioning whether she trained for 300 years just for fruits. Silpha, however, believes it's good she only spent that much time, wondering about her comrades who left without training first. Silpha smiles, proudly stating that thanks to her efforts, she has enjoyed various fruits in diverse lands. Over the past few centuries, she even attained the evil magic of humans, which allowed her to travel safely. She found the outside world surprisingly enjoyable. Cecil stands wide-eyed, processing Silpha's extraordinary tale, his mind reeling from her unexpected journey. Silpha's eyes narrow slightly, a hint of something more serious behind her playful facade, as she begins to transition her thoughts. With a composed demeanor, Silpha holds her staff and asks Cecil if they should continue the examination. Cecil's gaze sharpens as he ponders, a soft "hm" escaping his lips. Cecil, with a determined expression, tells Silpha that the final part is about to begin. Silpha, enveloped in a surge of energy, declares her intent to use all her power. A torrent of magical energy surges forward from Silpha, her form resolute amidst the release of power. Cecil braces himself, absorbing the impact of Silpha's unleashed power with a controlled counterstance. Mysterious material, now revealed to be dark crystals, shatters into countless fragments upon the ground. Silpha observes Cecil, acknowledging that he has managed to destroy the material. Cecil questions what the object is. Silpha explains it's a magic stone empowered by elemental magic made by humans. She then clarifies it's a magic tool, and Cecil expresses surprise that humans can create such a thing. Silpha reveals that by inserting a small amount of magic, the tool automatically casts spells. A shocked Cecil then asks if all the magic she used until now was not her own. Cecil reacts with a surprised huh, as Silpha nonchalantly admits to deceiving people with petty tricks. She then adds that he completely avoided her attacks, despite them being mere tricks. Cecil responds with a soft, appreciative smile, a hint of blush on his cheeks. Silpha gently prods Cecil, asking if he tried his hardest, leaving him momentarily speechless. Silpha offers a comforting gesture, gently patting Cecil's head. Cecil, now cloaked, glances back at Silpha, murmuring his surprise at the situation and wondering if it's truly over. The narrator confirms, finally ended today. He has finally received his reward. Silpha muses that if Cecil were born much earlier, it wouldn't be strange to consider him strong enough to be the calamitous demon king. The narrator adds, the training that he persistently spent all his days on for a century has... The scene shifts to a vibrant, bustling market, teeming with people and merchant stalls. Feet move purposefully across the stone path, indicating movement through the busy marketplace. A merchant meticulously counts a pile of coins, the metallic jingle filling the air. In the bustling market, a merchant welcomes customers, while Anastasia politely requests all the fruits from a nearby stall. The merchant, initially questioning Anastasia's large request, then quickly agrees, realizing elves are known for enjoying fruit. A sudden light illuminates Anastasia, highlighting her elven features, a prelude to a reunion. Anastasia's inner thoughts reveal her long wait for a reunion, while a sense of confusion subtly lingers. An advertisement banner is displayed. Cecil joyfully greets his parents, calling out to them and excitedly announcing that he passed the patriarch's test. The older woman expresses amazement, and Cecil's father confirms he witnessed it himself. Cecil's father and the older woman stand quietly, lost in thought, reflecting on the recent events. The narrator states the plan to leave the following day. As the plan to leave the following day solidified, young Rahab had already begun her dedicated study of recovery magic, preparing for the challenges ahead. She recalled her first venture into the nearby forest, a memory of early independence and exploration. Cecil's mother, with a gentle expression, acknowledges the profound weight of Cecil's decision to depart. He confirms his intent, asking if he is truly set on leaving their home for the wider world. With resolute determination etched across his face, Cecil affirms his decision, ready to embark on his journey. Cecil's father, with a knowing smile, tells Cecil to wait a moment, surprising him with a sudden turn. Cecil's mother expresses her desire to perform some motherly things before he journeys to a far-off land, offering him a keepsake, as Cecil asks if his mom is also preparing things. A mysterious old man, cloaked and bearded, invites someone to sit, with a hesitant acknowledgement in response. Cecil's mother reveals a small, intricate charm, explaining its long history of keeping her hair beautiful. She explains that the charm was a gift from the divine tree Yggdrasil itself, a powerful relic that will always protect him, leaving Cecil stunned by its significance. With tender hands, Cecil's mother places the charm in his hair, ensuring its protective influence will be with him. She asks Cecil to promise her one thing, to not leave before them, emphasizing the terrible consequences if he were to mess up, to which Cecil expresses his age. Cecil, embracing his mother, solemnly promises to uphold his word, as she affectionately calls out to him one last time as he departs. Cecil's father, having anticipated Cecil's desire to leave the nest, proudly reveals he's been saving up a special gift, a powerful storage magic. Cecil beams with excitement as he activates the storage magic, revealing a shimmering dimensional box named Somatus. Cecil's father explains that by interfering with subspace, this unique storage prevents anything placed inside from rotting or spoiling, preserving it perfectly. Cecil's mother immediately expresses her desire for such an item, while Cecil's father proudly praises his son's mastery, as the sheer complexity of the ancient magic leaves even the mysterious old man in silent awe. Finally, with his cloak draped over him and a wide smile, Cecil waves goodbye, stepping out to begin his grand adventure. As Cecil walks away, a lingering thought crosses his mind about the quiet that will settle upon his home, and a wish to greet Rahab again. He reflects on past illnesses preventing him from meeting certain people, expressing a strong desire to finally see Grillet. Cecil's father recalls a promise he made 7 years ago to Gallius, the heir of the House of Garlanda. Cecil realizes he has reached the very edge of Yggdrasil's protective barrier, marking his true departure into the unknown. He takes a moment to appreciate the clear, beautiful weather, a serene start to his journey beyond the familiar. However, the tranquility is abruptly broken by the ominous presence of a lurking, beastly shadow in the undergrowth. As Cecil reacts in surprise, a swift attack of fire magic, a skill called phalanx, erupts from an unseen combatant. Suddenly, Silpha, with her red hair flowing, charges past Cecil, unleashing a fiery sword attack towards the unseen threat. She slices through multiple monstrous creatures with explosive force, showcasing her formidable combat prowess. With a single, decisive swing, Silpha dispatches the threats, her powerful attack leaving a trail of destruction. Cecil stares in disbelief at the destruction, questioning how Silpha could have single-handedly dispatched all those magic beasts with such overwhelming power. Silpha's intense gaze reflects a deep resolve, her expression unwavering amidst the chaos she created. Cecil's eyes widen in pure astonishment at Silpha's unexpected strength and the magnitude of her actions. Still reeling from the display, Cecil looks up at Silpha, who stands tall and formidable, her presence radiating immense power. Silpha abruptly turns towards Cecil, who lets out a surprised, questioning sound, caught off guard by her sudden movement. Her back to Cecil, Silpha states her profound dedication, explaining she has been patiently waiting for this moment for 7 long years. Silpha turns to face Cecil, her eyes filled with fervent emotion as she reverently addresses him as Lord Elf, a title that stirs distant memories. Cecil's mind races, struggling to piece together his vague memories, realizing Silpha might be the person he once knew, a fact she confirms with a firm yes. He stares at the cross-shaped symbol on his chest, a vivid memory resurfacing, his past self telling Silpha they would meet again in 7 years if her determination remained unchanged. Silpha declares her unwavering commitment, explaining that she has laid all her hope upon the Lord Elf's words and has trained relentlessly for this very moment. Cecil, taken aback, expresses his astonishment that Silpha would abide by his words to such an extreme extent, questioning the timing and location of their reunion. His mind races as he reflects on the incredible fact that she still remembers those words he spoke so long ago, despite his efforts to seal her memories. Cecil recalls healing Silpha from the brink of death and her subsequent vow to become stronger. He remembers using magic to seal his presence from her heart, yet she still vividly remembers his words. Silpha looks at Cecil with unwavering resolve, simply stating yes, confirming her memory and commitment. A surge of realization hits Cecil, an overwhelming thought that this situation has far exceeded all his expectations. Cecil asks Silpha if he can look inside, perhaps referring to her abilities or memories, to which she eagerly grants permission. Silpha presents Cecil with a massive, ornate box, urging him to accept its contents as a gift. Cecil looks into the box, filled with glowing items, as Silpha explains she gathered them because she heard elves enjoy such things. Cecil, in a chibi form, questions the cost of the collection, while Silpha casually reveals she spent all her bounty hunting money to acquire them. Cecil is utterly shocked by Silpha's extravagant spending, while she, flustered, worries if her plenty is still not enough. Cecil falls into deep thought, contemplating his next move or perhaps the implications of Silpha's actions. Silpha earnestly asks Cecil, "Lord Elf, will you let me come with you wherever you go?" her eyes filled with a desperate hope. Silpha eagerly lists her qualifications, highlighting her experience as an adventurer and her ability to guide Cecil and negotiate with humans, to which Cecil acknowledges that is true. Cecil internally muses that having a human companion like Silpha would indeed be quite reassuring on his journey. Cecil looks at Silpha, asking if accompanying him would pose any problems for her. Silpha confidently assures Cecil that she has done everything to prepare for this day, so there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Cecil, surprised by her conviction, asks if that's truly the case, to which Silpha responds with an enthusiastic yes. Silpha smiles brightly, declaring her desire to become strong and learn from the Lord Elf's strength for as long as she lives, a statement that leaves Cecil pondering her deep insistence. Cecil's eyes widen in utter shock as he processes the full implications of her lifelong commitment. 40 additional years. You plan to stick with me for that long? Silpha points forward with unwavering resolve, stating that she will follow the Lord Elf wherever he goes. Cecil finds her dedication reassuring, but also slightly overwhelmed by her profound commitment. Still reeling from Silpha's unwavering commitment, Cecil muses aloud, reflecting on the mere 40 years she pledged, a hint of overwhelmed thought in his expression. Turning to Silpha with a warm smile, Cecil declares he once again entrusts himself to her care for their journey. However, Silpha, with a sudden realization, asks for his name. Cecil finally reveals his name to be Lise Klein, a name delivered with a quiet significance. Sylpha hesitates, struggling to articulate her thoughts, prompting Cecil to inquire gently about what troubles her. Her words trail off into a soft her expression clouded with embarrassment. Sylpha finally confesses, her eyes downcast, that she doesn't possess a name of her own. She reveals that among the guild members, she is simply known as Anonymous, a fact that clearly startles Cecil, who lets out a surprised huh. Cecil's eyes widen in recognition, realizing that rumors of such an anonymous figure had even reached his own village. With a hopeful, pleading gaze, Sylpha asks Cecil if he would be willing to bestow a name upon her. Cecil connects the pieces, realizing the anonymous figure was indeed the one known as Lord Elf, or perhaps Lord Lise, a title he now seems to recognize. The narrator explains that Sylpha, as the elusive Anonymous, would appear sporadically, effortlessly dispatching magic beasts before vanishing just as quickly. Sylpha continues, explaining that everything changed the moment Cecil rescued her. She profoundly states that only after his intervention did she truly feel born into this world. Cecil, kneeling, reflects on Sylpha's profound perspective, humbled that she viewed such a brief encounter in such an important light. In a fleeting memory, Minoran's voice echoes, asking a question cut short by the transition. Minoran's voice continues, expressing a deep desire for Minori to surpass others and achieve greatness as her life unfolds. Chapter 5 begins, marking a new phase as the reincarnated elf, Cecil, embarks on a journey to fully master his magical abilities. A man warns them about venturing into Gallius territory, identifying him as the local feudal lord, and offers what little help he can provide. 7 years have passed since those profound moments. Now, Sylpha eagerly points out their destination, Fort Kukur, a strategic location within the Margrave Garalanda frontier, calling out to Cecil. 3 weeks after leaving the land of the elves, their journey continues towards Gallius's domain. Sylpha optimistically declares they are just a little bit further, while Cecil carefully traces their route on a map, confirming Fort Kukur's position on the border. Cecil, a former recluse, muses that Minori's presence is a blessing to him. He then explains that the feudal lord of Garalanda maintains a significant number of magical beasts in the forest borderlands to protect the empire from the sacred forest. Cecil calls out to Sylpha, who observes with concern that the closer they get to the fortress, the more casualties they encounter. The grim reality of their journey becomes apparent as 2 weary figures, possibly guards, rest against a crumbling wall, their postures speaking of exhaustion. Cecil, holding an apple, considers the feudal Lord Gallius, who, despite his excellent reputation, appears unable to manage the surging threat of magical beasts. Cecil takes a bite of the apple, the crunch echoing as he falls into a moment of silent contemplation. Sylpha interjects, confirming recent reports of a full-scale invasion by magical beasts. Sylpha, flustered, questions if it's truly acceptable for her to eat something Cecil's lips have touched, before quickly giving in and taking a bite with a satisfied crunch. Cecil comments that the apple tastes peculiar, then offers it to Minori, asking if she would like to try some, as a rhythmic thumping sound echoes. Activating observation magic, Cecil notes that the fruit's flavor has recently deteriorated. He decides to analyze the apple, revealing its composition: 1% miasma, 80% water, 12% sugar, and 1% others. Sylpha, concerned, asks Cecil about the apple's taste. He quickly replies that it was delicious, despite his earlier observations, leaving Sylpha with a surprised and slightly embarrassed expression. A lingering question hangs in the air. How could there still be demons in this world, when all believed they had been vanquished? The camera pulls back, revealing the sprawling settlement of Fort Kukur, a bustling hub amidst the quiet lands. A voice booms with confidence, boasting of friendship with Gallius and the power of a simple name to open doors. Amidst a flurry of angry shouts and demands to calm down, a man with glasses and a friendly smile greets someone named Reese, acknowledging the commotion. Cecil and Sylpha peek around a corner, their expressions a mix of surprise and eager curiosity as they observe the unfolding scene. Sylpha scoffs with a humph as the man with glasses expresses disbelief that 7 years have passed. Cecil, with a bright smile, greets him as Gallius, explaining he's here to see him and discuss a long-standing promise, which Gallius fondly remembers. Grand architecture of a stately manor stands tall, its intricate details suggesting a place of importance and history. The narrator adds that this place also holds significance for Grillet. Cecil mentions a hidden village only elves know of, finding the idea intriguing. Grillet, the bearded armored man, sternly warns Cecil not to die before he leaves the forest. Cecil readily agrees to Grillet's terms, but Grillet presses him to escape the forest as quickly as possible, emphasizing the urgency. Gallius, with a thoughtful expression, muses about a promise made, then chuckles, admitting he's not very good at fighting, noting that the person in question is quite different from himself. Silpha, turning to Cecil, asks about his relationship with Reese. Cecil replies that Grillet was the first human to ever speak to him, hinting at a deep connection. Silpha again presses Cecil about his relationship with Reese. Cecil reveals his father earned the title the God of War because he was an exceptional fighter, and then, with a thoughtful maybe, admits that Grillet is his friend. Gallius then recalls how Cecil's father spoke highly of Reese, recounting tales of them drinking beer and swearing to build a better world after leaving the forest. Cecil states that Grillet never forgot his promise, he simply had to fulfill it. Gallius, with a dismissive laugh, suggests that makes his own father a bad guy, before grimly adding that Grillet is now just a vegetable. Silpha gasps, her hands flying to her mouth in shock, uttering Grillet's name in disbelief. Cecil, looking down at Grillet, assures him that his father would be happy he came to visit. Grillet, frail in bed, weakly responds, "Long time no see." Cecil smiles genuinely, greeting Grillet warmly and asking how he's doing. Gallius recounts how his father was a powerful warrior, protecting their lands for 2 decades from pirate raids and magical beast attacks. Gallius explains that he took over as feudal lord, but now relies on the collective strength of his people to safeguard the land. Gallius reflects on his father's true greatness, a realization that only dawned upon him after Grillet's mysterious disappearance. Gallius continues, emphasizing that his father fought and protected their land single-handedly, even when gravely injured. Gallius reveals he kept Grillet's condition a secret to prevent widespread panic. A close-up reveals a disturbing bruise on a hand, catching Cecil's intense gaze. Cecil, surprised, admits he had no idea Grillet's health had plummeted. He then reflects on Grillet's past, fighting magical beasts alone, a feat that now takes on a new, ominous meaning. Cecil leans towards Grillet, asking if he knows anything about the mysterious bruise. Silpha cries out in alarm, demanding to know what Cecil is doing. Cecil questions why magic doesn't work. Gallius explains that even the most powerful white magician couldn't affect the bruises. Cecil activates Observation Magic Chronosis, and a system box displays a shocking miasma content, 91%. The revelation of the miasma content, at a staggering 91%, sends a wave of shock through the air. The ominous word miasma echoes, signifying a grave and dangerous presence. Cecil's eye widens with a grim realization, confirming his suspicion. "I knew it! This bruise is—" Gallius stares, utterly aghast, as the full implications of the miasma content sink in. Cecil, his eyes wide with desperate resolve, argues that they must go beyond their current limits, pushing for the use of ultimate recovery magic. He challenges Gallius, asking if he hasn't attempted such a feat yet. Gallius's face contorts in horror, sweat beading on his brow as he recoils from the idea. He gasps, uttering a name. "No way, Reese!" Gallius attempts a strained laugh, adjusting his glasses with a faint clink as he dismisses Cecil's suggestion. He scoffs, remarking that Cecil must be jesting about using something as profound as ultimate magic. Cecil stands with his back to Gallius, his fist clenched, a silent determination radiating from him. Gallius, startled, states that he hasn't been idle for the past 100 years, implying his own efforts and knowledge. Cecil turns, a warm smile gracing his face, explaining that he traveled all this way simply to see his friend. He affirms that he cannot possibly leave without a proper farewell. Gallius stares, tears welling in his eyes, as Cecil looks at him with a grave expression. Cecil calls out to Gallius, then commands him to listen carefully, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Gallius looks down, his face etched with sorrow, revealing the grim prognosis that the person in question likely only has about 2 years left to live. He trails off, the implication clear. Cecil looks at Gallius with an intense gaze, asking if he truly desires to revive him. Gallius, lost in thought, remembers his father, who always fought alone, lamenting that he never had the chance to express his gratitude or take responsibility. Tears streaming down his face, Gallius declares that if revival is possible, he has hundreds of things he wishes to tell him. Cecil's face hardens with resolve, simply stating, "Got it." Immediately, a colossal magic circle erupts around both Cecil and Gallius, pulsating with brilliant light and arcane energy, signaling the activation of powerful magic. As Cecil concentrates, Gallius recalls the immense difficulty of such magic, stating it took decades to even approach its reality, mentioning a legend of humans theoretically achieving it. Cecil, his hair glowing with intense power, declares the activation of ultimate recovery magic, Rebarrel. Cecil stands silhouetted against a blinding explosion of light, his arms outstretched as if commanding the very fabric of reality, the sheer force of the magic resonating with a loud bang. A man's eye slowly opens, filled with confusion and wonder, as he utters a single questioning word. Master? The man exhales slowly, a sound of relief escaping him as he takes in his surroundings, his expression a mix of bewilderment and dawning realization. Cecil smiles warmly, raising a hand in greeting, casually asking, "Hey, what's up, Grillet?" Alias breaks down, sobbing uncontrollably, exclaiming "Dad," overwhelmed with emotion. The narrator reveals that on that very day, Gallius's century of arduous work was finally solidified, as Cecil and Silpha stand by Grillet's bedside. A hand reaches out, gently grasping another, as the man lies peacefully, his eyes closed, a profound sense of calm washing over him. The narrator reflects on the incredible feat, giving a friend fresh life. Below, under a serene night sky, an ornate jug sits. As someone expresses disbelief, "I just can't believe it." Grillet looks up, a gentle smile on his face, acknowledging Cecil as master and expressing gratitude that he kept their promise. Grillet, still in bed, chuckles, remarking that it must be difficult for Cecil to process everything. Cecil, however, playfully responds that he woke up to find Grillet there, and that Gallius has certainly grown up, ending with a light-hearted laugh. Grillet prompts Cecil with a simple "yeah," to which Cecil, leaning closer, confirms he has something important he wants to ask, addressing him directly. Cecil looks intently at Grillet, his expression serious, as he asks for a full account of what transpired on that fateful day. Grillet lets out a thoughtful ah, his gaze distant as he begins to recall the events of that day. Grillet struggles to remember, describing how his mind went fuzzy, and beyond that, he cannot recall the specifics of what truly happened. The narrative shifts to a time long ago, in a distant land, introducing the formidable Lord of Demons. This demon lord was invincible, impervious to any attack, quickly overrunning the world with unstoppable force. Simultaneously, in a small, unassuming village, there lived a young man, an anomaly who possessed no affinity for any of the 4 fundamental elements of magic. Before long, this young man remarkably mastered all 4 elements of magic. Armed with this newfound power, he and his 4 loyal companions embarked on a perilous journey. Grillet's face contorts in shock and disbelief, exclaiming that he cannot fathom the return of the demons. Grillet, still reeling, questions the reality of the situation, asking if this incredible turn of events is truly happening. Cecil explains that just before Grillet passed out, the memory alteration magic used by the demons serves as undeniable proof. Grillet, connecting the dots, questions if this means the old fairy tale is real, referring to the brave factor they spoke of. Cecil confirms he's referring to the legend of the hero, a tale known to all humankind, but Grillet still struggles, believing it should only be a story. Cecil muses that the legendary brave factor was spoken of as an otherworldly force. Grillet confirms his understanding, asking Cecil if the demons are indeed searching among humans for the one possessing the brave factor. Cecil affirms this, adding with a knowing smirk that the demons remain unaware of their own pursuit. Grillet declares their imperative. They must be the first to locate the individuals with the brave factor. A close-up reveals Grillet's resolute expression, his resolve hardening. Grillet observes that the enemy forces have swelled in number, now matching the formidable beasts they face. Grillet's thoughts drift, concluding that the one possessing the brave factor must be hidden among them. Cecil, deep in thought, considers the implications if reality truly mirrors the ancient fairy tale. Grillet looks up, a questioning master, escaping his lips as he senses a shift in Cecil's demeanor. Grillet's eye narrows, reflecting his deep concern and anticipation. The confident smile, Cecil declares his intention to head to the front lines. Grillet, visibly surprised, retorts that Cecil no longer needs to bear every burden alone. Grillet, exasperated, questions Cecil's drastic decision. Cecil, with a smirk, throws the sentiment back at him, adding that he's finally experiencing the outside world. Grillet wonders what could be more tedious than the current state of the world. Cecil, a wide grin spreading across his face, declares he has 900 years ahead of him, scoffing at the idea of it being spent under demonic control. 1 week later, a magnificent feast is laid out, eliciting an audible woo-wah from the stunned Minori. A kind woman, smiling warmly, encourages her, saying, "Make sure you eat a lot." Cecil exclaims, "This is amazing," to which Grillet proudly responds, "It is, right?" Grillet, still in his wheelchair, addresses Cecil, stating, "Master, let me introduce you." Grillet proudly introduces the woman by name, stating, "This is my wife, Silpha." Cecil exclaims with realization, "OH, is this childhood friend you were talking about?" Grillet, slightly flustered, confirms, "Yeah, though it was long before we married." Cecil then adds, "Did you really make that kind of promise to and ELF?" Grillet's wife modestly declares, "And no matter how much I thank you, it would never be enough." Grillet then beams proudly, asking Cecil, "My wife is hella cute, right?" Grillet calls out, "Hey, master," as Cecil, flustered, tries to interject, "Oh, please, The young Minori stares in wide-eyed shock, a spoon paused mid-air. Grillet's wife happily exclaims, "It's so good to have my food praised so earnestly, really gets me fired up to make more." Cecil, a bit sheepishly, explains, "We've been living on the magic beasts we encountered on our way here, as well as a few nuts and fruits, after all." Grillet's wife, flattered, responds, "Oh my, how flattering." She then curiously asks Cecil, "By the way, how do you and the young lady know each other, master?" Grillet comments on the young Minori, saying, "She reminds me of Grillet when he was young." Young Minori's face holds a look of utter surprise and confusion. The young Minori pauses, deep in thought, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. Grillet, with a cheerful expression, begins to introduce, "Right, Minori is..." The young Minori, looking down shyly, reveals, "I'm Reese-sama's spouse." Minori introduces herself, stating, "I'm Minori, nice to meet you." Both Cecil and Grillet reel back in utter shock, exclaiming, "Spouse?" Even Grillet's wife in the background appears taken aback. Cecil, utterly confused, murmurs, "Huh." He then ponders the old saying, "After all, there's an old saying that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, right?" Silpha, visibly flustered, confesses her lack of cooking experience, stating she's only ever been good for fighting. Minoran, however, offers a warm smile and reassurance, telling her not to worry so much. With newfound resolve, Silpha declares that if it could make Reese-sama happy, she's willing to give cooking a try, promising to do her very best. Cecil, witnessing her determination, is left speechless. Min-Oran beams with pride and offers a reassuring thumbs up as Silpha prepares herself for the daunting task ahead, surrounded by a light, encouraging aura. A somber thought crosses Silpha's mind, a quiet realization that Min-Oran will inevitably pass away long before she does. Cecil's gaze is sharp, his expression unreadable as he seems to process the weight of recent events, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Despite the heavy thoughts, Silpha continues her earnest efforts in the kitchen alongside Minoran, a bittersweet smile gracing her face as she pursues her heartfelt desire. High above, two birds soar freely through the vast, cloudy sky, marking a quiet transition in the narrative. Cecil is seen in a wheelchair, accompanied by two figures as they approach a grand, arched entrance, suggesting a new destination or phase of their journey. The narrator explains their strategic location allows them to monitor both adventurers and those controlling the beasts simultaneously. Silpha voices her doubt, wondering if it's truly possible to find the one with the brave factor, while Cecil hums in contemplation. Cecil reveals that according to Grillet-san, there's a vacant house in the forest which he plans to use as their base. Silpha adds that their only clue is a fairy tale, meaning they must search for someone incapable of using any elemental magic. Cecil notes the daunting task ahead, observing the droves of adventurers present, realizing they will have to appraise each and every one of them to find their target. Cecil calmly states that with his appraisal magic, he can discern whether someone possesses the hero factor or not. Silpha is utterly astonished, asking if he can truly use his magic to find the chosen hero. Silpha's voice echoes with excitement, calling out to Reese-sama in disbelief and awe at his revealed ability. Silpha practically bounces with enthusiasm, showering Reese-sama with praise, declaring him utterly amazing, her excitement palpable. Hand extends, activating appraisal magic as a luminous circle forms and a system prompt for status appears, ready to reveal hidden truths. The magic flares, revealing a system notification. Factor, Otherworld Reincarnator, a crucial detail that shifts their understanding. Cecil's eyes widen in surprise as he begins to utter a question, a dawning realization spreading across his face. His expression hardens, a silent resolve settling upon Cecil's features as he internalizes the new, profound information. Silpha stands amidst a rugged, desolate landscape, her gaze distant, a hint of worry clouding her expression as she contemplates their difficult path. Cecil reiterates their earlier discussion, reminding them that finding the one with the brave factor could take a very long time, possibly even leading to unforeseen consequences. Silpha listens with a solemn expression, her gaze fixed, absorbing Cecil's serious words and the weight of his warning. Cecil's warning echoes, cautioning Silpha that this arduous quest could potentially mess up her entire short human life, a grave consideration. Cecil, with a concerned expression, offers Silpha a chance to back out, but she firmly declares that she has already made up her mind, her resolve unwavering. Silpha, walking away, reflects that she is chasing after an illusion for Reese-sama, a testament to her unwavering loyalty, leaving Cecil to ponder her words. Her resolve is further cemented as she recalls spending an entire 7 years dedicated to this path, emphasizing the depth of her commitment. With her hands held close, Silpha expresses her deepest sentiment. For her, true happiness means simply staying by Cecil's side. Cecil looks on, touched by her words, as Silpha, with a radiant smile, declares her unwavering decision to follow him and grow stronger for the rest of her life. Silpha's heartfelt vow to follow him for the rest of her life leaves Cecil utterly flustered, managing only a stunned, drawn-out "that." A single tear wells in Cecil's eye, his expression a mix of shock and profound emotion, as Silpha's declaration sinks in, deeply moving him. Silpha, undeterred, boldly declares that even if Cecil says he doesn't want her, she will still never leave his side, her determination absolute and unwavering. Cecil, still processing Silpha's intense declaration, finds himself slightly flustered, internally acknowledging just how close he was to a different outcome. Their journey continues, and Silpha excitedly points ahead, exclaiming that she can finally see the house. Cecil, ever practical, notes their travel time, observing it took them 6 hours on foot from Fort Kukur. Cecil appears overwhelmed, muttering to himself to calm down, while Silpha looks on with concern, calling out to him. As they approach, Cecil questions the presence of such a house deep within the forest. Silpha explains that it was once a vacation home for Grillit's predecessor, from an era before monsters became so prevalent. Cecil ponders the revelation, processing the idea of a noble's vacation home in such a remote location. Silpha's imagination takes hold, envisioning the house as a place of pure luxury. However, reality sets in as they face the house, which is clearly in ruins. Cecil, undeterred, suggests they begin by cleaning it up. The old wooden door of the dilapidated house creaks open, revealing the state of their new abode. Silpha smiles brightly, embracing the prospect of their new everyday life as she and Cecil prepare to settle into their forest home. Silpha looks on in disbelief as the ruined house is instantly restored, realizing Cecil has just performed magic. Cecil appears surprised by Silpha's exclamation, while she continues to marvel at his ability to clean everything up in an instant. Cecil casually explains his feat, revealing he made a temporary contract with the local spirits, calling it spirit magic. He then adds, almost as an afterthought, that he deciphered this magic when he was 78. Cecil proudly asks if his magic is handy, completely oblivious to Silpha's crushing disappointment, as she thought this would finally be her chance to be useful to him. Silpha visibly slumps, her hopes dashed, as she becomes utterly depressed by Cecil's overwhelming competence. Cecil, confused by her reaction, asks why she's depressed, to which Silpha vehemently denies it. Meanwhile, Cecil begins to manifest barrier magic in his hand. Cecil declares it's time for the finishing touch, announcing the activation of Yggdrasil Sylph, a skill that translates to the blessing of the ancient tree. Cecil kneels and touches the ground, confirming his work is done. Silpha, still curious, asks what he's doing. Silpha's eyes widen in surprise, her gaze fixed on the unfolding magic. Cecil, with a confident smirk, tells her to simply wait and observe the results. A colossal tree rapidly sprouts, enveloping the house in its lush foliage. Silpha exclaims in shock as Cecil explains the building has been rendered invisible to the outside world by this new barrier. Silpha is utterly dumbfounded, while Cecil further clarifies that the building has been completely hidden from external view thanks to his barrier magic. Silpha marvels at Cecil's incredible power, thinking his abilities are truly amazing. Cecil explains the barrier is a simple version of Yggdrasil, ensuring neither magic beasts nor demons will find them as they search for the one with the brave factor. Silpha reflects on Cecil's kindness, while Cecil explains that he simply allowed her to accompany him on his journey in exchange for her teaching him about humans. Cecil continues, revealing that Minoran also expressed a desire to become stronger. Silpha internally acknowledges that Cecil would be perfectly fine on his own, then reflects on her own painful past, recalling how she never knew her parents and merely survived as a slave. With a resolute expression, Silpha admits that her desire to stay by Cecil's side is purely her own selfish wish. Her eyes reflect a traumatic memory, recalling the moment she was on the verge of being killed. In a vivid flashback, Silpha remembers Cecil saving her. She then recounts how, as a former slave, no one wanted to form a party with her, driving her to do everything in her power to survive and not waste the new life she had been given. Silpha's journey of waiting is shown, as she visited their agreed spot every day, clinging to the memory of Cecil. Her internal monologue expresses the joy that her wishes eventually came true. And then, on the promised 7th year, a significant event was poised to unfold. Silpha stares ahead, her resolve hardening. She declares that she cannot be content with her current strength, yearning to become much stronger so that she can fight by Cecil's side. Yet, a conflicting thought crosses her mind. She doesn't want Cecil to keep her by his side merely to satisfy her own selfish desires. Silpha calls out softly to Cecil, who looks up with a curious expression. Silpha questions Cecil, asking if he plans on finding the brave factor person and defeating the demon lord alongside them. Cecil simply replies, "If I can." Silpha then muses that since she lacks the brave factor needed to defeat the demon lord, perhaps they will have to train together first after she takes them under her protection. Cecil listens intently, his expression a mixture of contemplation and resolve. Silpha firmly believes that Cecil could undoubtedly defeat the demon lord. With fierce determination, Silpha trains rigorously, her sword shimmering with an ethereal glow as Cecil observes her progress from a distance. And before they knew it, time had begun to flow swiftly. 2 years had passed since then, a period of quiet growth and preparation. During this time, Minori, now a bit older, peeks out from behind a formidable, muscular figure, her eyes wide with curiosity. Cecil's foot lands with purpose as he and Silpha sprint through the forest. Suddenly, Cecil warns her, detecting magic beasts at their 3 o'clock. Silpha glances back, calling out to Cecil. Cecil returns her gaze with a reassuring, confident smile. A powerful gust of wind magic propels Silpha forward, enhancing her speed as they navigate the dense forest. As her hand glows, Silpha confirms the activation of her wind magic. Silpha observes the large, formidable wild bear, realizing that the magic beasts they detected were likely running from something even scarier. Silpha's eye gleams with resolve as she prepares to unleash ultimate fire magic, chanting enchant. A torrent of fiery energy erupts around Silpha, crackling with immense power as she channels her spell. With a powerful cry, Silpha unleashes her ultimate fire magic, invoking the name Phoenix. The mighty wild bear is instantly engulfed in the scorching flames of the phoenix, taking a direct hit. Silpha lets out a fierce yell, pushing her magic to its limits, her eyes burning with determination even as tears well up from the exertion. The sheer force of Silpha's attack drives the massive bear backward, its form obscured by the raging inferno. Silpha collapses, panting heavily from the exertion, muttering to herself, "Huff, huff, good job, Minori." Silpha, still recovering, looks up at Cecil, calling his name softly. A wide, triumphant smile spreads across Silpha's face as she exclaims that she finally managed to use ultimate magic. Cecil praises Silpha, acknowledging that she can now use ultimate magic without issues and even defeated a wild bear. Silpha responds with a pleased, bashful chuckle. Cecil beams, telling Silpha that she has truly grown strong. He then outlines their next goal, to focus on training her stamina so she can continue fighting even after using ultimate magic. Cecil looks at Silpha, a hint of confusion on his face, asking, "Huh?" Silpha confidently affirms, "Yes." Cecil then observes that something is different about Silpha, realizing in a thought, "Oh, I see. We've trained in the forest for 2 years. Minori is 20 now. She's become an adult." He looks down in contemplation, pondering the implications of Minori's growth. Nori serves a dish of cockatrice oyakudon. Cecil remarks that she's gotten really great at cooking over the past 2 years. Silpha proudly attributes it all to herself. Cecil, however, remains contemplative, thinking that they haven't even come across the demons he saw in Grillet's memories yet. Silpha and Cecil continue to eat, the sounds of their meal filling the quiet space. The quiet meal is abruptly interrupted as Silpha exclaims, identifying the new arrival as a magic messenger from Fort Kukur, then quickly declares she will go check on it herself. Silpha rushes through the corridor, her face contorted with worry as she calls out for Reese-sama. Cecil, however, remains thoughtful, pondering the existence of such advanced magic tools and finding the prospect of magic tool research quite intriguing. Suddenly, Cecil's calm is broken as he sees something alarming, his eyes wide with shock as he questions Minori about what has happened. A distraught Silpha reveals the dire news. It's about Grillet-sama. Cecil's mind races, calculating that Grillet-sama has at most 2 years left. Under the vast night sky, a decision is made to utilize teleportation magic. Cecil calls out to Reese-sama, while Silpha expresses concern for Gallius-kun. They arrive at the Grand Margrave Garalanda's mansion, where Cecil expresses his profound gratitude for the time given to them. Cecil's father greets Cecil, wishing him a good evening and addressing him as Vice-kun. Cecil's father somberly explains that Grillet-san is no longer conscious, but implores them to at least come and see him. Cecil's gaze is fixed, his voice quiet as he states that his father is over here. Minori, the small child, greets Reese-sama with a cheerful good evening, then excitedly calls out Gramps as Cecil and his father enter. Cecil offers a quiet greeting to Grillet-san, his expression solemn as he looks upon the scene. Grillet-san rests peacefully, his slumber appearing calm and undisturbed. Cecil's father reflects on Grillet-san's current peaceful state, noting it's a stark contrast to how he was 2 years ago, and expresses relief that he had the chance to talk everything out with him. Minori looks up, her innocent eyes wide and observant. Cecil's father gently embraces Minori, his expression filled with gratitude as he acknowledges how thankful he is to have Vice now. Minori innocently asks if her daddy is crying, while Cecil solemnly tells Rise-sama that everything is thanks to the precious time he gave Grillet-san. Cecil offers a melancholic smile, reflecting that the time felt like a mere moment despite its significance. The passage of time is emphasized, 2 long years. Cecil looks away, his hands clasped in quiet contemplation, wondering if Grillet-san was truly satisfied in his final moments. Cecil's father wipes a tear, acknowledging that despite the pain, everyone else has already accepted the inevitable. Grillet-san's life quietly wanes away, a serene peace settling over him. Yet a faint pulse persists, a fragile flicker of life remaining. Chapter title is revealed, The Changing and the Unchanging, set against an image of Cecil in combat against a formidable bearded armored man. The man resting peacefully is identified as Grillet-san. Cecil's father holds Minori close, his expression still etched with concern. Cecil, his back to them, asks if he might be allowed to be a little selfish. Cecil's father grants his permission, and Cecil reveals his wish to speak with Grillet-san one last time. Cecil's father assures Rise-sama that they would accept anything he wishes, while Minori ponders the request to talk with Grillet-san. Cecil's father, holding Minori, questions how such a conversation could even be possible given Grillet-san's unconscious state. Cecil, deep in thought, contemplates his vast magical abilities, specifically the forbidden death magic Necrosum. He questions if there's truly anything he cannot accomplish. Cecil explains that Necrosum is an ancient magic governing the cycle of life and death, once wielded by a legendary necromancer. He then asks what one would say if they could see Grillet-san one last time. Cecil's father, holding Minori close, expresses a heartfelt wish for just a little more time. A soft, ethereal light emanates around Cecil's father as he quietly states that he would simply say thanks. Cecil watches, a look of solemn determination on his face, adding a poignant end. Cecil's father's expression softens as he muses, trying to find more words to express his gratitude. Cecil's eyes widen in shock, his entire being radiating an intense surge of energy as the magic takes effect. A colossal, dark gate materializes before Cecil, who stares in disbelief, realizing it must be the gate to the afterlife. His gaze then sharpens as he recognizes a familiar figure, exclaiming, "If it isn't Master?" Cecil observes the ethereal glow around the gate, questioning if what he sees are souls. The bearded armored man, Grillet-san, appears with a stern expression, admonishing Cecil that it isn't his time to be in this realm. Cecil looks up at the towering figure of the bearded armored man, his voice filled with emotion as he calls out, "Grillet-san." With an intense gaze, Cecil reveals his knowledge of a potent magic capable of temporarily materializing a soul. Cecil, sitting on the ground, reassures the bearded armored man that he only has a few minutes before he must return, urging them to get straight to the point. The bearded armored man, still bewildered, questions what Cecil is talking about. Cecil elaborates, explaining that an ancient necromancer once used this very magic to temporarily summon the first demon lord and the Dragon King. He then makes a solemn vow to the bearded armored man that he will find a way to truly revive him one day, asking him to wait until then. The bearded armored man looks at Cecil with a gentle, resigned expression, stating that he has already lived a full life. Cecil reacts with a shocked but as the bearded armored man continues, expressing gratitude that thanks to Cecil, he was able to protect Fort Kukur and spend his final days peacefully with his family. A faint smile touches the bearded armored man's lips as he fondly mentions getting to see his cute grandson. Cecil looks down, his expression obscured by his hair, a silent moment of reflection. The bearded armored man's eye narrows with a serious gaze as he asks, "Is that true?" The bearded armored man speaks of talking beasts and demons, then makes a solemn request, telling Cecil to promise him that he will find the hero. Cecil begins to protest, "So, Mass Dash." Cecil looks up, his eyes wide, as the bearded armored man's voice continues, tasking him with finding the hero with the future of humanity at stake. The bearded armored man's jaw is set in resolute determination. After a moment of contemplation, Cecil looks up at the bearded armored man, who holds his hand and firmly states, "Okay, promise." The bearded armored man's hand extends towards Cecil's, expressing his confidence that as long as Cecil and Gallius are there, he has nothing to worry about. Cecil reacts with a silent exclamation. The bearded armored man looks at his hand, still feeling the faint sensation of touch from Cecil's, a testament to the magic's power. Cecil, now in a serene forest setting, gazes at his hand and fondly remarks that the bearded armored man's hand hasn't changed since their first meeting. Cecil recalls the memory of the bearded armored man grabbing his hand, a moment etched in his mind. Cecil observes that the bearded armored man's hand remains pale and smooth. The bearded armored man muses aloud, "Elves don't typically age until they reach 800 years old." He then suddenly realizes the elder must have lived for many centuries then. A single tear glistens in Cecil's eye, reflecting his profound emotion. Tears fall onto the ground near the bearded armored man's feet as he thanks Cecil for crying for him. Bearded armored man embraces Cecil, telling him he has something to say as well. Cecil, openly weeping, assures the bearded armored man he can rest now, relaying a message from Gallius. Cecil, his voice choked with emotion, utters a final thanks, and Cecil's hand rests gently, a silent gesture reflecting the profound gratitude he felt in that moment. The weight of his past life's burdens seemed to lift, replaced by a quiet, heartfelt peace. The narrator reveals that Cecil's past self, under the keen watch of his family, peacefully passed away in his sleep. Meanwhile, Cecil, now in his reincarnated form, sits atop a distant wall, gazing out over the city. Cecil looks contemplatively at his hand, reflecting on the passage of time. He muses that 2 years really is such a short time, the words echoing his internal struggle with his new reality. Close-up on Cecil's hand emphasizes his thought, suggesting he's remembering the moment he first grasped something meaningful in this new life. Cecil's internal monologue notes how his hand is still pale and smooth. Suddenly, Silpha bursts onto the scene, calling out to him with urgency, addressing him as Rees-sama. Cecil's face contorts with a mixture of surprise and distress as the narrator states his hand hasn't changed since Silpha first met him, a detail that seems to deeply affect him. Cecil, still looking surprised, holds a small charm in his hand as he questions Minoran, as if trying to recall something important. Silpha approaches Cecil, her concern evident as she asks, Rees-sama, are you okay? Cecil, regaining his composure, assures her he is fine now, while Silpha watches him thoughtfully. Silpha calls out Minoran with a surprised expression, and the young girl, Minori, promptly replies yes, confirming her presence. Cecil stands alone, gazing at the landscape, his thoughts consumed by the daunting task ahead. He contemplates the revival of the Demon Lord and his own lack of a brave factor to defeat him, acknowledging the immense challenge. Silpha's face is shown in a determined close-up, her resolve unwavering as she looks ahead, ready to face whatever comes next. As they ascend a winding staircase, Silpha emphatically declares her unwavering loyalty to Cecil, stating, "Yes, I will follow you wherever you go." 1 year later, the scene shifts to Cecil and Silpha enjoying a meal. Cecil praises the dinner, which is Minori special number 48, remarking on how delicious the food has become, while Silpha proudly admits to using all kinds of tricks. A mouth-watering close-up reveals the dish, Ferres steamed in white wine, emphasizing the culinary delight. Silpha, with a slight hesitation, asks Cecil if it's truly fine to no longer name the dishes after her. She then offers him heartfelt advice. You should support the people you want to support. Silpha, with a cheerful gesture, tells Cecil he can look forward to future meals, to which he enthusiastically agrees. Later, Silpha is shown fast asleep, utterly exhausted. Cecil, now awake, looks around with a concerned expression, asking, "Is someone fighting?" as if sensing a disturbance. A close-up on Cecil's ear shows it twitching sharply, indicating he's straining to hear something faint but significant. Cecil's eye snaps wide open, filled with alarm and intense focus, as he fully registers the sounds of conflict. As Cecil's alarm peaks, a blinding white light erupts and swirls from a central point, radiating intense energy outwards, signaling the immediate threat he senses. Minori, covering her face, calls out Rees-sama's name, confused by the unfolding events. Below, Cecil bursts with excitement, declaring to Minori that he has finally found them, causing her to respond with a bewildered, "Huh." Minori's wide, startled eyes reflect her complete surprise, her mouth agape as she repeats her confused exclamation, still processing Cecil's sudden announcement. Cecil is shown heavily panting, his labored breaths echoing the physical exertion or stress he's enduring as he moves forward. Cecil, with a stern expression, delivers a sharp warning. If even a single item is dropped, he will ensure they repay him in full. Cecil walks beside a companion in a wide-brimmed hat. The companion turns their head, reacting with a questioning "huh" to Cecil's previous statement. Cecil, his expression thoughtful, acknowledges an off-screen remark, conceding that Luke's right about something important. An unseen speaker reminds Cecil of their party's capabilities, stating, "We're a B-rank party, you know that, right?" While Cecil remains in the background. An exasperated voice cuts through the discussion, demanding, "Oh my god, shut up already," as Cecil attempts to suggest a safer route, mentioning a map he had prepared. Cecil internally muses that his companions should simply stay quiet. He then walks away, carrying a massive backpack, his resolve hardening as he vows to grow stronger. A powerful, explosive upward blast of energy, radiating with immense force, surges from below the frame, tearing through the air with destructive intensity. A menacing cobra-like creature stands defiantly, its attack proving utterly ineffective, as a speech bubble confirms it inflicted no damage at all. Cecil stares in disbelief, realizing the creature's unique ability, exclaiming that only A-rank monsters and above should possess the power to absorb magic. The young man with the backpack, desperate, urges everyone to abandon their current position and run away immediately. A menacing black aura swirls into view, prompting the young man to question in terror what kind of dark energy they are facing. The character with the hat cries out that their pursuers are still relentlessly on their trail, while Cecil shouts back, demanding to be released from their grasp. The young man deduces they must be the unusually powerful monsters Jean had warned them about, as Cecil identifies the energy as pure mana. Cecil then furiously tells the character with the hat to shut up, who retorts that if he had just listened to Jean in the first place, they wouldn't be in this situation. Cecil's father cries out Luke, fearing they will die, while Cecil fires back, accusing his father of brushing off the warnings too. Young man warns that the situation will only worsen if they continue, suggesting they find a way back to the fortress. The young man, with a determined expression, firmly states that it is not yet time to retreat. Cecil questions the young man, who calmly explains that while they might lose some luggage, it can always be replaced. The character with the hat gasps in shock, vehemently telling Cecil he cannot proceed with this plan. Cecil, with a smirk, coldly declares that they have carried an unprofitable asset for years, and it is finally time to write it off. Cecil, sweating with worry, asks if the other person is truly fine with taking his place. Cecil, with a grim smile, announces that the matter is settled, much to the dismay of the character with the hat. The young man pleads desperately, his face contorted in anguish. He implores Cecil to listen, explaining that they can all still escape through a path small animals use to evade monsters. The character with the hat delivers a harsh truth, stating that the young man cannot even use magic, leaving him in shock and despair. The character with the hat reflects on how she has only brought him this far because they grew up together, despite his persistent dream of being an adventurer. The young man stutters Cecil's name, as Cecil reluctantly states he doesn't want to use such a valuable magic tool, but has no other choice. The young man's face is filled with anguish as he desperately shouts out, "Jean!" Kneeling amidst a swirling black liquid, the young man activates advanced water and earth fusion magic to Boris. The young man struggles, crying out that his legs are sinking and the heavy bag is pulling him down. With a cry of "Yua," the young man's backpack is violently submerged into the black liquid. Cecil stands alone in the forest, a glowing orb held in his hand, observing the unfolding chaos. Cecil gasps in alarm as two monstrous figures approach, uttering strange sounds of "Solala" and "Lalala." A small figure cries out, "Yua, I want to go home already," while the character with the hat looks on, distressed. Character with the hat's face is etched with panic as she cries out, "Carol!" The character with the hat looks back at the young man, who lies collapsed and sinking into the black liquid. The young man's face is submerged, but he struggles to speak, uttering, "We could still." His hand reaches out from the black liquid as he barely manages to add, "But." His internal monologue reveals his lifelong dream to become a strong adventurer if only he were able to use magic. He contemplates whether he could save people just like the others he admired. Looking at a book, he reflects on how he always thought adventuring was the coolest thing ever, but a somber, however, lingers. The pages of a worn book lay open, detailing the romanticized life of an adventurer, traveling the world, defeating monsters, and protecting the smiles on people's faces. Yet, for Cecil, the reality was starkly different. Despite his aspirations, nothing ever changed for him. In this world, humans naturally awaken their magical abilities around the age of 5, with their mana peaking around 20. Cecil diligently gathered information, hoping to compensate for his shortcomings and prove useful to his friends. But in a world where magic was everything, his inability to wield it was a crushing burden. He watched others effortlessly weave spells, a stark reminder that no matter his efforts, he couldn't even utilize basic magic tools, let alone compete with true mages. Cecil lay defeated, a massive snake monster towering over him, his dream of becoming a cool adventurer shattered against the brutal reality of his powerlessness. The monstrous snake's attack slammed into Cecil, sending him flying backward with immense force. Suddenly, Sylpha appeared, unleashing a potent dark magic spell. "Whirl Schwartz," she cried, as a massive, swirling vortex of dark energy erupted. Cecil, battered and wide-eyed, stared as Sylpha's black flames engulfed the area, a terrifying display of power. Sylpha, her expression grim but resolute, exclaimed that they had arrived just in time, addressing someone as Rees-sama. A new figure stood over Cecil, who lay stunned on the ground, remarking that sure was close. "Huh?" The hooded Cecil confidently declared, "I'll take care of the magic boar." As the magic boar charged ferociously, letting out a loud oink, Cecil stood ready to face it. Cecil unleashed an ultimate fire and wind fusion magic, a devastating spell he named Dragonia, engulfing the area in swirling elemental power. Injured Cecil watched, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer power displayed before him. Lying on the ground, the injured Cecil questioned in his mind, "How? Why? A real elf?" Meanwhile, Sylpha called out to the hooded Cecil, "Rees-sama." The hooded Cecil seemed surprised by the revelation, muttering, "An elf?" He then observed the resilient magic boars, noting, "It's been a while since we've seen monsters that survived a spell." "Huh?" The hooded Cecil turned to Sylpha, stating, "This is a good chance, Minoran." Minoran, with a serious expression, assured him, "And no need to worry about that kid." The hooded Cecil challenged Sylpha, "See if you can defeat that magic snake using, at most, 5 ultimate spells." Sylpha responded with a firm yes, Rees-sama, as the hooded Cecil added, "I'll protect him." The injured Cecil could only stare in silent astonishment, processing the unexpected declaration of protection. Small girl, Minori, quietly wished, "I want to be protected by Rees-sama, too." Minoran, looking utterly flustered and slightly annoyed, gripped her sword tightly. The hooded Cecil crouched beside the distraught, injured Cecil, observing, "It seems you've been abandoned by your comrades because you can't use magic. Your party must be truly blind, huh?" Hooded Cecil continued, revealing his deep understanding of the injured Cecil's past. "Because you can't use magic, you've always believed it would come to you someday, training your body and mind constantly." The injured Cecil, shocked, asked, "How do you know that?" The hooded Cecil's finger pointed, ready to reveal more. The injured Cecil's face contorted with a mixture of shock and dawning realization as he absorbed the hooded Cecil's profound words. With a confident smile, the hooded Cecil extended his hand, declaring, "That perseverance of yours is precisely what makes a hero." As the injured Cecil watched in stunned silence, a powerful magical circle appeared before him. "Ultimate recovery magic, see Ralpha," the hooded Cecil announced, as the injured Cecil exclaimed in surprise. The legendary ultimate recovery magic, see Ralpha, pulsed with radiant power as Cecil, now visible in his youthful form, unleashed its full force. The injured Cecil watched, stunned by the sheer might of this fabled healing art, realizing it was truly the recovery magic of legend. The injured Cecil's mind raced, questioning if Cecil was truly one of the fabled elves of legend. Meanwhile, Cecil, burdened by a massive pack, grumbled internally, wondering why everyone couldn't simply carry their own share of luggage. The injured Cecil marveled at his instantly healed legs, noting the absence of potions. His conviction solidified, Cecil must indeed be one of them. Cecil, with a curious gaze, asked if the injured Cecil had been managing without magic all this time. The injured Cecil, pointing to a massive backpack, began to explain that while magic tools are common for such tasks, he was born different. His voice dropped, revealing the stark truth. He was born utterly without mana. The injured Cecil continued, explaining his inability to use even basic magic tools. Cecil confirmed this grim reality, unable to detect any mana waves emanating from him. Despite the lack of mana, Cecil observed the injured Cecil's well-trained arms and legs, concluding that he must have diligently honed his physical abilities to compensate. Overcome with emotion, the injured Cecil cried out, lamenting that if only he possessed mana, he wouldn't have been abandoned by everyone. His fist clenched tight, the raw desire for power echoing in his desperate plea, if only he was stronger. Cecil, observing the injured Cecil's despair, stated plainly that if he had lost his drive to be an adventurer, he would not interfere further. However, Cecil extended a hand, offering a lifeline with a powerful proposition. If the injured Cecil still harbored even a glimmer of desire to become stronger, he should take his hand. A spark ignited in the injured Cecil's eyes as he declared his ambition to become a strong adventurer, one who protects the smiles of others. With a fervent cry, the injured Cecil reached out, his face etched with fierce determination, proclaiming his burning desire to become stronger. Cecil watched, a subtle, approving smile gracing his lips as he witnessed the injured Cecil's renewed resolve. Their hands clasped firmly, sealing a new bond and a shared path forward. A A female ally suddenly shouted a warning, alerting Reese-sama that a magic boar was charging directly towards them. The injured Cecil exclaimed in alarm, noting the magic boar's fur had turned spiky, indicating an enhanced threat, while Cecil remained stoic, observing. Cecil calmly observed the magic boar's spiky fur, identifying it as a result of hardening magic. He then activated his own abilities, chanting Thunder Magic, Enchant, followed by Hardening Magic, Beast Fist, preparing a powerful strike. With a surge of lightning, Cecil unleashed his devastating Thunder Fist. Cecil glanced back, instructing the injured Cecil to simply watch. He then faced the threat, radiating immense power, declaring that this was the culmination of 100 years of rigorous training. A thunderous donon echoed as Cecil's empowered fist connected with the magic boar, delivering a crushing blow. Cecil wore a satisfied smirk, while the injured Cecil watched in wide-eyed shock, utterly stunned by the display of raw power. Residual lightning crackled around the point of impact, a testament to the devastating force unleashed. The injured Cecil paused, a realization dawning on him. He reflected that according to common lore, elves are typically only capable of using healing magic, directly contradicting Cecil's combat prowess. The injured Cecil, still reeling from the incredible display, suggested they retrieve Minori. Suddenly, a dark, swirling void manifested, from which a mysterious voice declared, "Well, color me surprised. What have we here?" Cecil reacted with a sharp gasp of surprise. The surrounding forest trees stood tall, their bark textured, providing a brief moment of stillness before the unfolding chaos. Cecil's eyes widened in shock, recognizing the voice from within Grillit's memories, a chilling connection. From the swirling darkness, the ominous voice questioned, "What is one of those elven shut-ins doing in a place like this?" A blast of dark energy erupted from the void, forcing Cecil to react with a pained grunt. From the dissipating darkness, a monstrous, shadowy figure fully emerged, leading Cecil to a terrified realization. It's a magic beast. Overwhelmed by the intense miasma radiating from the monstrous figure, Silpha recoils, wondering how Cecil is enduring such a potent aura. A nearby individual lets out a pained eek, struggling against the overwhelming pressure, yet remarkably, he remains conscious. Cecil, seemingly unfazed, extends a hand with a cheerful greeting. "Hello, nice to meet you." A dark, swirling mass of energy persists, as Cecil's internal thoughts reveal his sarcastic intention, or so I'd like to say. Cecil's keen eyes observe the magic beast, noting its significantly fainter presence compared to its past form. Cecil directly challenges the entity, recalling its past attack on Grillik Arlanda at Fort Kukur 10 years prior, and observing its drastically changed incorporeal form, which he deduces is a result of dark magic. He expresses a keen interest in its current state. As Cecil stands amidst glowing runes, the magic beast reveals its true nature, explaining that its soul was sealed deep within a mausoleum in the holy forest Litol. The beast continues, revealing its current existence is sustained solely by mana from the demon lord's direct subordinate. Cecil, observing the boar-like form of the beast, questions if it is one of the divine beasts destined for sealing. Cecil muses internally, recalling ancient texts that speak of a mausoleum where incredibly powerful divine beasts are sealed. A mischievous grin spreads across Cecil's face as he exclaims, "Wow!" He decides to pry further, asking if this means the Demon Lord's resurrection is imminent. Cecil deduces that the Demon Lord's subordinate must possess an enormous amount of mana to successfully link the soul of a divine beast to a magic beast. The magic beast exults, declaring that once the Demon Lord returns, it will no longer be trapped in its uncomfortable current form. Cecil begins to retort, "If you weren't trapped in a magic..." Cecil continues his thought with a knowing smirk. "Isn't that only..." Cecil explains to the magic beast that its incorporeal form is being influenced by its current vessel, causing it to transform into an actual beast, much more so than 10 years ago. He warns that it's running out of time. Cecil continues, stating that the beast's very existence is beginning to wane. Meanwhile, an observer comments on the inherent madness of elves. The magic beast, now clearly frustrated, internally strategizes, believing that even a powerful divine beast must possess some exploitable weakness. The magic beast acknowledges the looming threat of its mana reserves running out, resolving to persevere despite the danger. Cecil activates his appraisal magic, a glowing orb forming in his hands with a distinct triangular symbol. With a determined expression, Cecil declares his intention to use his magic to restore the beast to its original body. Cecil lays down his condition. In exchange for restoring its original body, the beast must cease pursuing adventurers for the Demon Lord's army. The other individual present reacts in disbelief, exclaiming that such a feat is impossible for an elf. Cecil confidently displays his radiating mana, asking if this immense power wouldn't be more than enough to sustain the beast's original body for a significant period. Cecil emphatically urges the beast to observe the sheer magnitude of mana he possesses, which bursts forth from his hand. The magic beast lets out a terrified squeak, in utter shock, questioning Cecil's mana production, which it recognizes as being on par with the legendary Wava. Cecil casually states that the mana he displayed is only about 1/5 of his total, assuring them not to worry. He then observes that the shock has seemingly completed the beast's transformation into a magic boar. The magic beast, now fully transformed, begins to ponder, "Can I fly freely through the sky again?" The magic beast, still in its boar form, questions Cecil with surprise and hope. "You won't ask me to do anything in return?" Cecil clarifies that he won't meddle with the beast's way of life, though he might desire a conversation every century or so. With mana flaring around him, Cecil declares, "All right, then we have a deal." The magic beast begins its grand transformation, its shadowy form rapidly expanding and shifting into the imposing figure of a massive dragon, as Cecil watches from a distance. The other individual lets out a frightened eek, realizing the beast is a dragon. Cecil, however, is impressed, exclaiming, "Whoa, your original body's pretty cool, huh?" The magnificent dragon, now fully restored to its original form, gazes majestically into the night sky, its scales gleaming under the moonlight. The newly freed dragon lets out a booming, triumphant roar, "Muahahaha." Cecil turns to the other individual, asking, "How are you feeling?" Vritra, the newly freed dragon, lets out a booming, triumphant roar, declaring he feels not bad at all, and can now fly wherever he wants. Cecil, with a light-hearted smile, dismisses Vritra's gratitude, stating he's just doing what he wants of his own accord anyway, and that giving him so much mana was not that big of a deal. Vritra, however, insists that Cecil's century of training was really worth it, acknowledging that elves sure are odd, but expressing his deep gratitude. Cecil reflects internally, realizing he left nothing of worth behind in his past life, but finds solace in the thought that Vritra will always remember him after having given him a body. Vritra then inquires about Cecil's name, to which Cecil cheerfully replies, "I'm Reese Klein." He elaborates, sharing his desire to live in the outside world as he pleases, much like Vritra, having fled his cramped little world as an elf. Vritra lets out another booming laugh, "Muahahaha," as Cecil responds with a simple "I see." The resounding "very well" Vritra accepts, and Cecil extends his hand, gently tapping the dragon's massive snout. Cecil, with an earnest expression, declares a solemn vow, "I hereby swear to be Reese Klein's friend for as long as I live." Suddenly, Vritra's massive form begins to shimmer and dissipate into countless particles of light, leaving Cecil wide-eyed and astonished. Vritra's glowing eye fixes on Cecil, and he announces, "And while we are at it, let me show you my gratitude," as his power intensifies, radiating outward from his gaze. Cecil stares in disbelief, questioning, "What was that?" As Vritra's voice echoes, "It is what you wanted." The mighty dragon has transformed into a miniature version of himself, now soaring away, promising to come visit after flying once around the world, addressing Cecil by his new name, Reese Klein. A vibrant new chapter begins, showcasing the protagonists ready for their next adventure. The scene shifts to a tranquil forest where sparkling light filters through the leaves, hinting at a magical presence. The camera pulls back to reveal a grand estate surrounded by the same mystical trees. As the declaration "the OP training begins" flashes across the screen. A determined Minoran, with long reddish-brown hair, meticulously grips a long sword, preparing for the arduous training ahead. Cecil stands ready, preparing to enchant the training with ultimate fire magic as Minoran, in a focused stance, prepares to face her opponent, the dark-haired swordsman. The dark-haired swordsman eagerly faces his opponent, announcing match number 182 and enthusiastically exclaiming, "I look forward to your instruction." The dark-haired swordsman's eyes burn with fierce determination, his grip firm on his sword, ready for the intense battle. Minoran's face contorts with fierce resolve as she declares, "I'm going all out." The new chapter highlights Minoran, now revealed as the older disciple, engaged in intense sword training, with Cecil observing in the background. The dark-haired swordsman pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face, as he considers his next move, his sword held ready. The narrative flashes back, showing the Grand Mansion 182 days earlier, marking the first day of training. Cecil observes as the dark-haired swordsman is told that something is a bit unusual, though, but is urged to accept it gratefully. The dark-haired swordsman readily agrees. "Okay." Minoran addresses the dark-haired swordsman, explaining that Reese-sama personally made that weapon for you, emphasizing that it's special equipment for your training. Cecil patiently explains to the dark-haired swordsman and Minoran the concept of a mana vessel within the body, likening it to a bucket holding water as mana. He clarifies that while mana can be depleted, it will return on its own and the vessel will grow with time. The dark-haired swordsman, surprised, asks if this is magic theory, admitting he read that in a book. Cecil then turns to Minoran, asking if she already knew and did it too, to which Minoran shyly confirms. Why? Minoran recalls her own grueling experience, looking utterly terrified as she admits, "I couldn't move a finger for a week," describing it as a terrifying training regimen. Cecil calmly informs the dark-haired swordsman, "I think I'll have you do the same," prompting the dark-haired swordsman to exclaim in fear, "It's scary enough to frighten Minoran-san." The dark-haired swordsman then anxiously questions, I don't have any mana, right? Where am I gonna get it from?" The dark-haired swordsman raises his hand, eagerly asking, I have a question." Cecil smiles reassuringly, explaining his plan. "I'll directly pour mana into your vessel until it's full." The dark-haired swordsman's eyes widen in shock, his hand instinctively clutching his chest as he lets out a surprise. The focus shifts to the wooden sword. As Cecil explains, "You'll be training to channel the mana through that wooden sword." He clarifies, "That's why I've installed a magic tool that can absorb mana within it." Cecil explains that by using this method, they won't waste time waiting for his mana to appear, allowing him to grow familiar with mana control. Cecil elaborates that by following these steps, his mana vessel will rapidly expand. He adds that everyone, regardless of innate ability, must learn to use mana, just like learning to talk. Cecil observes that the boy currently has no mana, implying his body has no need to regenerate it. Cecil concludes his thought, stating that the boy's body has no need to regenerate mana. Cecil continues, explaining that this method means they won't lose time waiting for the boy to regenerate mana, unlike what happened with Minori. He outlines the daily regimen. He will cure the boy's fatigue with magic and refill his mana vessel once a day, acknowledging it might be difficult to move mana at first. Cecil reveals that after a year, the boy's mana vessel will be 30 times its current size. He adds that when the brave factor awakens, it will finally grant him his own mana. The boy reacts in disbelief, exclaiming, "Whoa, you'll already be the strongest." He then questions if he can truly achieve something like that. The boy's eyes narrow in contemplation, a lingering doubt expressed in his thought, but Cecil and Silpha stand together, observing the boy as he processes the magnitude of the task ahead. Cecil, with an empathetic gaze, acknowledges the boy's suffering from having no mana, hinting at a deeper revelation. Cecil continues, revealing that the boy is the one possessing this unique factor. Cecil reminds the boy of a crucial prophecy, that he is the only one who can defeat the demon lord. Cecil smiles reassuringly, telling the boy that to a discerning eye, he possesses immense untapped potential within him. Silpha reflects on the dire timeline, noting there are only 3 years until the Demon Lord revives. Despite the odds, she decides, "But I want to bet on this kid." Silpha's expression hardens with resolve, her internal monologue affirming, "We don't have time to wait." A surge of dark, swirling energy erupts, and Silpha, with fierce determination, declares, "I'm going all out." Silpha lunges forward with incredible speed, her expression a mask of intense focus as she unleashes her power. Cecil instructs the boy to become one with the sword, to leave everything to its response, and to truly feel the flow of mana. Silpha coldly states, "You still have no chance." Cecil, observing the boy's struggle, exclaims, "Well done." It activated, yet Silpha presses her attack with a dark energy blade, declaring, "But of beating me," as the boy reels from the impact. Exhausted and battered, the boy pushes himself up, gritting his teeth. "Ugh, I can still fight." Cecil calmly intervenes, acknowledging the boy's determination. "I know you want to push yourself." He reminds him, however, that he can only be healed once a day. Cecil continues, warning the boy that any further exertion would place an unneeded strain on his body. The boy's eyes widen in disbelief. "That I used magic." A wave of emotion washes over him, tears welling up as he processes the incredible realization. Cecil beams with pride, giving a cheerful thumbs up. "Yep, all thanks to the hard work you've put in these past 6 months." Cecil's smile radiates genuine pride, a silent acknowledgement of the boy's significant achievement. A gentle tug on Cecil's sleeve draws his attention, a subtle request for his focus. Cecil gently pats Silpha's head, praising her. "You did well too, Silpha. That recovery after your mana was erased was incredible." Silpha smiles, a hint of playful competitiveness in her expression. "He's still far from beating me after all." Cecil observes Silpha, a slight smirk playing on his lips. She was so serious just a moment ago. Cecil dismisses Silpha's antics with an internal thought, whatever, she's cute so it's fine. He then shifts his focus to the next stage of training. If the boy has learned to use mana, the next step would be to awaken his brave factor and his own mana. The lush forest canopy rustles gently, signaling the passage of time and the shift to new challenges. The ancient legends speak of a hero's key to awakening the brave factor, a power only unlocked by overcoming immense difficulty. These powers, destined to align with the hero, glimmer with an ethereal light, hinting at the companions and abilities that will shape his journey. A colossal Vritra erupts onto the scene with a booming laugh, greeting Cecil by an unfamiliar name, Reese. Cecil, startled, recognizes the mighty dragon. Cecil calmly replies that he is nowhere near exhausting the immense supply of mana Vritra had previously bestowed upon him. Vritra then challenges Cecil to witness the extent of his current abilities. Cecil's eye widens in pure astonishment, reflecting the sheer impact of Vritra's display. To Cecil's utter disbelief, the colossal Vritra has shrunk dramatically, transforming into an adorable miniature dragon. Silpha gasps in wide-eyed shock, barely able to form a word as she processes Vritra's sudden change. Silpha delightedly squeezes the tiny Vritra, exclaiming how squishy it feels, while Cecil, still processing, asks why he returned so quickly. Silpha, ever the gracious host, offers to prepare tea, while Vritra, now small and grumpy, complains that the demons outside have become too annoying, making his previous environment unpleasant. Cecil's expression turns serious as he ponders Vritra's mention of the growing demon threat. Vritra elaborates, explaining that magic beasts and demons are accumulating miasma, prompting his decision to temporarily reside with Cecil, who reacts with clear astonishment. Vritra confirms his intrusion, stating he has seen Cecil's memories and believes Cecil must also be aware of the impending dangers. Vritra boldly declares his intention to defeat the Demon Lord for a good night's sleep, then asks if Cecil is also planning to take on the Demon Lord. Cecil, however, vehemently clarifies that he is not the one destined for that task. Vritra expresses his confusion, convinced that even after the prophesied kid awakens, Cecil would still be the one to face the Demon Lord. Vritra reveals his true target, stating he is betting on the young individual Cecil once pursued, the one who truly possesses the brave factor. Vritra assures Cecil that, irrespective of the other individual's brave factor or magical prowess, Cecil will ultimately prove superior. Cecil reacts with a stunned expression, barely able to utter a sound as Vritra's words sink in. Vritra playfully labels himself a silly evil dragon, while Cecil, amused by Vritra's eccentric notions, simply smiles and remarks that humans, after all, grow quickly. Tiny Vritra, now completely stuffed, mumbles contentedly that he couldn't possibly eat another bite. As the dark-haired swordsman rigorously trains, Silpha approaches him with a potion-infused cup of tea, reminding him that impatience dulls the sword. She addresses him as Minor-san. The dark-haired swordsman looks at his hand, reflecting on his intense training, and acknowledges Silpha's observation about his fervor. Silpha then asks the dark-haired swordsman if he is familiar with the ancient tale of how the hero once defeated the Demon Lord. The dark-haired swordsman, holding the cup, expresses his gratitude, but also his frustration at having used so little of Cecil's mana, feeling compelled to hurry and live up to his benefactor's expectations. With a bright smile, the dark-haired swordsman affirms that he knows the tale intimately, having read it countless times since childhood. He confesses his lifelong admiration for the hero, praising how he protected everybody's smiles. Silpha challenges his perception, suggesting that the hero of the tale could have failed, and that it's not about a predestined hero, but rather a different concept entirely. The dark-haired swordsman looks on, puzzled. Silpha clarifies her profound insight. The title of hero is not an inherent destiny, but rather a mantle earned by whoever ultimately defeats the Demon Lord. Silpha then directly challenges the dark-haired swordsman, asking him who he truly aspires to become. Silpha concludes her advice, telling the dark-haired swordsman not to overthink it, but instead to simply focus on working towards the person he truly wishes to be. As Silpha's words echo, the dark-haired swordsman, deep in thought, questions his own aspirations, asking himself, "I want to be?" Silpha then turns to him, directly inquiring, "May I ask why you work so hard?" Silpha pauses, her expression thoughtful, as she considers the weight of her own question, murmuring a hesitant, to herself. A new chapter unfolds, showcasing Cecil in his youthful, elven form, a confident smile gracing his lips. The title declares the reincarnated elf's journey to master magic, destined to become a living legend with his extended lifespan. A year has passed, marking 365 days since their rigorous training began. Cecil, Silpha, and a miniature Vritra stand together, reflecting on the fruits of their intense efforts. Silpha unleashes a powerful attack, chanting, "Advanced Fire Magic Enchant Fire Sword." The dark-haired swordsman, focused and determined, prepares to counter, activating his own defensive skill, Jammer. The two combatants clash with explosive force, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks and energy, a testament to their year of intense training. With a surge of desperation and resolve, the dark-haired swordsman throws himself forward, shouting, "I won't let you," his voice filled with unwavering determination. Vritra, observing the intense training, nods sagely and states, "Very well. The bet goes both ways, of course," hinting at a deeper purpose behind their efforts. Cecil ponders what truly drives them, asking, "What keeps them going?" Vritra explains that humans, with their short lifespan, find unique methods rather than brute force. Silpha, mid-combat, reveals the answer, "It's the obsession with dreams," for both of them. Vritra remarks on Cecil's human-like thinking, noting his own 30 years as a human. Cecil, with a gentle smile, concludes that both Silpha and the dark-haired swordsman are shining beautifully in their pursuit. Silpha, with an intense gaze, lunges forward, her sword poised for a swift strike, demonstrating her honed combat prowess. The dark-haired swordsman proudly declares that after 365 matches, he's begun to pick up on Vritra's habits. Vritra, in its smaller form, warns him not to get too close due to the danger, but then reassures him that it's fine. Cecil observes the training, impressed, exclaiming, "Oh, pretty good, let's see." He then addresses Vritra, questioning its presence. Silpha, with a focused intensity, prepares to unleash a devastating spell, muttering, "Ultimate Fire Magic," as energy crackles around her. Chaos erupts as Silpha's magic spirals out of control, causing her to exclaim, "Whoops!" Cecil and the dark-haired swordsman react in shock, while Vritra shrieks in terror, scrambling to escape the unexpected blaze. The dark-haired swordsman instinctively leaps forward, calling out, "Vritra-san," as he manifests a protective barrier, shielding the terrified dragon from the inferno. Silpha, flustered and apologetic, profusely apologizes for her uncontrolled spell, admitting she got carried away. Vritra, still shaken, laments that it was nearly roasted alive. Vritra looks on with a knowing smirk, while the dark-haired swordsman stands lost in thought, pondering the unexpected surge of power he just experienced. The dark-haired swordsman muses that the shield he just cast was not his usual jammer. Vritra, surprised, remarks that he can now use magic on his own, to which the swordsman responds with a bewildered, "Huh!" Cecil, pointing at the dark-haired swordsman with an excited expression, declares, "You just used magic all on your own." Cecil explains to the dark-haired swordsman that the most crucial element in casting magic is effectively visualizing the desired effect. The dark-haired swordsman comprehends, realizing that his desire to protect Vritra must have formed the shield. Cecil confirms, suggesting that the very act of wanting to protect someone could be the true source of his newfound power. The dark-haired swordsman reflects on the moment, describing how his body moved on its own, driven by an overwhelming urge to save Vritra. Cecil turns to Minori, asking her opinion on the event. Minori, with wide-eyed wonder, expresses her belief that it was an amazing and powerful spell. Cecil reveals his plans to begin the next stage of training tomorrow, noting that the dark-haired swordsman's mana vessel has grown incredibly. They are now ready to awaken the brave factor. Around a tea table, the dark-haired swordsman eagerly agrees to the next stage of training, responding with a resolute "okay." Cecil clarifies that their next goal is to awaken the brave factor, which requires the dark-haired swordsman to engage in real battles. The swordsman gasps, contemplating the challenge. Dark-haired swordsman scolds Vritra for touching the plate, while Cecil announces his intention to find future companions for their hero. The dark-haired swordsman declares his dual aspirations, to protect everyone and to become a cool adventurer, defining precisely who I want to be. Cecil believes this path will make him stronger, while Silpha ponders his chosen identity. Cecil observes the dark-haired swordsman's determination, noting that he has already been betrayed by adventurers once before. He then muses that this unwavering resolve might be his true power. The dark-haired swordsman offers a shy smile, admitting he feels he's taking advantage by staying. Meanwhile, Cecil, observing him, internally confesses his deep desire to keep the people he cares about close, where he can always protect them. Vritra, in his tiny form, exclaims surprise at the dark-haired swordsman's rapid growth during the match, while Cecil, smiling, declares he just decided on something important. The dark-haired swordsman, in the background, reacts with a bewildered "what" to the sudden pronouncement. Cecil further elaborates that for the dark-haired swordsman to awaken the crucial brave factor, he will require 4 companions, each representing a different elemental affinity. Vritra enthusiastically volunteers to train the dark-haired swordsman, who eagerly accepts, bowing slightly. Cecil, observing, ponders that the dark-haired swordsman might one day become a vital pillar supporting the hero. A voice gently notes to Cecil, "You look lonely, Rees-sama," as he gazes off into the distance, a somber expression on his face. Silpha glances up at Cecil, her expression concerned, as he remains lost in thought, looking away. Cecil admits to feeling a sense of loneliness after the dark-haired swordsman's departure, confessing he also feels the dark-haired swordsman has pulled ahead of him. Silpha, with a reassuring smile, reminds Cecil that the dark-haired swordsman is a hard-working boy who strives to protect everyone. She then firmly declares her intention to stay by Cecil's side. A knowing smile graces Silpha's face as she suggests Cecil confront Minori about his current feelings, while Cecil remains deep in his own thoughts. Cecil, with a pained expression, confesses that he has merely been escaping the difficult truth he needs to face. A montage of vibrant energy shows both Minori and the dark-haired swordsman passionately embracing life, giving it their all. In stark contrast, Cecil's internal monologue reveals his painful realization. He alone has been using his limited lifespan as an excuse to avoid truly living. With a genuine smile, Cecil clasps Silpha's hand, offering a heartfelt thank you for everything. Cecil calls out to Silpha from his home, asking if she has a moment to talk, as he has something important to discuss. Silpha, surprised, asks what it is. Cecil explains to Silpha that with the dark-haired swordsman now on his journey, and while they await the blooming of his brave factor, he's been contemplating what they could do in the interim. Silpha, despite internally cherishing her time living alone with Cecil, is met with his firm declaration that they cannot simply sit idle, emphasizing the need for action. Cecil reveals his bold proposition. He's been considering a journey to Dallas, the infamous demon realm. A new chapter begins. A grand adventure with a tiny dragon, proclaims the narrator, as images of bustling adventurers and a celebratory feast flash across the screen. The screen displays a new title, hinting at a reincarnated elf's journey to master magic and become a living legend with an extended lifespan. Silpha's eyes widen in utter shock as she gasps, "Dallas?" Cecil confirms his intent, explaining that he discovered Dallas by accessing Vritra's ancient memories. Silpha ponders the common belief that demons have long been extinct, yet she confesses a deep inability to truly believe such a claim. Cecil, his expression serious, begins to explain the concept of recognition inhibition magic, hinting at its implications. Cecil admits his profound lack of knowledge regarding demons, from their true scale to their ecology. He asserts that to ensure the dark-haired swordsman's generation can ultimately defeat the Demon King, they must gain a far deeper understanding of these formidable enemies of the world. Cecil's resolute voice declares his decision is made, affirming he has crucial tasks he needs to accomplish. The scene then transitions, marking the passage of a week later. Cecil confidently announces their arrival. This is it. However, Silpha looks around in confusion, questioning, "There's nothing here, though?" A sudden rustle emanates from the dense foliage, startling Silpha, who reacts with a sharp gasp of surprise. Silpha exclaims in disbelief as half of a demonic beast's body abruptly emerges from the hidden foliage. Cecil, observing the monstrous sight, calmly deduces, "It looks like this is really the entrance." Silpha then concurs, "All right." With a determined expression, Cecil extends his hand, activating the portal as he declares, "Hellgate," and a swirling vortex of energy erupts around him. Cecil observes their new surroundings, noting a one-way barrier that permits exit but prevents entry, and senses a dense miasma. Silpha confirms the oppressive intensity of the air as a dilapidated village stands before them. With a resolute gaze, Cecil confirms their arrival in Dallas, the perilous demon realm, and urges them to press onward. A month after their entry into Dallas, Cecil muses on the eerie absence of demons, despite the desolate village bearing clear signs of recent destruction by demonic beasts. He detects lingering traces of potent magic power, prompting a call for extreme caution. Silpha ponders if an unforeseen event has occurred on the demon side to explain the unsettling quiet, while Cecil remains deep in thought, processing their grim observations. Cecil's eyes fall upon disturbing dark splatters on the ground, his expression hardening as he murmurs a grim realization. Silpha observes that the village's destruction appears alarmingly recent, her senses then sharpening as she distinctly hears the sounds of a struggle nearby. A desperate plea echoes through the air as a hooded figure, cornered by menacing dark beasts, cries out for them to retreat and cease their attack. Silpha exclaims that demonic beasts are attacking people, but Cecil begins to correct her, realizing that in Dallas, these creatures are likely something far more sinister. The villagers scream in sheer terror as a monstrous maw lunges, confirming their worst fears. These are indeed true demons. Civilian shouts a desperate warning to get down as Silpha, with fierce resolve, leaps forward, a torrent of dark energy erupting around her as she engages the demon, while Cecil reacts with a sharp gasp. An elderly woman, her horned visage etched with surprise, gasps at the sight of Silpha, recognizing her as hornless. Quota, the village chief, expresses profound gratitude for their intervention, identifying them as a human and an elf. She extends an invitation to stay at her home as night falls, an offer Cecil considers while Silpha looks to him for guidance. Quota gestures for Cecil and Silpha to follow her to her humble home, where a warm, welcoming fire already crackles in the hearth. Quota, her back to the viewer, questions someone about their decision to accompany Cecil, then corrects herself, emphasizing that Cecil is not merely a person. As they settle into the traditional dwelling, Cecil remarks on the house's resemblance to an old Japanese home, while Silpha, still wary, calls out to him. Silpha's thoughts continue, marveling at Cecil's formidable power and how effortlessly he dispatched the demon. Silpha's eyes widen, her expression a potent mix of awe and lingering shock at Cecil's overwhelming combat prowess. Silpha voices her apprehension about staying, believing their presence inherently puts the household in danger, while Cecil muses thoughtfully. Quota presents a tray of food, inviting them to partake, though she expresses uncertainty if the local cuisine will suit their extraordinary palates. Quota apologizes for the wait as Cecil exclaims in delighted surprise at the meal. Silpha, however, observes the dishes, noting that they appear to be just normal food. Silpha takes a bite, her eyes widening in surprise before a pleased expression settles on her face as she declares the food unexpectedly delicious. Cecil savors the meal, finding its gentle taste reminiscent of Silpha's own cooking. Silpha, initially enjoying the food, then pauses, a look of confusion crossing her face as she processes Cecil's words. Quota watches them with a warm smile, a nostalgic feeling washing over her, as if her own son has returned home. Quota, tending the fire, reflects quietly that the current situation is far different from what she had anticipated. First golden rays of dawn pierce through the quiet village, signaling the start of a new day after a night of unexpected hospitality. Quota playfully remarks on Silpha's expressive face, then Silpha introduces herself as Minori. Quota reacts with a questioning hum, seemingly recognizing the name before confirming it. Cecil watches the exchange from behind a doorframe, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he observes the interaction. Quota observes the lack of hostility from the elders towards Cecil and Silpha, while another villager ponders the distinction between them and the younger generation. Quota then reveals that 3 years prior, the youth of the village left to lend their strength to the Demon King. Overhearing this, Cecil internally resolves to intervene. Cecil addresses the elders, stating that according to the books he has read, demons are universally regarded as the enemies of all races. Cecil stands, lost in thought, pondering the potential resurrection of the Demon King and the grim possibility that Quota's son will be forced into battle. A few days later, the immediate threats subsided. Cecil presents the spoils of their recent battles. He announces the recovery of materials from the demonic beasts they defeated today. The elderly woman expresses her profound gratitude for their efforts. Cecil, ever polite, acknowledges her hospitality, stating they've been under her care all this time. Yet, a hint of concern crosses her face as she questions their fearlessness, wondering how they could house a race considered hostile, even if they were the ones who helped. Silpha interjects, reminding the woman that despite any racial differences, they were the ones who defeated the demonic beasts plaguing the village. Cecil offers a hesitant well, as if searching for the right words. Cecil observes the scene, a quiet thought forming in his mind about the unexpected intimacy between the two. A beat of silence falls between Silpha and Cecil, a shared, unspoken understanding passing between their gazes. Suddenly, both Silpha and Cecil flush crimson, a flurry of unspoken questions and embarrassment erupting between them as the implication of the old woman's words hits them. Silpha, a slight smile gracing her lips, confirms their own bond, echoing the sentiment of intimacy. Silpha beams, her expression radiating warmth and contentment. Cecil, with genuine sincerity, expresses his desire for them to stay in the village indefinitely. The old woman chuckles softly, finding their youthful enthusiasm and affection charming, calling them a bunch of cute kids. Her laughter fades into a thoughtful expression, a quiet moment settling over her. Cecil looks at her with gratitude, offering a heartfelt "Thank you, Grandma." Cecil declares his hunger for knowledge, eager to learn more about this world. Silpha watches him, while the old woman listens, a contemplative silence reflecting in her eyes. His gaze sharpens, revealing his intent to understand not just the world, but also the very nature of the demons. As the journey continues, a new chapter unfolds, posing the ultimate question: what truly drives their travels? The next day dawns, revealing a mystical talisman affixed to a tree, a silent promise of new enchantments. Silpha and the old woman stand together, their eyes fixed intently on an unseen point, Silpha's expression serious. A closer look at the talisman reveals its intricate design, pulsating with latent magic. Cecil unleashes his formidable power, his hands glowing with activated energy as he begins to cast ultimate barrier magic. The spell erupts, manifesting as a colossal, shimmering dome of light, Valkyria glitter, the glare of the goddess of war, enveloping the entire village in its protective embrace. Silpha gazes up in stunned awe, her eyes wide at the sheer scale and brilliance of the newly formed barrier. Cecil explains the spell, revealing it to be ancient barrier magic, assuring them that no demonic beast can approach the village as long as he lives. The old woman, alongside another elder, expresses profound relief, knowing they can now safely await the return of her son and the others. The old woman confirms her son and the others fled upon hearing of the Demon King's revival, a decision born of fear. The grim reality of the Demon King's resurgence casts a dark shadow, fueling anxieties and desperate flights. A deeper insight into the demon race is revealed. Their horns possess the unique ability to convert poisonous miasma into potent magic power, allowing them to thrive even in the heavily polluted demon realm. Silpha questions the observation of their horns turning red, while the old woman clarifies the demon's nature, explaining that they are demi-humans, akin to elves, a concept that might seem strange to humans. Silpha expresses her astonishment at the potent magic inherent in the demon's horns, realizing they allow demons to wield an equivalent amount of internal magic power as other races. Cecil, with a knowing look, reveals that he had already discerned this truth about the demons from their very first encounter. The desolate landscape of the demon realm is revealed, shrouded in a thick, oppressive miasma, attributed to the presence of Dallas. This oppressive miasma isn't just a natural phenomenon, it's the very source of power for the creatures dwelling within. They effortlessly generate external magic just by drawing upon the miasma in the air. Grandma Quota recalls a profound change, noting that the horns had turned a deeper, more vivid red than she had ever witnessed, and even the individual's physical appearance had transformed. She muses, "It's different now." Grandma Quota looks at Cecil, reflecting that she, too, possessed the ability to sense miasma in her youth, but the current situation feels far more ominous. Amidst the village, older demons dismissively call the talk of the Demon King's revival a bunch of fools, easily led astray. Meanwhile, Cecil expresses his concern to Silpha, stating, "We're talking about the revival of the Demon King." He then confirms a suspicion from a book. The demons in this village don't feel strongly about the Demon King's return. Cecil's father, however, is furious, calling his son and the others foolish. The ancient text reveals a disturbing truth. The demons in this region might merely perceive the Demon King as a figure from a forgotten fairy tale, making them tragically similar to naive humans. Silpha's eyes widen in alarm, realizing that the Demon King's revival isn't just a mere fairy tale, but a terrifying reality that is rapidly approaching. Silpha turns to Cecil, her expression etched with worry, contemplating the dire implications if the Demon King's return is indeed true. Her voice filled with trepidation, Silpha asks the chilling question, "Is the Demon King going to be revived?" Cecil looks on, calling out to Minori with a concerned expression. Below, Silpha and Grandma Quota are seen tending to Minori, highlighting the vulnerability of their loved ones. Grandma Quota clasps her hands, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she voices her deepest wish. As long as everyone returns alive and well. Grandma Quota looks up, her expression filled with quiet determination as she continues, Grandma Quota finishes her heartfelt plea, declaring, "That's all we're asking for." Cecil and Silpha listen intently, their faces reflecting a silent understanding of her profound hope. Cecil's mind flashes back to a pivotal moment where a mentor figure entrusted him with a crucial mission. "You're the only one I can trust with the future of humanity. Defeat the Demon Lord." Grandma Quota approaches Cecil and Silpha, admitting she forgot to give this to you, holding out a wrapped gift. A detailed shot focuses on the intricate clasp of Cecil's cloak, a moment of quiet transition before the next revelation. Grandma Quota presents the gift to Silpha, humbly stating, "I don't know if this will be enough to show our gratitude for saving our village." Grandma Quota continues, describing the gift with a modest smile, "It might be very worn out." Cecil's eyes widen in astonishment as he recognizes the item, exclaiming, "Only a few copies of these are in circulation in the human realm. This is a very valuable treasure." Cecil's excitement surges as he realizes the book is written in the demon language. Silpha observes that it looks incredibly old. Overwhelmed, Cecil internally questions the magic contained within, while Silpha gently urges him to calm down, reminding him it's still time for farewells. Silpha holds the ancient book tightly, refusing to hand it over to Cecil. She declares, "I won't hand it over. If you get a hold of it, you'd just spend the entire day reading it here." Silpha smiles, confirming to Grandma Quota that, as Cecil's body language clearly shows, this is indeed the best gift he could possibly receive. Cecil silently agrees, thinking, as expected. Minori and Grandma Quota smile, hoping the book proves useful. Cecil, looking thoughtful, reflects on his genuine desire to know more about this world, sensing the sincerity in their words. Grandma Quota, surrounded by her fellow villagers, expresses their collective hope. "We will believe that our children will return home one day. We'll do our best for just a bit longer." Cecil offers a reassuring smile, declaring his belief that everyone will come home safe. Grandma Quota, touched by his words, gently remarks, "You really are a very kind elf." The desolate, overgrown landscape stretches out as the group takes another step forward into the unknown. With a symbolic handshake, they bid farewell to Grandma Quota's village, heading deeper into the treacherous lands of Dallas. A grand, intricately designed building with multiple stories stands tall under a clear sky, marking their arrival at a new, significant location within Dallas. Inside a rustic tavern, two men sit at a table. One expresses concern, stating, "Unfortunately, as you are operating alone," hinting at a perilous solo mission. The dark-haired swordsman looks on, a shocked expression on his face as he questions, "He was still alive?" She further explains that it's a necessary safety measure by the guild, requiring at least 2 E-rank adventurers as the bare minimum for any request. Her voice trails off as she adds that, in the first place, the request cannot be completed without. Cecil looks down, a somber realization dawning on him. He muses that it seems everyone in this town is aware of his inability to use magic. Vritra tries to comfort him, declaring with a laugh that there's surely no party out there that would take in someone who can't use magic. Cecil groans, telling Vritra how blunt he is. As Cecil wallows in his thoughts, a new figure stands before him, casting a long shadow. Cecil clenches his fists, his eyes hardening with resolve. He reminds himself that he can do it, having left his master and the others with unwavering determination. He thinks to himself that he can't let something like this bring him down. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts, calling out, "Yo!" A confident young man with spiky light hair and armor stands before Cecil, hands on his hips, an air of self-assurance about him. Vritra observes the newcomer with clear disdain, remarking on his sudden appearance and declaring, "What's with this guy? I don't like him." Cecil, caught off guard, can only utter a confused, "Eh?" as Vritra glares over his shoulder. Vritra grumbles again. The confident young man dismissively tells Cecil he doesn't mind if he brings his pet. He then boasts that he'll defeat all the horned rabbits for Cecil if he likes. The young man introduces himself as Raiden, and Cecil replies with his own name. Raiden strikes a pose, declaring, "You can leave the rest to me, as I am the best early mage from my village." He extends a hand, announcing, "It's decided. Cecil just needs to tag along." Our temporary partnership is sealed with a confident handshake. Raiden's eyes widen in disbelief, letting out a stunned as he watches Cecil, sword in hand, effortlessly dispatch a monstrous rabbit-like creature, prompting an even louder "Achie" from the bewildered mage. Cecil, with a serious expression, reflects that he always found not having magic inconvenient, and this situation only reinforced that realization once again. Flustered, Raiden stutters, pointing at Cecil, "Why, I thought you couldn't use magic?" Raiden remains speechless, a single bead of sweat tracing down his temple as he struggles to comprehend what he just witnessed. The scene shifts to a bustling tavern where two patrons are deep in conversation, one of them suddenly exclaiming, "Hey, that's..." An elegant, multi-storied building with intricate architectural details stands proudly against the sky, its windows reflecting the daylight. Inside the tavern, a patron observes, "If it isn't Croxonair's party," recalling how just a year ago they were hailed as an up-and-coming rookie party. He continues, revealing that now, rumors circulate about them being companion killers, suggesting they've fallen quite far. Another voice chimes in, "You mean that porter who couldn't use magic?" A bearded patron adds, with a knowing smirk, that the porter suddenly appeared at the guild alone, and now he's seen partying with some country bumpkin. The bearded patron then lowers his voice, But you know, I've heard rumors about people seeing that companion alive somewhere." The man with the eye patch responds with a surprised, "Huh?" Suddenly, a hand slams down on the table with immense force, echoing the shock of the revelation. The man with the eye patch, gripping his weapon, demands to know, is that true? His expression a mix of shock and grim determination. Back in the open fields, Raiden stares in wide-eyed surprise at a massive, horned creature looming before them. A hand clenches, a mysterious glowing symbol activating on the back of the glove, signaling the imminent unleashing of power. With that power activated, Cecil unleashes a sweeping attack, his weapon cutting through the air with immense force, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A monstrous eye looms, signaling the enemy's presence. Just as it closes in, the male companion urgently warns Cecil that the threat is coming his way. Cecil stands his ground, sword drawn and ready, facing the colossal, horned beast that towers over him, its presence radiating raw power. A surge of brilliant energy erupts from the point of impact, crackling with destructive force, signifying a powerful clash. Cecil cries out, his eyes wide with determination as he thrusts his sword forward, channeling all his might into a decisive strike. The ground shatters as a blinding explosion of light engulfs the area, a testament to the sheer power unleashed by Cecil's attack. As the dust settles, Cecil stands victorious, his companion cheering, exclaiming that Cecil truly did it, having overcome the formidable foe. Cecil smiles, acknowledging the teamwork and humbly stating that their success was all thanks to his male companion for skillfully luring the monster. The male companion reflects on their journey, noting that it has been 2 weeks since he first teamed up with Cecil, a partnership that has proven surprisingly effective. He continues to ponder Cecil's unique abilities, observing that Cecil himself doesn't seem to possess any magic power, yet his swordsmanship has absolutely no wasted movements, a truly uncanny skill. The male companion's thoughts deepen as he wonders about the immense amount of magic power stored within Cecil's unassuming wooden sword. Cecil, seemingly oblivious to his companion's deep thoughts, simply responds with a cheerful yeah while holding a small, adorable creature. His companion turns to Cecil, about to speak, a hint of awe and perhaps apprehension in his tone, beginning with, "Cecil, you..." The male companion openly admits, "You're one scary fellow," as Cecil's small companion, a creature with sharp ears, asks, "Why?" A guild receptionist, looking flustered, confirms their mission's success has been verified and announces that from now on, things will change for them. Cecil and his companion erupt in excitement as their party has been officially approved as a C-rank adventurer party, a significant milestone in their journey. A hand proudly displays a bronze guild button, the symbol of their newly achieved C-rank status, marking their official recognition. Celebrating their success, Cecil and his companion enjoy a hearty meal, a well-deserved reward after their challenging mission. They laugh, acknowledging that others now call them the up-and-coming. However, they lament that they still face the same challenges as before, especially since a C-rank quest form requires at least 3 party members. A new male character, with a stern expression, looks on, muttering a name, Luke. Cecil's eye widens in surprise as his male companion, with a harsh tone, dismissively calls someone a good-for-nothing. Anastasia and another male speaker stare in disbelief, realizing it really is Cecil, confirming his unexpected presence. Anastasia is overcome with emotion, covering her mouth in shock, whispering, "He really was alive," her voice filled with relief and astonishment. The male companion asserts his dominance with a furious declaration, warning, "If you want to join our C-rank party, don't mess with me." Cecil looks on, startled by his companion's sudden outburst and aggressive stance, caught off guard by the intensity of the confrontation. His companion, still agitated, turns to Cecil, asking, "What's up, someone you know?" sensing the tension in the air. Cecil looks confused as his companion vehemently states, "We were originally B rank," implying a past of higher standing. With a fierce glare, the male companion silences any potential interference, declaring that bystanders ought to keep quiet. Luke, his face contorted with rage, grabs Cecil by the collar, demanding to know how he could possibly still be alive. Luke's impatience boils over as he presses Cecil for an explanation. Head bowed, Cecil meekly confesses that he was saved by someone. The dark-haired swordsman echoes the question in disbelief, while Luke, scoffing, dismisses Cecil's claim as utter nonsense. Luke struggles to comprehend, questioning how Cecil could have survived encountering such monstrous creatures. The dark-haired swordsman, equally skeptical, wonders if an A-rank adventurer just happened to be in the forest. Cecil, however, defiantly retorts that his master's power is beyond human comprehension. His master has entrusted him with the monumental task of defeating the demon lord, carrying the very hope of humanity. Cecil continues, explaining that his master not only rescued him from his dire situation but also imparted combat knowledge to someone like him, who possesses no magical abilities. Luke simply scoffs, dismissing Cecil's claims with a derisive laugh, finding the entire story utterly foolish. Cecil, fueled by righteous anger, shouts back, proclaiming that this very mission is the reason he returned. The weight of their disbelief crushes Cecil as he silently acknowledges the harsh reality. Who would believe the fantastical claims of a magicless individual? As the tension hangs heavy, a cloaked figure quietly enters the scene, drawing the attention of those present. Luke challenges Cecil to prove his claims, while the dark-haired swordsman concedes that Cecil's story is indeed hard to believe. Suddenly, the hooded figure interjects, asking Cecil if the one who saved him was named Reese. Cecil's eyes widen in surprise as he notices the distinctive pointed ears of the hooded figure. Before the conversation can continue, Luke roughly grabs the hooded figure, warning her that outsiders should not interfere in their affairs. Suddenly, Anastasia appears, scolding the hooded figure for constantly disappearing without her knowledge. Anastasia tries to de-escalate, telling Luke it's time to leave, while also pondering if the hooded figure's words validate Cecil's story. Luke, seething with anger, mutters an insult, only to be sharply cut off by Anastasia, who commands him to silence. A powerful blow lands, the impact resonating with a sharp crack. Luke is forced to his knees, reeling from the sudden, powerful strike as the hooded figure stands over him, dominant. Cecil, witnessing the escalating conflict, pleads with Luke to cease his actions. Luke, visibly stunned and defeated, acknowledges that the confrontation has reached its end. One of the witches suggests a thorough reinvestigation of the matter, implying lingering doubts or a need for clarity. The group, including Luke, Anastasia, and the hooded figure, departs from the bustling hall, leaving the onlookers behind. Cecil watches Luke's retreating back, a complex mix of emotions crossing his face. Luke glances back at Cecil, a silent acknowledgement passing between them before he continues on his way. Cecil hesitantly addresses a figure off-panel, calling out Rahab-sama. Cecil, with a slight stutter, invites Rahab-sama to join them for dinner. Anastasia, still somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events, begins to speak. Rahab introduces Anastasia, who appears slightly flustered. The elf woman reveals herself as Rahab Lowry, an elf just entering middle age. Rahab continues, proudly stating that Anastasia is her current apprentice, as the scene shifts to an overhead view of a lively marketplace. The dark-haired swordsman sighs, pointing out their peculiar companion, a small creature that attacks with physical blows and even creates dirt. At dinner, the dark-haired swordsman muses that nobody would be crazy enough to join their motley crew, a sentiment Anastasia agrees with. The small creature, seemingly insulted, complains that he's a legendary evil dragon who can breathe fire, yet currently only has enough power to light a cigarette. The tiny dragon, Vritra, indignantly protests that his diminished power is simply due to his unfamiliarity with his current small form. Elf-like woman, Reese, considers Vritra's indignant protest, admitting that his reasoning for diminished power might not be entirely unfounded. Amidst a bar's warm glow, a voice from off-panel addresses Jean, reminding him of their earlier discussion, to which Jean responds with a simple, inquisitive yeah. As Reese smiles, an off-panel voice declares profound respect for her, acknowledging her as a revered master. Reese, in turn, asserts her intent to keep a closer watch on everyone, finding the declaration amusing and good to hear. Reese then humbly proposes a surprising request, asking if she could be permitted to join their party, hinting at her significant capabilities. The two male companions react with stunned disbelief at Reese's proposal. Unfazed, Reese calmly explains that her B-rank status in the Adventurers Guild should pose no issue for their party, prompting one of the men to exclaim about the unexpected high-rank addition. One of the enthusiastic male companions immediately urges Jean not to miss this incredible opportunity, demanding they submit their application right away. The trio then rushes off, leaving Reese to quietly observe their hasty departure with a soft, "Hey." Anastasia, captivated by the prospect, eagerly offers to join if Rahab-sama is part of the group, giggling softly. The male companions cheer, dismissing any notion of a bad elf, while Vritra, the tiny dragon, pointedly questions the nature of their relationship with Reese. Sipping her tea, Reese gazes out at the vast, rugged mountains, a quiet smile gracing her lips as she muses internally that kid seems to be enjoying their adventures in the outside world. The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined wooden building, its roof collapsing and planks splintered, hinting at a long-abandoned or destroyed settlement. Heavy boots crunch through the debris of the ruined village as an unseen, ominous voice questions if any residents remain to be sacrificed to the demon lord. Nori informs Cecil that the dialect they've encountered originates from the elder in Quota village, a detail Cecil acknowledges with a thoughtful yeah. Cecil's eyes widen slightly, a look of surprise or dawning realization crossing his features as he processes the information. Advertisement banner. The chapter opens with a vibrant illustration of Cecil and Silpha, hinting at their journey as the reincarnated elf sets out on an adventure to master magic and become a living legend. Cecil, holding a magic wand with an intent gaze, declares that this world is brimming with unknown wonders, ready for him to explore and uncover. The narrator explains that 6 months after departing Quota Village, Cecil and Minori ventured into Dallas, the demon realm, seeking knowledge about demons, where they successfully uncovered several ancient grimoires. Despite their extensive exploration of the demon realm, the narrator notes that they had no direct encounters with any demons during their search. Cecil's hands carefully grasp a richly decorated grimoire, its cover featuring intricate magical symbols, hinting at the powerful knowledge contained within. The narrator further clarifies that these grimoires were inscribed in ancient demon languages, making their deciphering a formidable task. Nori points to a weathered sign, wondering if the ruined structure might have been the village's archive, speculating that it reads Ro, Adu Village. Below, Cecil, with a subtle smirk, intently flips through an old document, absorbing its contents. Cecil's eye gleams with newfound power as he realizes that his dark attribute magic immediately expanded, a direct consequence of his discoveries. The narrator reflects on the nature of demons, noting their evolution alongside magic and their existence in close proximity to potent miasma. Minori beams with a cheerful smile, eagerly requesting assistance with a polite, "If you could, please." Cecil, startled, holds a book tightly as he confidently declares he will finish it within 3 days, a testament to his rapid learning. A determined voice echoes, emphasizing the tight deadline, "Within 3 days." Minori efficiently secures the sleeping bags, recounting how their previous village stay lasted a week. The narrator then reveals that a century has passed since Cecil's reincarnation as an elf, causing his perception of time to diverge significantly from that of a human. 3 days swiftly pass, and the ruined village remains, a silent witness to their continued efforts. Inside their makeshift camp, Cecil stretches amidst stacks of books, a weary sigh escaping him as he realizes, no new information on the demon lord and the hero, huh? An older woman, with a kind expression, voices her simple hope. As long as everyone comes home safe and sound, that would be enough. A group of elder demons stands together, their expressions gentle, conveying the profound realization that not all demons desire war, and kindness exists even among them. Below, a soft Minori is whispered as the young girl sleeps peacefully. The peaceful moment shattered, Cecil bursts forth from a mountain of books, his mind ablaze with a fierce resolve. No, he declares, his voice firm. "I've already decided." His determination solidifies as Cecil pores over ancient texts, a singular thought driving him. He vows to do whatever it takes, to find any means to extend his time with her, even if only for a moment longer. A shadow of concern crosses Cecil's eyes as he contemplates the vast difference in lifespans. The inevitable separation, given the long lives of elves, feels far too close for comfort. Then, a sudden thought pierces through his worry. He murmurs, his gaze sharpening. But what about the demon lord? His research reveals a fundamental truth. No magic, however potent, has ever been able to overcome the absolute concepts of time and death. Yet an anomaly exists. The demon lord, a figure of immense power, has been destroyed multiple times, only to return. Demon lord's persistent return, defying the very laws of time and death, sparks a new theory in Cecil's mind. Could an unknown element be involved in this cycle of resurrection? With a frantic flip, Cecil tears through the pages, a desperate thought forming. Could this be the work of a power beyond this world itself? The demon lord's repeated deaths and resurrections echo a concept from his original world. This phenomenon, he realizes, had a specific name. The answer hits him with profound clarity: reincarnation. He had considered it, but now the pieces truly fall into place. He hypothesizes that if one could truly integrate both magic and elements into their being, perhaps they could achieve such a feat. His eye gleams with a nascent idea. A subtle twitch of his ear indicates a sudden shift in his surroundings, pulling him from his intense contemplation. Silpha calls out, "Risama." Cecil senses an approaching presence, less than 100 paces away, realizing it's an army of demons. Among them, he detects a formidable individual, one who wields power eerily similar to a demon lord's. The demon leader addresses his troops, questioning if there are any residents left to offer as tribute to the demon lord. Subordinate demon reports that, just like the other villages, all residents have been taken by the monsters. The armored demon reacts with a dismissive nva, clearly unimpressed. The armored demon rides a small, two-legged dragon, identified as a battle drake. Cecil, observing from a distance, expresses a childlike desire to ride one himself, though he quickly reassures himself they will be fine. Sylpha gasps, her eyes wide with fear. Can that creature see us? She whispers as the battle drake seems to lock its gaze in their direction. Cecil's eye flashes with insight. He deduces that the battle drake, despite its apparent awareness, will not engage those it perceives as significantly stronger than itself. Cecil observes the demon rider possesses considerable power, noting that even a small dragon brought above ground signifies strength. Sylpha, relieved, acknowledges Cecil's assessment. Meanwhile, the bearded armored man scoffs at the lack of survivors, deeming them weak as always, prompting a subordinate to question their shared demon species. With a brilliant shine, the bearded armored man activates his appraisal magic, a glowing diamond symbol manifesting in his hand. The desolate ruins confirm a grim pattern. The closer they approach Lestesia, the fewer living souls they encounter. System notification reveals the demon's status. Captain of the Southern Magic Retrieval Squad of the Demon Lord's army, riding his dragon mount, Vanchan. The terrified villagers recount a horrifying sight. Something turned an unprecedented, vivid red, a color they had never witnessed before. Sylpha, her expression worried, points out a detail to Cecil. Reese Sama, their horns. The subordinate demon wonders if the red phenomenon is linked to the glowing orb held by the bearded armored man, who, annoyed by the emptiness of the area, declares that if it's empty, then it's simply empty. Another demon observes that instead of miasma, magic power seems to be actively flowing into the orb from an unknown source, a revelation that surprises Cecil. Bearded armored man, his face stern, berates his subordinates. This is an urgent task, he bellows, demanding they gather more magic power for the demon lord's revival, calling them ignorant fools. One demon, emboldened, shouts their unwavering loyalty. We are all ready to throw our lives away for the demon lord. Another demon gasps, perhaps in awe or fear. With a chilling AR, the bearded armored man grins, pleased. That's the spirit, he remarks, confident the demon lord will be equally satisfied with their fervent loyalty. Cecil's eye narrows, a profound question forming in his mind. Why are they? The scene ends on his disturbed contemplation. Cecil's mind reels, witnessing a demon-like figure with horns and blank eyes, screaming in agony. He wonders, are they crying so desperately? Sylpha gasps, questioning if magic truly holds such power. Cecil, his expression grim, reveals its mind-corrupting magic, explaining that by infusing an orb with this dark magic, the enemy is controlling demons who were once good. These once noble beings are now twisted, turned into loyal, unthinking soldiers for the enemy. Cecil's mind races, realizing the horrifying truth. Their own minds are still trapped within them, enduring this torment. Sylpha looks on in horror, her voice trembling as she asks Cecil if these poor souls will never be free again. Her thoughts drift to a specific individual, wondering if even the son of that old woman has been subjected to this cruel fate. A sharp gasp escapes Sylpha's lips, the weight of the situation crushing her. A stern, horned figure with a mustache simply replies, "Oh, very well." Cecil declares their next destination, Quota Village. Sylpha's eyes widen in alarm, repeating, "Quota Village?" A demon-like man clutches his head, screaming in anguish as fragmented memories surface. GGG Grandma and the others, if it is to assist the demon lord. His torment deepens as he recalls the chilling truth. They would be happy to offer themselves willingly. Gentle hand reaches out, offering comfort, as a soft voice whispers, "Cecil." Sylpha reassures someone that it's all right. Then, with a determined grin, Cecil declares, "Now, it's time to ambush the demon lord soldiers. The devastated landscape of a village lies before them." With a confident smile, Cecil tells Minori, "Yeah, I'll leave my back to you, Minori." Bearded armored man, sensing an anomaly, utters, "There's still a survivor around." The bearded armored man scolds his subordinate, "You really are bad at search and retrieval. Hurry up and capture them." The controlled demon-like soldier responds with a robotic, "Understood." Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the devastated village, marking the start of a fierce engagement. The bearded armored man grimaces, muttering under his breath, "This is why country people are." A panicked demon soldier rushes to the bearded armored man, shouting, "Gulger-sama, what's the matter? That ain't no normal demon, it's attacking us." The panicked soldier stammers, but then," to which the bearded armored man dismissively replies, "Then you all will just have to face them on your own." He then brandishes the orb, boasting, "With the power of this orb bestowed upon me by the demon lord, a single low-tier demon will be helpless." Mind-corrupting magic. Retrieve their magic power. The bearded armored man commands, scoffing, "Geez, demons these days are too vulnerable." Suddenly, a shockwave hits from the side, and his startled eye widens with surprise. With a swift whoosh, Cecil delivers a powerful kick, launching a surprise attack on the bearded armored man. Cecil lands gracefully, a confident smirk on his face as he challenges. Then you can just defeat me and try to retrieve my magic. With a brilliant flash, Cecil activates Anti-Dark Attribute Magic Enchant and Light Attribute Magic Enchant, his sword glowing with glorious glam. Bearded armored man's eyes narrow, his hand tightening around his weapon with a fierce grip. Cecil muses, I was hiding my magic powers right up until the moment, but you were still able to notice me. The bearded armored man declares his purpose. In order to make my remaining 900 years meaningful, it's something I need to experience myself. His sword then ignites with a surge of dark, corrupting energy. Voice cuts through the air, dismissing the bearded armored man's words. What are you blabbering about? The bearded armored man taunts. Did your body cower in fear after seeing my tremendous power? Only to be met with a sudden, shocking realization. Cecil simply offers a wide, knowing smile, unfazed by the display of power. His knowing smile soon gives way to the stern gaze of the bearded armored man, who observes an unknown elf specimen, one who has embarked on a journey, clearly seeking to forge a lasting legacy. The bearded armored man remains in contemplation, a silent thought hanging in the air. Youthful Cecil, introducing himself as Reese Klein, greets his opponent with a cheerful smile, but the bearded armored man, enraged, immediately refutes him, declaring that elves have no place here. Cecil, sword in hand, senses something amiss, realizing there's no visible flow of power from his opponent or his weapon. Suddenly, the bearded armored man cries out in agony, struck by an invisible blow. The unseen attack detonates with devastating force, tearing through the surroundings and sending debris flying. Cecil clutches his head, a pained groan escaping his lips as the aftershocks of the blast hit him. Cecil's gaze sharpens, realizing he felt nothing until the impact, yet the attack was imbued with magic of the highest class. The bearded armored man's face contorts in fury, declaring that the presence of lower-tier species is becoming intolerable. He realizes with alarm that it must be chantless magic, a power he was utterly unable to defend against. Before delivering the final blow, the bearded armored man demands to know if Cecil is part of the hero's party. Cecil's eyes widen in shock, repeating the word hero in disbelief. Silpha kneels amidst the wreckage, her expression filled with anguish as she utters Minoran's name. Her eyes, filled with fierce resolve, harden as Silpha prepares to act. Silpha sprints away, confidently telling Rhys-sama to leave it to her, wishing him good luck. Two demonic figures spot her, exclaiming her presence, as she prepares to unleash ultimate fire magic, a glowing orb of arcane power forming in her hand. Silpha activates Phalanx, a powerful spell, as a column of light engulfs her, her hair dramatically flowing upwards. Cecil narrowly evades a swift, powerful attack. The bearded armored man, still mounted, reflects that he sensed nothing until the impact, confirming the use of ultimate magic. Cecil inwardly labels his opponent a demon. The bearded armored man, ignoring Cecil's silent query, reiterates his intention to send Cecil to the afterlife, but first demands an answer. The bearded armored man recognizes Cecil's ability to cast magic without chanting, a rare feat. He then directly asks Cecil if he is part of the hero's party, to which Cecil defiantly replies, "What if I am?" A sinister grin spreads across the bearded armored man's face as he declares it his lucky day, anticipating the demon lord's joy at the news. His face contorted in rage, the bearded armored man vows to utterly annihilate Cecil and his allies from the face of the earth. Cecil listens intently as the bearded armored man scoffs, stating that if the hero's party is comprised of inferior races like Cecil, they pose no threat to the demon lord. Cecil cries out in pain as a dark, swirling energy blast strikes him, noting that once again, the magic was cast without a chant. Powerful, chantless magic continues its assault, manifesting as a dark, swirling energy blast that surges forward with destructive force. Cecil reacts instantly, recognizing the spell's nature as he attempts to counter with a defensive Revament spell, realizing the magic was cast without a chant. His eye widens in pure shock, a sharp HNG escaping his lips as the full impact of the enemy's unchanted magic registers. Cecil unleashes a counter wave of energy, confident that this should cancel it out and negate the incoming attack. The dark, swirling energy blast collides with immense force, erupting in a blinding star-like explosion at its core, indicating a powerful and direct hit. Amidst the fiery chaos, Cecil realizes the true danger. There's an earth spear hidden in the flames? He questions if the bearded armored man enchanted it with earth magic, concluding that if he can't even identify the spells, canceling them out is futile. An earth spear pierces through the air, striking Cecil with brutal force, sending him reeling back with a cry of "Arch!" The bearded armored man scoffs, declaring that Cecil all you do is run away, and dismisses him, believing the demon lord and Wavasama were mistaken to consider him a threat. Cecil skillfully evades another lunge from the aggressive bearded armored man, maintaining his distance. Cecil acknowledges the bearded armored man's formidable chantless magic and the ability to replicate complex feats, admitting he is at an overwhelming disadvantage in this situation. Cecil recalls his encounter with Rahab at the Elven village, remembering her multitude of magic tools that allowed her to use chantless magic and multiple attributes, while the bearded armored man taunts him, asking, "So, what will you do now?" The bearded armored man bellows, challenging Cecil to show me your power, Van, as he prepares for another attack. His face contorted in a snarl, the bearded armored man curses Cecil, calling him an annoying little s***. The bearded armored man stomps his armored foot, generating powerful motion lines as he charges forward with renewed aggression. Cecil stands alone in a desolate clearing, surrounded by an oppressive aura, as if under the intense scrutiny of unseen eyes. Suddenly, the bearded armored man halts mid-charge, bewildered and demanding to know Van. "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop?" while Cecil observes him silently. A confident smile spreads across Cecil's face as he realizes, now's the time, and exclaims, "All right, I managed to stop him," while the bearded armored man furiously demands, "What the hell are you doing, Van?" The bearded armored man's face contorts in a furious rage, cursing Cecil as a "you fucking LF bastard." Desolate landscape stretches under a stormy sky, with a broken tree standing as a stark reminder of the battle's intensity. A close-up reveals the enemy's powerful sword, emanating a subtle magical energy, hinting at its hidden enchantments. Cecil's hand, adorned with a ring, rests against a tree trunk, a moment of calm before his next strategic move. Leaning against the tree, Cecil confidently remarks that he has earned enough distance from his enraged opponent. Bearded armored man, still visible in the distance, curses Cecil as a "you bastard," while Cecil acknowledges, "All right, I can still see him," and plans to cut off my presence while he's lost sight of me. There. Perched on a tree branch, Cecil activates ultimate appraisal magic and commands status open, targeting Gulger Zollinger to analyze his opponent. The appraisal reveals the bearded armored man's formidable arsenal, an evil dragonbone magic greatsword, Gram Reyz, enchanted with explosion magic, a magic sealing crystal with mental corruption, and his arms enchanted with dark magic and earth magic on the right, and fire magic and water magic on the left. Cecil observes the intricate magical formulas etched onto the bearded armored man's body, realizing the magic formulas are one with his body. A powerful realization dawns on Cecil as a magical circle manifests in his eye, exclaiming, "So that's what was going on." Diagram illustrates the fundamental principles of magic. The basics of casting magic involve guiding mana through words to construct formulas, and when you flow mana through a particular formula, it becomes a spell. Cecil's understanding deepens as he explains that chantless magic is materializing magic formulas on your body beforehand, allowing you to skip chanting altogether. With this profound insight, Cecil flashes a knowing, confident smile, a new strategy already forming in his mind. Cecil, with a wild grin, extends his hands, commanding the very mana around him to reveal its slightest trace. He unleashes Jadakrakirs, a potent combination of appraisal magic and mana sensing, pushing his abilities to their limits. Cecil observes, his suspicions are confirmed. He realizes Gulger's horn acts as a medium, converting miasma into pure mana, a unique demonic trait his grandmother once spoke of. Yet, a new puzzle emerges. The mana flow halts abruptly at Gulger's hands. Cecil's eyes narrow in deep contemplation, a soft "hm" escaping his lips as he meticulously tracks the peculiar behavior of the mana flow. He notes that the mana stops at Gulger's hands, even as it flows through critical cores like his horn and solar plexus. And yet, Cecil's eyes widen in astonishment as the truth dawns on him. Voluntarily blocking the internal flow of mana goes against the very foundation of a living body, a possibility he had never even considered. "I see. It's simple now that I think about it," Cecil murmurs, a profound understanding settling upon him. Gulger has turned himself into his own magic tool. In that case, Cecil declares, his mind already racing. He begins to materialize a magic formula, carefully focusing it at his fingertip, preparing to experiment with his newfound insight. He attempts to gather mana in his arm, intending to voluntarily cut off the flow, but a sudden burst of energy escapes his fingertip. "Whoops!" he exclaims, surprised by the uncontrolled discharge. The uncontrolled mana erupts into a powerful blast, tearing through the forest canopy with incredible speed, leaving a destructive trail in its wake. Let's try again. I wasn't able to hold the mana back, Cecil mutters, frustrated. His eyes then widen in alarm. Arg, he's returning to the village? Gulger scoffs. Playing hide and seek. I don't have the time to play his little games. His impatience is palpable, his focus solely on his objective. A wave of panic washes over Cecil. He's headed for Minori. I need to hurry, he exclaims, his mind racing for a solution. What about impact magic, then? He ponders, a new idea sparking. Gulger grins menacingly, confident in his plan. He'll come to me if I just catch his little friend. Meanwhile, Cecil clenches his hands, frustrated that materializing a complex ultimate magic formula is still too difficult. Alright, I successfully cut off the flow of mana, Cecil exclaims, a triumphant yet bewildered expression on his face. He reflects that, in his 108 years of life, he has never experienced this before. Cecil explains his self-invented impact magic, designed to send a flying shockwave forward. It's not that powerful, but that should make it easier to set up. He grins, eager to test his creation. Cecil focuses, a small orb of mana forming at his fingertip. Let's try a small one first, he murmurs, preparing for the test. A warm sensation, like gathering pressure, builds in his hand before Cecil unleashes the shockwave with a sharp hup. The force ripples outwards, distorting the air around him. Cecil's eye widens in confusion, a bewildered escaping his lips as he processes an unforeseen outcome. Looking up in surprise, Cecil confronts a looming figure emerging from the dust. You've shown yourself, he challenges, realizing his magic has flushed out his target. Cecil stares, wide-eyed. It was much more powerful than I tried to make it. He muses, then questions, I wasn't able to control my mana vessels? Below, the shockwave continues to tear through the forest, a testament to its uncontrolled might. Gulger roars in fury, you sneaky little elf brat, so you cut off your own presence. He realizes Cecil had been deliberately masking his mana signature. Cecil stands on a tree branch, a thoughtful expression on his face. Well, I'm grateful he's coming back at least, he murmurs, relieved that Gulger is no longer heading for the village. Also, he adds, pondering another aspect of the situation. A flash of fire magic appears, but Gulger merely grins. Fire magic, that won't work on me. His eyes gleam with arrogant confidence, certain of his immunity. Cecil grins, excited by the opportunity. I get the chance to try it out in battle right away, he exclaims, unleashing another shockwave with a fierce battle cry. Traitor. The blast engulfs Gulger. Gulger, mounted on a beast and wielding a formidable sword, charges directly at Cecil, who narrowly evades the attack, a swift counter-movement blurring his form. So, you finally show yourself, Gulger sneers, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face as Cecil fully enters the fray. Cecil activates his ultimate physical enhancement magic, Tir Azhout, his body glowing with immense power as his muscles visibly surge, preparing for a direct confrontation. Gulger dismisses Cecil with a sneer, it doesn't matter. Someone as insignificant as you will be easy to deal with. But Cecil's eyes widen in utter shock and pain as his enhancement magic suddenly dissipates. My magic got dispelled? He gasps. Your loss, you shitty elf. Gulger roars triumphantly, bringing down a devastating strike. Cecil's eye widens in pure terror, unable to comprehend what just happened. Gulger's devastating blow connects squarely with Cecil's head, an explosive impact sending shockwaves of energy through him, forcing his head back with brutal force. Explosive impact sends shockwaves of energy, forcing Cecil's head back with brutal force, yet a blinding flash of light erupts from the contact point, hinting at an immediate counter. The bearded armored man reels back, sparks crackling around his head, his face contorted in disbelief as he curses. Why, you bastard, you knew? Cecil, however, stands completely unfazed, a wide, confident smile spreading across his face, a clear sign that his plan is unfolding perfectly. The bearded armored man's thoughts echo with dawning realization. You knew, chantless magic, as he grasps the depth of Cecil's deception. Cecil reveals his secret, gesturing with a hand adorned with a ring, stating, I picked it up just now, implying a recent acquisition of a critical ability or item. With a hint of sarcasm, Cecil remarks, thanks to you, as he stands firm, the residual energy of the attack dissipating around him, showcasing his resilience. The narrative transitions to Chapter 18, with Cecil and a horned demon-like figure, emphasizing Cecil's opportunistic mindset. Powerful enemies mean targets for experimentation. Cecil stands victorious, a massive sword impaled into the earth beside the now-defeated bearded armored man, who lies prone at his feet, utterly vanquished. Cecil's strategy unfolds as he considers, if we seal the horn itself, which creates his magic power, then using magic will be impossible for him, right? And then, Cecil activates a new technique, channeling dark magic to conjure a koshik, a sticky whip of energy that lashes out with swift precision. The narration continues after that as a strange, bird-like creature with armored plating stands ready, awaiting further commands in the dense foliage. Bearded armored man struggles, ensnared by an unseen force, his face twisted in panic as he exclaims, "What the hell is this?" A close-up on the bearded armored man's sealed horn shows his initial confidence, thinking, if it's just this, I'll soon, before a sudden realization hits him, indicated by a shocked Cecil playfully asks if the bearded armored man has already noticed his predicament. Enraged, the bearded armored man curses him as a shitty elf, accusing him of underhanded tricks, while internally, he desperately wonders, why can't I use my magic? With a casual shrug, Cecil simply responds, who knows, further infuriating the bearded armored man, who continues to rage, curse you, shitty elf, you dared to use some underhanded tricks on me, huh? Turning his back, Cecil explains the true nature of his trap. Even among the demons, they're the lowest of the low, but the power of the magic crystal is at work here. You won't stand a chance against them. The bearded armored man glares, defiant despite his predicament, declaring, whatever, I still have many other soldiers. He roars out a desperate command to his unseen forces, my men, now it's time to show your loyalty. Forrest remains eerily silent as the bearded armored man, still seated, looks around expectantly for his loyal soldiers while Cecil watches calmly. Cecil, with a mischievous grin, begins to explain, about that. Below, the bearded armored man lets out a frustrated ha as he braces for more bad news. Panic begins to set in as the bearded armored man frantically searches his surroundings, demanding, why is no one answering back? Cecil calmly reveals the truth with a triumphant smile. That's because the demon's mind control magic was lifted a while ago. Cecil addresses Silpha, revealing, the key to winning this fight is you, Minori, as Silpha stands poised with her spear, her resolve clear. Meanwhile, the previously mind-controlled men in the background appear disoriented, their freedom restored. Cecil focuses, casting an anti-dark attribute magic enchant. Below, Silpha is enveloped in mystical runes, now wielding a powerful, glowing sword as the Acetogrelin anti-demon invitation is activated. Silpha kneels, astonished by the weapon now in her hands, a dark, crackling sword pulsing with energy, as she questions, this is? Cecil explains to a surprised Silpha, it's in one of the magic books I got from a grandma in Quota Village. There's an anti-magic attribute in there. Cecil's past studies are shown, revealing that this formidable magic also looks like the magic only the Demon King can use. A determined look crosses Cecil's face as he resolves, then maybe I can use it too. Silpha, now empowered and resolute, grips her spear tightly, pondering her next move with a determined gaze. What should I do now? As Silpha grips her spear tightly, pondering her next move, Cecil's hand firmly covers hers, reassuring her, don't worry. With you, I know everything will be okay. Silpha's expression is troubled, a hint of fear in her eyes as she questions her own resolve, wondering if she can truly avoid harming anyone. Cecil turns, a confident smile on his face, declaring his absolute trust. The only person in this world who I can trust to have my back is you, Minori. Below, the bearded armored man recoils from an unseen force, his expression contorted in pain. A furious command echoes through the chaotic battle, ordering, kill him, retrieve his magic powers at all costs. The bearded armored man stares in utter disbelief, sweat beading on his brow, demanding to know, you cured that many brainwashed people? Cecil, with a radiant aura, glances back with a pleased smirk, expressing his genuine appreciation. I have to say, I really appreciate you. Cecil holds aloft a shimmering orb, its energy pulsating gently in his palm, ready for his next move. The bearded armored man stares, utterly baffled, his face a mask of confusion as he demands an explanation. What are you talking about? With a wicked glint, Cecil declares his intention. Now I can try out this magic on you, energy crackling around his hand. The bearded armored man weakly tries to utter a desperate plea to stop, but Cecil calmly explains his reasoning, stating, after all, you gave me the opportunity to learn magic without chanting. Cecil's eyes narrow with a chilling intensity, revealing that this power, this mastery, is all I want, as the terrified image of the bearded armored man is trapped within his orb. A blinding flash of light erupts from the forest, piercing the sky with immense power. Silpha stands over a small, horned figure, gently asking, are you awake? Small horned figure slowly rises, surveying the desolate, ruined landscape, surrounded by other horned individuals who remain slumped on the ground. A small voice introduces herself as Minori, explaining that her grandmother from Quota Village always treated her kindly, followed by a sudden burst of confusion. A man with horns looks up at Silpha with a mixture of shock and recognition, whispering, Mom, as if realizing a profound truth before stammering, could it be, you're the son? The man's anguish is palpable as he confesses, tears streaming down his face, that he unhesitatingly sacrificed my mother's life to the demon king. Clutching his head in torment, the man recounts how his horns suddenly started burning, describing the horrifying sensation. I wasn't myself anymore. Silpha watches, her eyes wide with shock and concern, as the man reveals his painful past. A chibi Silpha suggests, when you feel hurt, it's best to eat some delicious food with someone, while the man expresses his hesitation with a small but. Silpha, standing resolute, extends a heartfelt invitation to the man, asking, "Can we eat together?" The man gratefully accepts the food, a wide smile spreading across his face, exclaiming, "Ah, thanks," while Silpha kindly offers him another serving. "You want some more?" Silpha smiles gently, revealing, "I was taught this by people who I respect," as the horned villagers enjoy their meal. Silpha's face glows with a soft, genuine smile, radiating warmth and compassion, her eyes sparkling with hope. Overwhelmed with emotion, the man weeps tears of joy as he savors the food, recognizing it. This is Mom's favorite flavor. The horned villagers gather in their ruined home, a newfound sense of hope flickering in their eyes as they begin to heal from their past. As the villagers continue to heal from their past, a radiant Silpha calls out to Cecil, addressing him respectfully as Ri-sama. Cecil, meanwhile, expresses his gratitude, telling Minori that she was a significant help. Cecil's eye widens in silent surprise, a moment of unexpected realization washing over him. Silpha giggles joyfully beside Cecil, who reiterates his thanks to Minori for her substantial assistance. Silpha confidently declares that only Cecil possesses the unique ability to spend so much time interacting and working effectively with everyone. A villager, sharing a meal, expresses a profound truth, observing that despite their diverse backgrounds and races, the act of gathering for a meal remains a universal constant. Silpha playfully declares her devotion, stating she will live solely for Cecil's sake. Cecil, however, humbly corrects her, emphasizing that it was the dark-haired swordsman who truly worked hard with everyone, and he himself is merely fulfilling a promise to Grillet and those close to him. Silpha, sparkling with admiration, asks if her sentiment is shared, exclaiming that Cecil has grown even cooler than before. Cecil reacts with a surprised Wadash, clearly taken aback by Silpha's enthusiastic compliments. Flustered, Cecil covers his face, exclaiming a sudden realization. "Oh, right." Vritra lets out a thunderous roar, Juiyu, its imposing form dominating the scene. Silpha, visibly distressed, asks what their next course of action should be. An elder offers guidance, stating they will find a solution with the help of Gulger himself, and invites any questions. Cecil, with a somber expression, reveals the grim reality that other villages, like Quota Village, have suffered the same fate of destruction. Silpha nods, a faint smile on her face, acknowledging Cecil's words with a simple "understood." Cecil turns his back on the devastated village, giving the command to leave this place behind. Silpha gazes out at the desolate landscape, contemplating the human side of the dark-haired swordsman. 1 year later, Vritra unleashes a ferocious roar, its immense presence looming over a seemingly peaceful farming village in the distance. The dark-haired swordsman stands firm, sword drawn, ready to confront the colossal Vritra. His stance shifts, muscles tensing, indicating imminent movement or a prepared defense. The quick tap, the dark-haired swordsman moves, a pained grunt escaping his lips as he braces for impact. The dark-haired swordsman observes that the monster is out of place for a farming village. Suddenly, a male companion rushes towards him, shouting Jean N, while Anastasia also calls out Jean San. The dark-haired swordsman acknowledges their arrival, calling out Raiden. Anastasia. The dark-haired swordsman gazes towards the horizon, reflecting on Master Reese's ominous words, realizing the Demon King's resurrection draws near. His male companion agrees with the dark-haired swordsman's assessment. Noticing injuries, the dark-haired swordsman exclaims, "Wait, are those injuries? Are you hurt?" Anastasia, flustered, admits she clumsily spilled all her healing potions. The dark-haired swordsman frantically suggests, "Be bandages. Bandages might." Anastasia, with a proud smile, reports that all the monsters in the area have been eliminated according to orders. Anastasia impulsively dashes off, prompting her male companion to exclaim in alarm, "Hey, don't run off by yourself." The male companion sighs in exasperation, admitting he can't understand Anastasia, the advanced water magic user, but reassures the dark-haired swordsman that Rahab-sama will heal him anyway, adding a plea to wait. He then acknowledges the hooded figure, "Right, Rahab-sama?" The male companion complains, "Why are our non-human companions always like this? We're a team, right?" He then turns to the creature, asking if it can help, since they're out of healing potions. The creature humorously replies, Well, I can certainly cure things by grilling them." The dark-haired swordsman, unconcerned, states that wounds like his will heal on their own. The male companion, exasperated, questions, "Are you really human, though?" The dark-haired swordsman, taking charge, suggests they head to the next location. His male companion, exasperated, mutters, "Good grief, you." The male companion informs them that their next destination is the closest human territory to the demon lands. Anastasia, with a grave expression, observes an alarming increase in beast appearances. She notes that even the Lord himself has made a request while they are on another quest, indicating the severity of the situation. Journey leads the group to Fort Kukur, a crucial human territory bordering the demon lands, its formidable walls a stark reminder of the escalating threat. With a surge of determination, he presses forward, urging the others with a resolute, "Let's get going." The urgency of their mission is palpable. As they discuss the grim situation, the male companion warns that if Fort Kukur were to fall, the situation will become even more serious. The male companion declares his unwavering trust, stating, "I'm following you," a sentiment echoed by the narrator's contemplation. Has the hero found his companions? Reflects on their rapid ascent, noting, "Our leader is really quite impatient." He adds that their party, Travelers of Hope Ragridge, achieved a rank in just 2 years. A flashback reveals Silpha, smiling brightly as she floats in water, accompanied by text highlighting her unique nature. Rahab's disciple is quite eccentric. The trio continues their journey, their path leading them deeper into the challenges that lie ahead. Suddenly, a ferocious wolf-like beast lunges, its fangs bared, a stark reminder of the increased beast appearances Anastasia had noted. The group stands ready, their expressions fixed on the unseen threat before them, prepared for confrontation. Upon their arrival at a grand estate, a voice greets them with an apology, "Sorry for the wait," then addresses the protagonist, Jinsan, right? Inside the opulent chamber, an ornate window frames the formal setting, emphasizing the importance of their audience. Anastasia's voice trembles with awe, confessing, "I am so nervous," as the male companion identifies their host. It's the real Lord Gallius Garalanda-sama. Cecil's father, the Lord, commends the protagonist, stating, "I've heard about your outstanding actions." The protagonist, surprised, humbly replies, It's an honor." Cecil's father's expression turns grave, his focus intensifying as he prepares to reveal the true nature of their summons. Cecil's father reveals the core of the mission and defeat the demons hiding there. The protagonist reacts with a shock as Cecil's father explains, "Because of the miasma." Cecil's father clarifies his request. "What I wanted to ask you is to go to the Great Circle Forest Vastera." Grim reality is laid bare. More and more demonic beasts attack us, and we're suffering more casualties. Anastasia, horrified, whispers, "It's the return of the demon lord," while the male companion questions, "Are you serious?" Cecil's father continues his urgent plea, emphasizing the dire circumstances with a resolute, "And so..." Pushing up his glasses, Cecil's father gravely states, "Just as the demons are impatiently awaiting the return of the demon lord, humanity, too, is impatiently waiting for the one who will defeat him." Protagonist, taken aback by the weight of the request, questions, "But why us?" Cecil's father alludes to a prophecy, mentioning the appearance of the hero from The Tale of the Hero Unsuited for Magic. He then reveals, "I've heard a rumor." The Lord elaborates on the rumor that Jean Flitz was trained by a certain elf in the forest. The protagonist confirms with a hesitant, "Why yes." Cecil's father pauses, a knowing look on his face, before continuing his explanation with a simple, "And." Cecil's father explains his trust, stating, "After hearing the story relayed to me, I immediately understood." He adds, "I want to bet on you as well," concluding, "If Reese-sama has high expectations of you, we are the same in that sense." With an intense gaze, Cecil's father formally asks, "Would you please accept the grand role?" The protagonist sits, his back to the viewer, contemplating the immense responsibility laid before him. Cecil's father watches him, an expectant and hopeful expression on his face, awaiting the protagonist's decision. Cecil's father's expectant gaze lingers as Cecil himself ponders the profound weight of his potential role, becoming the vanguard of humanity's counterattack. His eyes, sharp and determined, reflect the gravity of the decision, a silent resolve forming within him. Cecil's father, observing his son, continues to explain that Ragridge has, so far, always been accommodating. He elaborates that Ragridge has accepted any request, no matter how trivial, indicating a pattern of unwavering support. Suddenly, a mysterious magic circle is presented, prompting Cecil to question its nature, asking, "What is it?" Cecil's father reveals it to be a long-distance teleportation magic circle, a powerful artifact Rei-sama left before his departure. Cecil, visibly grateful, exclaims, "Thank you, we've never received such great support before." Holding the magic circle, Cecil, with a hint of hesitation, states he would have liked to head to Vestera immediately. However, Cecil's father interjects, asserting there is someplace else he wants Cecil to go first, his expression firm. As Cecil, Silpha, and Minori walk away, Cecil's father's voice carries, reminding Cecil that his grandfather's will has been inherited, right? Cecil glances back, a warm smile on his face, acknowledging his father's words. The group, including Cecil, Silpha, Cecil's father, Minoran, and Minori, proceeds through a grand hall, their journey unfolding. Silpha expresses her surprise at the unfolding events, while Cecil adds that not only was he surprised, but there's more to the story. A male companion, looking astonished, remarks that he would never have thought Gallia-sama would know the master Reese Cecil always talks about. Anastasia, with a bright smile, finds the story unbelievable and asks if Reese-sama chose Cecil because he saw the potential for him to become the hero. The group continues to discuss the incredible developments, marveling at the thought of the hero's holy sword showing up as well. Cecil's father, with a serious demeanor, instructs Cecil to retrieve the holy sword before heading to Vestera. Then reveals the demon who forced his father, Grillet Garalanda, into retirement 10 years ago, his image shrouded in darkness. Cecil's father names the formidable adversary, the cunning demon Wava Karma. Cecil reacts with shock, recognizing the name as Lord Garalanda, the war god. Cecil's father then clarifies that this demon currently leads the demon army in place of the absent demon lord. Cecil's father bluntly states that it would be hard for Cecil to defeat Wava as he is now, a stark warning to the young protagonist and his companion. Minoran, the hooded figure, deduces the plan. They need to retrieve the holy sword the hero once used to gain every possible advantage. Cecil's father confirms her understanding with a simple, resolute yes. The spiky-haired companion turns to Cecil, asking for his thoughts on the matter. With the path ahead now clear, a sense of determined anticipation settles over the scene, hinting at the challenging quest to come. Cecil's eye sharpens with determined resolve, reflecting the challenging quest that now lies directly before him. Cecil looks upward, his thoughts consumed by the precarious mana supply within his wooden sword, unsure how long its power can endure. He silently considers the immense power a holy sword would grant him, a stark contrast to his current limitations. Before them stands a magnificent cathedral, its towering spires and intricate carvings hinting at ancient power and sacred history. Birds circle gracefully above the colossal structure, emphasizing its immense scale and the profound aura it exudes. The dark-haired swordsman calmly advises them to take their time, prompting Cecil to turn with a puzzled expression. Inside, the dark-haired swordsman marvels at the opulent interior, declaring it truly befitting a hero who saved so many, a sentiment Anastasia readily agrees with, admitting she's never seen such luxury. Cecil lets out a confused sound, his eyes wide with a sudden realization or question about their surroundings. The dark-haired swordsman cries out in alarm, questioning if their guide made a mistake, while the hooded figure hums thoughtfully. Cecil asks Anastasia what she sees, as she points downwards, struggling to articulate what this thing is, clearly bewildered. A hand hovers over an intricate, circular mechanism embedded in the ground, its ancient design hinting at a hidden purpose. Anastasia suggests the mechanism might be similar to Cecil's wooden sword, prompting Cecil to ponder if it already contains mana. As Cecil kneels to examine the mechanism, the hooded figure observes, noting that something is happening as it begins to activate. The dark-haired swordsman calls out in surprise, while the hooded figure huffs, admitting they were wrong about their initial assessment. The dark-haired swordsman realizes aloud that the mechanism required 5 people to activate it simultaneously, a detail they had missed. Cecil looks down in concern at the dazed dark-haired swordsman and the hooded figure, asking if they are all right after the unexpected activation. The hooded figure, with a small Vritra perched on her head, speculates if this newly revealed area belongs to the hero's party. The party examines a weathered tombstone, noticing each of their attribute emblems engraved upon it. Anastasia, with a gasp of realization, deduces its true nature. A beam of light illuminates the tombstone, revealing it to be the hero's grave. Cecil observes the scene with reverence, noting that the hero is surrounded by his friends. Cecil suddenly exclaims in realization, prompting the dark-haired swordsman to question what this discovery means for their quest to find the holy sword. Cecil, his back to us, sits upon a weathered throne, his mind reeling from a sudden, profound insight. Cecil exclaims in disbelief, questioning if another gimmick is at play, while Silpha insists with certainty that their target was indeed in this very spot. The stark reality hits them. The sacred pedestal stands empty, the holy sword nowhere to be found. Anastasia gasps, a chilling thought dawning on her. Someone else must have reached the holy sword before them. Silpha, her gaze sharp, reveals that a powerful barrier once protected this site, and she can still discern its faint, lingering traces. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Someone not only breached the ancient barrier, but arrived here ahead of them. A distraught Cecil cries out, seeking guidance. Jean? What do we do, Jean? In a fleeting vision, Cecil recalls a past self or a mentor figure who declares having imbued a sword with potent mana meant to safeguard a journey. Simultaneously, a younger, determined figure with dark, spiky hair clutches a wooden sword, vowing to push his limits. Silpha observes, realizing that the figure from the vision was also aided by companions, while Cecil, eyes closed in contemplation, silently resolves to himself, "Trust me." Cecil confidently addresses his companions, declaring his conviction that they can overcome any obstacle as long as we are together. Cecil, brimming with enthusiasm, pledges his utmost to assist with his water magic. Anastasia, however, rolls her eyes, retorting with a sarcastic jab about him drowning in his own spells, as a small hooded figure exclaims, "Master Rahab." Cecil's expression shifts to one of grim determination, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes as he recognizes their destination. The great circle forest Vastera. Has been a while. A montage of past struggles flashes through his mind as Cecil contemplates his return, a single thought echoing, going back again. The party delves deeper into the great circle forest Vastera, its ancient trees forming a dense, almost impenetrable canopy overhead. Towering trees pierce the sky, their branches adorned with ethereal, sparkling motes, as a keen eye observes the mystical environment. Powerful, ultimate barrier manifests, observed by a mysterious figure who acknowledges the long-awaited arrival of the hero. The horned figure's eyes glow menacingly as shadowy forms gather behind them, dismissing the efforts of their enemies as futile struggles and identifying one as the one who harmed Grillet. A hand ignites with a star-like burst of energy, channeling the raw power of high-rank Earth attribute magic. A sudden, devastating Earth spike erupts from the ground, striking Cecil as he cries out for help, the impact cracking the very earth beneath him. Cecil retaliates with fierce precision, activating Glast, the great Earth spear, as powerful spikes of earth erupt from the ground around him. As they navigate the glowing, ethereal forest, a voice calls out, "Hey, over there!" The dark-haired swordsman struggles through the oppressive environment, remarking on the miasma's unprecedented thickness. Cecil's eyes widen in astonishment as he exclaims, "That's," having spotted something truly remarkable. Before them stands an awe-inspiring, colossal tree, shimmering with an ethereal glow, its ancient branches reaching towards the heavens. An invisible barrier protects the ancient tree, a presence so subtle it can only be sensed, prompting a desire to unveil its hidden form. Silpha, her eyes wide with wonder, admits her surprise at the magnificent sight. Blonde elf reveals the sanctuary of her people, a place impenetrable by miasma or humans. Anastasia then turns to Cecil, asking, "Rahab-sama, you know what this is?" Cecil, with profound knowledge, identifies it as the ancient tree Yggdrasil, the very guardian deity of all elves. Cecil smiles confidently, declaring his certainty that within the domain of the elves' guardian deity, they will undoubtedly uncover what they seek. Cecil smiles confidently, declaring his certainty that within the domain of the elves' guardian deity, they will undoubtedly uncover what they seek. The air crackles with anticipation as they step into a sacred, ancient forest. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, illuminating ethereal flora. Cecil and Silpha exchange a determined glance, ready for whatever lies ahead. They press onward, the path winding deeper into the mystical woods. A colossal, ancient dragon, Vritra, emerges from the shadows, its presence commanding awe. Vritra's red eyes pierce the darkness, observing the intruders. A group of figures appears, their intentions unclear. Among them, Anastasia, a mage, and a dark-haired swordsman. Silpha stands protectively beside Cecil, her gaze fixed on the newcomers. Minoran, the maid, and a young girl named Minori are also present, observing the scene. Cecil's expression remains resolute, unwavering in his purpose. The bearded armored man, radiating an aura of power, prepares to engage. A sphere of energy crackles in his hand, ready to be unleashed. Cecil braces himself, his body tensed for the impending clash. The bearded armored man launches his attack, a devastating blast of energy. Cecil dodges with incredible speed, the blast narrowly missing him. He retaliates, his fist charged with raw power, striking the armored foe. The impact sends shockwaves through the area. The bearded armored man stumbles back, momentarily stunned. Cecil seizes the opportunity, unleashing a rapid series of strikes. His movements are a blur of motion, overwhelming his opponent. The bearded armored man struggles to defend against the relentless assault. Cecil prepares for a finishing blow, channeling immense energy. A blinding light emanates from Cecil as he unleashes his ultimate attack. The force of the attack is immense, engulfing the bearded armored man. Dust and debris erupt from the impact zone. When the dust settles, the bearded armored man is defeated. Cecil stands victorious, his breathing steady. Silpha rushes to his side, relief evident on her face. The surrounding figures observe Cecil with a mixture of surprise and respect. Anastasia instructs Silpha to handle the main threat. You deal with the main guy. Cecil confidently accepts the challenge, declaring, "Yeah, leave it to me." Below, a figure muses on intercepting forces and countering a teleportation magic circle. Cecil seems perplexed, noting that Raiden talking about things he doesn't get. Meanwhile, another character observes, "It appears that the strategist on your side is quite meticulous." A powerful sword, identified as Cursed Sword Bamung, is revealed. Summoning magic is activated. Cecil reacts with surprise to the appearance of the legendary sword, a sword rumored to have been used by the Demon Lord. What is that sword? Anastasia reassures Vritra, "You need not fret, Vritra." Determined gaze from Cecil signals his intent. "I'll be the one to take him down." Cecil readies his sword, while a small creature exclaims, "Fine, don't you dare die, Jean." A small, frightened creature stammers, "FF." Cecil grips his sword, preparing for the next move. Imposing figure questions Cecil's power. "If that's all the power you have then?" Cecil is caught off guard, exclaiming, "Not yet. This isn't." The figure reveals a grim truth. It's only a matter of time until the Demon Lord's complete revival. The enemy expresses surprise at Cecil's strength. "I didn't think the hero would be someone only at this level." Ugh. The bearded armored man unleashes a devastating attack, stating, "There isn't even a need for the Demon Lord to make a move." Cecil is struck by the attack, crying out in pain. Cecil struggles to endure the overwhelming miasma, gasping, "The miasma is too heavy. With just one attack?" Silpha desperately calls out to Cecil, "Don't go, Jean." Silpha warns Cecil, "In this state, if we even get near their fight, the miasma will affect us." Cecil argues that staying put is the wisest decision to avoid infection by the berserk demonization, while Silpha questions if he'll be alright if he stays in the middle of the fight. Despite the dire situation, they are able to resist the miasma thanks to Yggdrasil's protection. Silpha states that only the hero's power can defeat the Demon Lord, and their only option is to trust their party leader. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers faces overwhelming odds. The soldiers are told that if the hero doesn't fully awaken his power, they will all perish. Cecil, frustrated, tells the others that if they become a burden, he'll charge them more fruits. Silpha, however, warns him to stop taking advantage of the situation. Silpha cries out in alarm as Cecil seems to be pushing himself too far. "Giant, if you die here." Cecil is exhausted, panting heavily after a fierce exchange. Cecil, battered and bruised, sits amidst the rubble, coughing. The bearded armored man taunts Cecil, "You'll take me down, huh? I wonder, do you still have that sort of power left in you?" Cecil feels his body burning, struggling with his magic. "My body is so hot, it feels like it's on fire, that I can't even feel him losing any magic power. Wava is controlling the concentrated miasma around him so freely. My wooden sword is pretty beat up too, but I'm gonna create a world where everyone can be happy. Master Reese's magic power is far stronger. For you to stand against the Demon Lord's revival, this twisted world has granted you a factor. In the end, aren't you just acting out a role? Role? In that case, let me offer you a proposition. No, that can't possibly. If you leave now, the Demon Lord's army will not lay a single hand on the hero, Jean Flitz, or on his companions." "What? There's no way I'd believe. The reason you fight is right here. And also, you people don't want to fight with us. The holy sword of the hero that you people are seeking. This is it, isn't it? 700 years ago, our Lord was defeated by this single sword, the holy sword Ascalon. After all, this sword possesses sacred power. However, its brilliance no longer shines as much as it did in the past. Destruction magic, Galderos, the shattering hammer. The reincarnated elf left on a journey to master his magic, and with his extra lifespan became a living legend. Wasn't everything of my own will? Now, let us tie the bond of our peace. The holy sword, just like that. What should I? Swish. The bond, only. It seems that, in the end, you still cannot grasp reality. Fool, then. Right now, his masters are. Clatter, clang. Rah, some time ago. Huff. Teach, thank you very much. The soldiers that came through the war portal, they're gradually pushing in this direction. Anastasia, I actually have a plan. Oh yeah, so the soldiers that came through the war portal, they're gradually pushing in this direction. Clatter, clatter. Run if you can, human. Bang. Hew. Human main force already in pieces. Kill all. No survivors. Guys chase humans here too? Yeah, but they're gone in the miasma. Humans from behind. Pincer. They lured us into a trap. Thrust. Full points. Thump. Upper rank earth magic. Taste my ultimate move. Gladvate. Thunderrending cauldron of earth. FSSHH. Dirt wall. Oink. Now. Blow them away. Swish. Get Anastasia. Ready to fire. Jump up. Swirl. The troops have been cut off. Headed this way? Your orders are being executed as planned. FWSHH. Gulger, sir. Do not mess with me. Thud. Wish. Gleam. Now what? Something repelled his magic? Ugh, thump. Crackle. A man's face contorts in agony, his eyes squeezed shut as he's subjected to immense pressure. Cecil, battered and weary, grips his sword, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a determined gaze. A subordinate kneels before a commanding figure, reporting, "There's an issue, Lord Wava. The mana collection mission at the border village is currently ongoing." The subordinate, sweating profusely, cries out, "Sir." Cecil, looking distressed, explains, but an unexpected difficulty suddenly appeared, in the form of the elves. Figure kneels in despair as Anastasia and the dark-haired swordsman stand nearby. The kneeling figure laments, "Our compatriots, rallied at long last, were slain by their hands." A determined smile spreads across Cecil's face as he says, "Master Reese." The bearded armored man, facing a strange orb, exclaims, "Tess." He then muses, "For goodness sake, I'm beginning to wonder what those magic crystals I gave you all were for." The commanding figure, Lord Wava, stares with contempt, calling his subordinates useless imbeciles. Below, a violent clash occurs. Lord Wava concludes, "Well, it does not matter." The bearded armored man's face is a mask of shock and disbelief as he witnesses the unfolding events. Lord Wava, with a cold gaze, states, "As long as the hero disappears here." Lord Wava asserts, "You are no match for me even by myself." Lord Wava continues, "If you think for a second, the smart choice is clear." Lord Wava questions, "Where no matter the race, elves and humans alike will all live together." Cecil, looking determined, responds, "One is the world you wish for?" Lord Wava reacts with surprise, asking, "What?" Cecil, with renewed vigor, declares, "I want to become a cool adventurer." A faint, almost melancholic laugh escapes Cecil as he states, "Haha." Lord Wava, with a chilling expression, says, "I'm glad that it was a human like you." Below, Cecil reiterates, "I want to become a cool adventurer." Lord Wava continues, "Who possess the hero factor." Below, Lord Wava's expression shifts to shock again, asking, "What?" Amidst the chaos, Cecil's laugh is heard again. Lord Wava states, "That dream and that power of perseverance too are unmistakably." Below, Lord Wava continues, "I'm glad that it was a human like you." Lord Wava, with a hand covering his face, dismisses Cecil's aspirations, stating, "That wouldn't have mattered one bit." Lord Wava declares, "I've come this far as myself, for my own goals." Lord Wava adds, "Besides," Lord Wava declares, "and the people who helped me along the way, my own wants and needs, this is the reason I stand against you all." Lord Wava's eye narrows, his expression hardening as he calls Cecil a stupid brat, and states, "It seems our negotiations have fallen apart." Cecil, enraged, shouts, "How can I trust someone like you, who hurts their allies over nothing?" As such, the provision guaranteeing the safety of the hero Jean Flitz and his surroundings is henceforth null and void. Cecil's eyes widen in shock and disbelief. The rumble from before was likely a result of some unexpectedly powerful magic being used. Cecil's eyes widen in shock and disbelief. "Your allies are over there too. What are you doing?" A menacing figure, horns crowning its head, grins with sharp teeth. "Prepare to lament at your foolishness." Cecil stares in horror, mouth agape. With a snap of fingers, a spell is cast. Nox Decilium, wails of ruin as darkness falls. A violent vortex of dark energy erupts, swirling with immense power. Cecil and a cloaked figure stand amidst the rubble of a destroyed landscape. Silpha looks on with wide, worried eyes as Cecil grins nervously. This is an advertisement panel. Cecil's face contorts in fear, shouting, "Everyone's in danger." The menacing figure's eyes gleam with cold intent. It's too late. A figure is seen retreating amidst a chaotic, wooded environment. The ground cracks and shatters as immense power shakes the very earth. Silpha pants, exhausted. "I don't have any mana left. I used it all in my ultimate move." Amidst the chaos, a voice calls out, "Rahab?" Cecil positions himself protectively in front of Silpha and a group of armored soldiers. "Everyone, get behind me." A swirling vortex of dark energy and lightning crackles, threatening to consume everything. The ground erupts and debris flies as a powerful force impacts. A person screams in terror, their face a mask of pure fear. All right. Chaos erupts as dark tendrils lash out, striking armored figures. Below, Silpha calls out, "Master Rahab." Colossal shadow looms over Silpha as she looks up, calling out, "Master Rahab." Anastasia looks concerned, her expression shifting. A draconic eye peers from the darkness. "However, Anastasia, have you not exhausted your magic with that ultimate spell? It will be quite some time before you are fully recovered." She readies herself, a determined look on her face. Next. Silpha moves with blinding speed, her hand reaching out. Next. A surge of energy emanates from Silpha as she unleashes another attack. A close-up on a hand reaching out, ready to strike. Amidst the battle, a name is called out. "Raiden," Silpha mutters, staying hidden behind others. Silpha smiles serenely, her gaze distant. This too is surely a result of meeting Reese. Silpha smiles serenely, her gaze distant. This too is surely a result of meeting Reese. Her staff shatters, the magical core exploding into fragments. Cecil's face contorts in pain and shock as the force of the impact overwhelms him. The ground trembles violently. Cecil's father lies defeated in the distance. Cecil turns, his eyes widening as he senses an immense power. That fire is... A figure cloaked in flame appears, drawing a sword. "Oh, these flames must be..." The cloaked figure continues, "We must settle the matter of Wava first." Anastasia cries out, her eyes wide with alarm, "Vritra!" Silpha, her expression one of shock and urgency, shouts, "Vritra, we've flown right over them." A close-up on a pair of intense eyes. A voice declares, "I am frightened, but..." The voice continues, filled with resolve, "It is because of that very fear. Wava is the fearsome one who first sealed me in the flesh of a magic boar. However, if I do not defeat him, I cannot attain true freedom. If you so wish it..." Cecil looks on in disbelief and horror, sweat beading on his forehead. A swirling vortex of dark energy crackles with immense power, centered around a menacing figure. A massive armored leg stomps down, emanating a powerful aura. Upper-rank magic. A monstrous gate opens, revealing a fearsome entity. Cecil exclaims, "That gate is..." "What?" Armored soldiers surround Cecil, one of them gasping, "You are K. It's all over." A chorus of terrified screams erupts from the soldiers as an overwhelming force descends. Cecil's face is etched with pure desperation. "Shit!" A hand, adorned with dark nail polish, snaps its fingers with a sharp click. A blinding flash of light erupts, shimmering with intense energy. Anastasia stares in utter shock, her face pale with fear. Tendrils of dark energy lash out, engulfing everything in their path. A young girl, tears streaming down her face, witnesses the destructive power. Below, a massive explosion tears through the landscape. Explosion subsides, revealing Cecil and Silpha amidst the debris. "Jean!" Silpha cries out. Cecil shouts, "Jan!" Cecil holds Silpha close, his voice strained. "That wooden sword, he won't hold." A flashback begins, showing a serene forest. A voice muses, "Or maybe when I saw the elves." A regal figure stands holding a sword, addressing a younger Cecil. "But if there comes a time when you must overcome your greatest battle yet, as your main weapon, I want you to trust me and pour every last bit of your mana into this blade. This sword will probably protect you for a while longer. It will surely serve you well. Master Reese." The sword clashes against an unseen force, sparks flying from the impact. Cecil's eyes widen in a mix of determination and fear. "This is my greatest battle yet, isn't it, Master Reese?" Cecil unleashes his full power, a torrent of energy erupting around him. A blinding flash of light engulfs the area as the attack connects. Cecil braces himself, his hands raised as an overwhelming force descends upon him. Shards of energy explode outwards, the sheer force of the impact shattering the surroundings. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. The hero, Cecil, determined, raises the sacred sword, its power resonating with his own. That form, it's an imitation of the sacred sword. Soldier, clad in armor, gasps in shock. The hero has arrived. Fueled by the power of the sword, Cecil declares, I can do it. With the power of this sword, no being lesser than a god could do it. His eyes lock onto an unseen point, a desperate plea escaping him. Master Reese, I'll be borrowing your power. Monstrous figure, its horns glinting, screams in outrage. This cannot be. You false hero, you dare. With renewed ferocity, Cecil shouts, roar for me. The clash of power sends shockwaves through the battlefield, debris flying everywhere. A surge of energy emanates from Cecil's hand, crackling with immense power. The ground erupts as an unseen force impacts the earth. Amidst the chaos, a monstrous roar is heard. The demon lord, unforgivable. Silpha and another figure are thrown back by the force of the attack, while Cecil, wielding the sacred sword, prepares for his next move. Cecil collapses, breathing heavily, the immense strain of the battle taking its toll. He clutches his chest, whispering, Master Reese, now have I, ha ha ha. Despite his exhaustion, a small smile plays on Cecil's lips, a flicker of pride in his eyes. He wonders aloud, have I gotten closer to becoming a cool adventurer, too? Cecil reflects, I finally grasp the power of the hero, but a sudden realization dawns on him. Huh? What's going on? Overwhelmed, Cecil cries out, I have to repay everyone. The force of the battle sends Cecil tumbling, his sword skittering away. He lies defeated on the ground, unable to move. Can't move. His body is completely unresponsive. Not even a finger. Cecil lies prone, his face etched with exhaustion and defeat. A faint sound breaks the silence. The camera pans down to a fallen figure, emphasizing the utter stillness of the scene. A currently playing screen, showcasing disc information and artwork. Chapter 23 title card, featuring the main characters in a celebratory pose. This is the worst possible timing. Ha ha ha, now that they're over, it doesn't feel all that long. For the demon lord to return to our world. Slave. Well, I suppose he did a good job with this, and it seems he was equally matched with the hero too. Really well done. So Wava's dead, huh? No, quite the contrary, hero of this age. You were too late? Your awakening as a hero came just in time for my revival. If a hero is born in this world, the demon lord will be guaranteed to revive, and vice versa. No matter how many times the cycle repeats, Cecil is violently thrown back by a powerful, unseen force. No way, but that means... I like that expression. Death wind of the underworld, Vajra. Inkun. Destruction magic. Cecil's eyes widen in shock and disbelief as he witnesses the destructive power. Black hole. He erased the demon lord spell, and this enormous, warm mana... Cecil extends his hand, a ring glinting on his finger, ready for action. Yes, there's nothing in this world that I fear. With you, my master and the person I respect most in this world, by my side, hey, demon lord, to rescue my I'm just your ordinary elf who came here. A lowly intruder like you. An elf? Dares come between the sacred reunion of the demon lord and the hero after 700 years. Don't ruin my mood. Cecil charges forward with incredible speed, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Aura, something's wrong. Jinkun. Vritra San is on standby in the SK. Anastasia. The battle rages on as Silpha and Cecil face a colossal foe. Battle rages on as Silpha and Cecil face a colossal foe. Silpha lands with incredible speed, shocking Cecil and another companion. It was so fast, awesome. Silpha reassures them Jinkun is safe. Another figure asks, and you are? While Silpha calls out, Reese-kun. A new character with long flowing hair states, Reese-sama is with him now. Battle intensifies. Okay, the group rallies. Alright, let's use every last bit of strength we've got left. One of them reassures another. There's no reason to worry if Reese-kun is here. A formidable warrior stands behind a wall of shields, declaring, our strength has always protected the fort. Show it to them. Amidst the chaos, a command rings out, form a shield wall everyone, to make it easier for that lady to fight. The shield wall is shattered by a colossal impact, debris flying everywhere. Even amidst the destruction, a cry echoes, stand strong. A monstrous, bull-like creature emerges, letting out a confused roar, moo. The soldiers urge, "Go get them, lady." The bull-like creature faces Silpha, who states, "I only take orders from Ri-sama. However, Ri-sama left this battle in my hands." Silpha's determined gaze intensifies. "So Minori, please." She continues, "After all, you're the only one I can trust my back to. So have confidence and train with the sword." He reflects, "But with a sword, you're even better than me in many ways." She then declares, "As a fellow disciple and as someone who walks by Risa's side, I can't come up short compared to Jinkuin just yet." Her eyes gleam with resolve as she prepares her ultimate technique, the complete form of my personal magic sword technique. Silpha faces the monstrous foe, Viola. The massive beast is engulfed in a blinding explosion of energy. Silpha stands stoically, her expression unreadable. He stands amidst the aftermath, sword held ready. The soldiers, witnessing the display of power, stare in stunned silence. One of the soldiers, in awe, questions, "I wonder if I could use it too. What swordsmanship school is that?" Another soldier, recognizing something, exclaims, "The anonymous woman?" A soldier approaches Silpha, noticing a distinctive mark. "Wait, that cross scar on your chest. Are you perhaps the one who was the talk of the town years ago?" The soldier's expression shifts from recognition to excitement. He asks, "What did you say your name was?" Silpha, with a hint of surprise, replies, "Lady." Silpha smiles, a confident and perhaps knowing expression on her face. The soldier, now understanding, says, "Minori." She explains, "I got it from my master and my most treasured person." The soldier confirms, "Lady Minori, then, huh?" Silpha smiles warmly, agreeing, "It's a nice name." She holds her sword aloft, a solitary figure in a desolate landscape, but now nobody will ever call her that again. The little girl was once called Anonymous. This is an advertisement panel. Chapter 24. The reincarnated elf embarks on a journey to master his magic, and with his remaining lifespan becomes a living legend. Every movement is based on accumulated data. I lost myself for a moment. Whoa. First, let's start with an ultimate rank stamina restoration spell. Akori. Cecil extends his hand, preparing to cast a spell. Last Alicia. Third, ultimate rank status condition nullification. Cecil readies his hands, a confident smile on his face. "What's happened is that you've met my expectations perfectly. You left out the part about it turning into a shadow of the sacred sword though. It looks like the sword I gave you helped you out too." Cecil and the dark-haired swordsman move with incredible speed. Cecil's expression is one of intense focus. The dark-haired swordsman looks surprised, his eyes wide with alarm. As the name implies, everything there was annihilated. So the nature of magic used here is inherently different from other demons. "Do not presume to leave me behind while you mess around. Where did you enter from? This is the center of my consciousness. Those of weak miasma, like elves, cannot last more than a minute in this environment." "Are you truly an elf?" Cecil's wide eyes betray his shock and disbelief. "You should try and see for yourself." Sword creation. Pseudo-holy sword grants. Cecil unleashes a powerful sword strike, the energy crackling around the blade. Cecil's confident smile returns as he prepares his next move. Cecil's hand glows with dark energy as he grips his sword, channeling immense power. Cecil stands firm, sword raised, ready to face any threat. Heroic magic. Enchant. Palladian Chronicle. Such relentlessness. Cecil unleashes a powerful magical attack, a swirling vortex of energy. Cecil unleashes a powerful magical attack, a swirling vortex of energy. The vortex slams into the bearded armored man, who cries out in pain as Cecil's blade pierces through his defenses. The bearded armored man is thrown back, his armor cracking under the immense force of Cecil's attack. A blinding light erupts from the point of impact, signaling the devastating conclusion of the attack. He believed in himself no matter how he was treated. Jean, the bearded armored man, groans in agony, his form dissolving under the relentless assault. "You've grown so strong, Jean. That strength is not just the power of the hero factor, it reflects the effort he has made. I shall not allow it." Decisive. Manifest magic of annihilation and realization. Cecil lunges forward, his blade clashing against the remnants of the bearded armored man's power. "I shall reap your souls from your bodies, so that you may disappear from my sight evermore." The battle rages on as Cecil and Silpha face a new, formidable foe, their swords flashing in a deadly dance. "Jean, you're next. Just like your disciple, you will soon greet the ruler of hell. I won't be the one defeating you. What a shame." Jean not only has his power, ultimate rank mana transfer magic. Threads of light. A blinding surge of energy engulfs the battlefield as Cecil channels immense power. Now has my mana reserves too. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you. Jean flits, the hero. It even exceeds my magic. Heroic magic. What in the world is this power? The sheer power of Cecil's magic tears through the fabric of reality, a spectacle of raw, untamed energy. The world trembles as Cecil unleashes his ultimate power, a blinding light consuming everything in its path. A massive vortex of pure energy forms, crackling with immense power, ready to obliterate anything in its path. Cecil stands tall, his cape billowing in the wind, as the sky above him cracks with divine energy. Destruction. This is an advertisement banner. The raw power of Cecil's magic is overwhelming, causing the very world to fracture under its intensity. Haha. The raw power of Cecil's magic is overwhelming, causing the very world to fracture under its intensity. Haha. Is he finally? We did it. Chapter 25. The legend of the elf who reincarnated to master magic and embarked on a journey, living on as a legend. So I am gonna head over to join everyone else. Master Reese. It looks like the battle with the Demon Lord's army is still ongoing. Are you? Okay, keep yourself safe, Jean. Go on ahead. I still have other things to do. Now, what do we have here? Spirit magic. Necrosum. This is... I see. This time, it was over as soon as I opened my eyes. Having an elf like you there. Oh. Ms. Cecil has been the greatest fortune of all. Called back by the very principles of this world, I shall rise once again when the fixed interval comes. And the result of trying to smooth things over was failure. This time, Wava roused me before the hero's awakening. I can only hope that my next subordinate will be more competent when I wake again. I guess this means you don't know. You'll now never be able to revive again. What? Absorption magic. Factor absorption. And next, appraisal magic. Chronosis. Energy intensifies, creating a blinding light. A complex magical matrix forms, radiating immense power. Composition analysis, samsara factor. This is exactly what I have been looking for. I was right, thank heavens. I will send you off to the afterlife with my gift of the truth, esteemed demon lord. What, why you? The reason behind your endless cycles of revival lies in a mysterious skill beyond the rules of this world. Oh, absurd. To say that you stole my factor? This revival factor. I have my own circumstances, and now you will never wake up again. That's all I have to say. Impossible, impossible. My body is fading away. I will break from eternal reincarnation. A lone elf holds the principles of the world in his palm? You are no ordinary elf, are you? A single, immense eye stares into the void, a testament to the unimaginable power it holds. As fellow holders of factors. Ha ha ha. The bearded armored man unleashes a torrent of energy, engulfing the surroundings in a blinding white light. The order of a new world. You and I can only dance in the palm of the Maker in the end. It seems we are nothing more than puppets. Go struggle to your heart's desire. Maker? From the other side. The Maker and the factors. Cecil walks through a sun-dappled forest, the path ahead illuminated by a soft glow. Was I called to this world on purpose? Group of armored soldiers surrounds a young woman with long red hair, their intentions unclear. Sir Reese. I'm glad you're all safe too. Jean, incredible work. You really pulled off something spectacular. You're back. You're finally back. If you died out there, I would have killed you. Miss Rahab? My wounds were healed by Master Reese. Huh? You've barely taken a scratch. If you are hurt anywhere, Miss Rahab is... So you two aren't just familiar with each other. Makes these 2 years worth it. Hee. Just seeing my disciple's face like this, Sir Reese. Your promise with Grillet. Managed to fulfill one of my friend's final wishes. The me who did nothing of value in my old world. And also, as long as I have this factor, her being human isn't a problem. I'll be able to live alongside her for even longer. 3 years after meeting the elves, and the name Ragnarok echoed through the entire country. News of the demon lord's rousing spread like wildfire. Jean flits, 20 years old. Cecil and Silpha stand together, a sense of accomplishment and determination in their eyes. Cecil and Silpha walk side by side down a grand path, leaving a majestic building behind them. 52 years later. Cecil, now older but still with the same youthful features, looks ahead with a calm, knowing gaze. This is a promotional banner. This is a cover page. This is a chapter title page. The image depicts a dense forest with tall trees and textured ground, rendered in a stark black and white style. The 8th episode of the hero's story, titled The Inside Story of the Hero's Awakening, is published today. It's all about Jin-kun and his group, as usual. It's been 3 years since the hero defeated the Demon King, and 111 years since I reincarnated as an elf. Once a year, we receive specialty products from Quota Village. It looks like the Demon Realm reconstruction is close, too. A cheerful smile spreads across Cecil's face as he enjoys the pleasant weather. Suddenly, Sylpha appears, her long hair trailing behind her. Sylpha prepares to unleash high-level fire attribute magic. Her eyes narrow with intense focus as she activates Heat Haze Sword. Sylpha unleashes a powerful wave of dark energy, the Heat Haze Sword cutting through the air. Cecil observes the display, a hint of admiration in his voice. No complaints with this here. Then, Sylpha, beaming, thanks him. Thank you very much. Cecil comments, yeah, very cute. Meanwhile, Sylpha internally expresses her joy. Reese-sama praised me. The narration adds, I thought she would join. Young man, identified as Minori, calls out urgently, Minori-san. The group, including a small dragon and Anastasia, asks, won't you come with us after all? Cecil looks conflicted, his thoughts revealing, I want to stop her, but Sylpha is shown from behind, with text stating, although I was invited too. Single sound, I, is heard. A man in armor with a cape asks, is that so? Sylpha replies, besides, I also. The group, now including Cecil and others, is gathered. Cecil, waving, declares, found something I want to do. Scene shifts to a wooded area, with one of the companions looking on. The narration states, Minori has stayed by my side ever since. Cecil looks slightly flustered, a blush on his cheeks. The text reads, training with the sword. A small head pops out, remarking, all about Jin-kun's party again, isn't it? Another voice says, since Gallius-kun is thoughtful enough to send a carrier pigeon all the way to these mountains, we should be grateful. The scene shows hands preparing food, with the text cooking meals together. Narration continues, having silly chats. Cecil and Sylpha are shown eating together, the text stating, eating together. The scene shifts to Cecil and Sylpha sleeping, the text reading, and sleeping together. Cecil and Sylpha are shown studying grimoires together, with Sylpha looking confused and Cecil looking engaged. The text reads, reading grimoires together. A character, likely addressing someone named Reese-sama, states, Reese-sama, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Reese-sama, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Could I receive your permission to spread? There's no need to get my permission. Actually, when I went to the fortress for supplies before, Gallius-sama introduced me to a vacant plot of land. I think it's fine. Do you have a location in mind? Yes. Time marches on without stopping. However, that speed seems to not be constant for Minori and me. Than that of the elf race. The time of the human race is much, much faster. If I analyze this power stolen from the Demon King, and can transplant it into Minori. Hey, Minori. If, like the Demon King, you could possibly be revived in this world in the future. Let me see, if I were to be born again, and it might be nice to travel around various places together again, I might be able to meet Reese-sama again. Then, if it means making Reese-sama wait until that future time comes, but what would you do? I feel like I'd want to see the future world, but it's warm. I want to cherish the time I can spend with Reese-sama now, with all my might. Over these 3 years, I've come to understand that the factor does not manifest unless the person strongly desires it. I see. All factor holders have manifested that factor with extraordinary determination and strong resolve. I could not say anything. Thanks to word of mouth from the fortress soldiers, the dojo prospered in no time. Introduced the boy born between him and Anastasia. And Minori, as the master of the swordsmanship dojo for 30 years, continued to commute to the dojo despite the hardships. It became a custom to drink sake once a year in front of the graves of Grillet-san, Sylpha-san, and Gallius-kun while listening to Weiskuin's stories, eventually giving rise to a new adventurer profession known as the magic swordsman. In a peaceful world under Yggdrasil, we continued to live calmly. Person is entering. That day was finally about to arrive. Cecil is preparing to leave. Cecil embraces Minori. Minori. The reincarnated elf left on a journey to master his magic and with his extra lifespan became a living legend. Currently playing. Disc 27. 1 hour 6 minutes and 12 seconds. It hasn't changed at all even after all these years. He was the first friend I made when I came to this world. Still so pale and smooth, I can still remember the sensation of holding Grillet-san's wrinkly hand. Reese-sama, I can still feel it. Minori? One day, this hand will also... Risama, do you still remember the day we first met? Chapter 27. The legend of the reincarnated elf who set out on a journey to the extreme. It is said that he will live a life of unparalleled brilliance. Majitsu wa kiwami tabi and dita tensei no erufu, mashite amashita junjoda, mut mashita shuinjuda, ikiru densetsu teneru. I ended up meeting a human instead. It really was just a big coincidence, wasn't it? How could I possibly forget? I still remember it as if it were yesterday. I was originally supposed to have died at the age of 10. Away from the sun's gaze, but the one who suddenly appeared to me in that darkness, thanks to them, I was able to enjoy such a wonderful life. Was you, Risama? I'm such an old, wrinkly woman now. But thank you for loving me. Till the very end. The very end? Don't say that. It's been nearly 50 years since Minori, who used to wake up every day at 5 in the morning to train with her sword. So, I ended up researching more and more about the reincarnation factor. Even if she does reincarnate, there's no point if we can't even meet each other. There are still too many uncertainties. I never thought the daily life I had gotten so used to would suddenly disappear one day. Aren't you interested in the reincarnation factor? Hundreds of years may pass. If I transplant that into you, you will be reincarnated into the world in the future. This is about being able to live another life, right? Yeah. It's the factor I got from the Demon King, but we'll be able to meet each other once more. I had to wait for 7 years before the two of us met again. It was those feelings that drove me as I absent-mindedly swung my sword over and over. And to me, and if I were to let that happen, those 7 years felt like an eternity. I feel like I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. I'll wait. The elderly woman, her face etched with a lifetime of experiences, offers a gentle smile. Risama, it's all thanks to you that I was able to do everything I wanted to do. Cecil, his elven ears twitching, exclaims, waiting is what elves are good at, after all. Sylpha continues, her voice carrying a hint of melancholy. I'll be going to the other side first. And when you, the last person to come, finally arrive there, I would like to hear about everything you've done. Cecil, looking towards a group of figures in the distance, replies, there are plenty of people we've met over there already. I'll talk with them while waiting for you. Sylpha responds with a knowing smile. That's how I feel. A hand reaches out, fingers splayed. A voice reflects, I wasn't satisfied with just living my first life. But take your time, all right? Sylpha, seen from behind, her arms outstretched, says, I'll wait for you to make it to the other side. Cecil, his expression intense, mutters, there must be, while Sylpha, looking at him with a gentle gaze, adds, there must be something else I could do for you, right? A statement appears in a box. Minori has been living through her first life. Below it, a figure with flowing hair declares, without any regrets. Hands intertwine, a gesture of comfort and connection. A soft plea follows, just for today. Sylpha, her eyes closed and a serene smile on her face, whispers until I fall asleep. Cecil grips Sylpha's hand, a determined glint in his eye. Of course, the scene then shifts to a close-up of Sylpha's eye, then to her peacefully sleeping face. Cecil holds Sylpha close, her head resting on his shoulder, a silent promise hanging in the air. I'll always be here. The text reads, that same night, the camera pans across a quaint two-story house nestled amongst trees. Cecil, his expression one of concern, looks down, his hand outstretched. He murmurs, so pale. Cecil recoils slightly, his hair disheveled, a look of distress on his face. A hand gently touches Sylpha's cheek, her fingers interlaced with his. A soft, almost inaudible whisper follows, but, you know. Cecil kneels by the bedside, his head bowed in sorrow as he rests his forehead against Sylpha's. Even though I've experienced it so many times, it still saddens me so much. Pigeons take flight against a backdrop of grand architecture. Text overlays the scene, 56 years after the Demon King's subjugation. A detailed view of ornate Gothic architecture, showcasing intricate stonework and a large rose window. The text reads, Weiss Garalanda died. Another block of text states, the hero's death sent shockwaves not just in the OWL Empire. A figure lies in a bed, surrounded by flowers. Beneath a stern-faced man, text explains, he had inherited the will of the previous head and the one before him. He made his name as a politician who was mostly active inside the Owl Empire, focusing on human resources and cultural exchange. The scene depicts a forest edge and then a man's profile. Text states, armed with those words and the determination to become the next hero, lots of reckless youngsters began entering the forest. The text reads, and after that happened, the museltape magic message transmitting pigeons that came from Fort Kukur. A serene landscape unfolds, with wildflowers blooming in a sun-dappled meadow. Snowy landscape, with trees dusted in white and snowflakes gently falling. A close-up of tree branches covered in snow, with a soft, glowing light emanating from them. A hand holds a ribbon, a faint sound effect accompanying it. A voice asks, didn't I tell you this would happen so many times already? Cecil, his eyes wide with a weary understanding, states, humans die quickly. So long as their own desires are satisfied, they won't care about the ones they leave behind. Cecil turns to face another elf, who looks surprised. What a bunch of selfish creatures. Cecil asks, Rahab San, why are you here? The other elf, with a furious expression, demands, just how many tens of years are you planning on just dawdling around here? You have just lost Minori, who could be considered your pillar of support. He knows about everything. Come on, you were not even aware of something like that? And even when he was all injured, he would spout foolish things like protecting me. He was just that sort of man. He selfishly aged on his own and selfishly died as well. He kept on treating me like a kid, the person I fell in love with several hundred years ago. Even to the very end, he was a man who did whatever he wanted. Husband. Then Rahab-san, what happened after that? I cried about him for 150 years. I thought that maybe I could bring my husband to life. At one point, I was so worked up that I ended up traveling around the world. So the legends that Rahab-san left behind in the world, that surely there must be a way out there. In the end, it doesn't matter how much an elf and human love each other. There's a fundamental difference between them. But even with their vastly shorter lifespans, they still find a way to live their lives to the fullest. That's just how the race known as humans are. Seriously, Rahab, reincarnated elf left on a journey, master his magic, and with his extra lifespan became a living legend. Currently playing. Disc 28. The reincarnated elf who mastered magic on his journey becomes a living legend with his extended lifespan. The reincarnated elf who mastered magic on his journey becomes a living legend with his extended lifespan. A grand manor stands under a starry night sky. A soft sound emanates from the wall. Ooh, God bless you. Everything is the Messiah's power. Come, let us pray. Chapter 28. The reincarnated elf who mastered magic on his journey becomes a living legend with his extended lifespan. It's been a while since I left the house I once shared with Minori. A little over 10 years have passed. Poof, so it is inevitable that I'd end up in a place where there are few people. Since the corpse will attract other magic beasts, I'll store it in Semida's subspace storage for now. It won't be any different from when I first reincarnated. Even these strong monsters are giving off dense miasma. There's even less left than I expected. The food supplies I got from Dad. I was just surviving off of the food that Dad had picked out for me. Right? Ouch, I really miss this taste. It's just one thing after the other. This ain't ever gonna stop, I swear. Why this is a forbidden zone, you know? Why the hell are you wandering about here? Your life is, don't just stand there. A pack of monstrous hounds charges forward, their eyes burning with a primal hunger. Cecil warns, those are A-rank magic beasts, Ragus hounds. He explains, it's probably because they've been exposed to the miasma for so long that they're way more aggressive than they should be. Cecil reassures, after I get you to a safe place, I'll go and take care of those guys. Cecil urges, so just bear with it and keep running. Silpha retorts, you say that, but they're gonna catch up pretty soon. Cecil shouts, what kind of help do you think you'll be with that scrawny body of yours? Silpha declares, I'll help you out. Silpha declares defiantly, well, just watch. Cecil gasps in disbelief, that energy, it can't be. A voice announces, Minori-style magic swordsmanship, Sword of Wind. Silpha unleashes her technique, Sandstorm Sword. Cecil observes the aftermath, muttering, oh. A growl emanates from the shadows. The Ragus hounds are undeterred. A new voice asks, have you never seen a magic swordsman before? Followed by a startled, what a hick. Cecil exclaims, Miss Swordsman, where did you learn that swordsmanship? The Ragus hounds continue their relentless pursuit, causing Anastasia to cry out. That didn't even slow them down a bit. Anastasia shouts in alarm, what are you saying? The dark-haired swordsman declares, let me show you. Meanwhile, a system notification appears, sticky black whip, dark attribute magic. The dark-haired swordsman executes his attack. Anastasia is shocked. Another voice announces, hardening, enchant mana. Then, a powerful counterattack, beast punch. Anastasia is stunned, exclaiming, Cecil muses. The hardening is pretty weak, and my muscles feel strained too. I guess I need to research more. A voice introduces itself. I'm an elf who's on a journey. Reese Klein. Another voice asks, are you? Cecil beams. Ms. Magic Swordsman, thank you for trying to save me earlier. Anastasia is shocked, exclaiming, an elf? Anastasia laughs. Ha ha ha. I mean, I know you guys are legally recognized, but I've only heard about you from rumors. You're the first one I've ever actually seen. A voice declares, that's definitely Master Rahab's fault. Anastasia then excitedly offers, so I'd love to accompany you to a bar. I guarantee that it's really good. Anastasia states, right, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Louise Vault. Cecil asks, wait, could it be that big guy with a full black beard? Anastasia replies, you don't know about Magic Swordsman, but you know about Master, huh? The dark-haired swordsman confirms, my teacher is Kyle Osman. I'll have you know that our school is pretty well known. He uses his great strength coupled with dark attribute magic to boost himself, and really pushes his sword speed to the limit, right? Anastasia asks, you don't know about Magic Swordsman, but you know about Master, huh? Cecil silently acknowledges, I see. Cecil reflects, so this is Minori's will and her techniques are passed on to the next generations, huh? A flashback shows a younger Cecil and Silpha with a voice saying, Reese-sama. Another voice states, he was there to challenge the dojo himself. There was a young swordsman there today. Today, at the dojo, you could really feel the youth's passion. So refreshing. Cecil continues, I'm certain that he'll become someone big someday. No, I'd even dare say that he'd surpass me eventually. A bustling town square is depicted, filled with shops and people going about their day. Cecil enjoys a treat, exclaiming, this is delicious. Anastasia points out, here, the dango here is amazing, you know? Meanwhile, a dragon-like creature comments, and even dragnites. Cecil remarks, hey, it sure is lively here, a dwarf exclaims, dwarves, harpies, and another voice adds, amazing. A voice states, and to the higher-ups, well, elves are the most rare of rarities, but there aren't just humans here, so there's no need to worry. This place is essentially an experimental special zone of sorts. I've been holding myself up for around 25 years. I didn't think the world would change so much. Reese-san, no, I guess I should call you Klein-san here. But in our world, if you say that name, this probably doesn't have anything to do with you since you're an elf. Silpha's expression shifts, her eyes narrowing slightly as she considers Cecil's words. That name, you should be careful using that around here. What do you mean? The reincarnated elf left on a journey to master his magic and with his extra lifespan became a living legend. Cecil's eyes widen in surprise, a sharp intake of breath as he reacts to something unseen. Hey, those ears, a real one? It's an elf? Mia-chan, thanks as always. That's what my pops used to say. If you come to Belmina, then you have to eat this. Louise-san, please don't be drunk before you even start drinking. Demon? Oh wait, is it your first time seeing a demon? Why are you here? I mean, not exactly, but to think that even demons could enter human territories. Wow, but you're an elf, and you're in our territory too. What are you on about? Look, there's a notice right there. This law was established by the lord of this territory, who valued peace and coexistence of all. This applies to both the visitors and citizens of this territory. Even so, the very first race they wrote down were the elves. Not many people have seen them, after all. The Garalanda family, even after so many years, what started with Grillit-san and Galliuskuin, and what they left behind together with Weisskuin, it continues to be passed on to the next generation. I see, that's what happened. I suppose this is one of the forms of legacies that humans make. Anyway, we're combat types, so we really only just reap the benefits. A small-scale stampede has appeared. A pretty concentrated amount of miasma is layered over him. Are there any priests from the church here? My teammates have been hit with miasma. Aren't they just like the ones on Grillit-san? And those black marks? There aren't any of them here. It's currently time for the people from the Church of Reese to pray at their main hall. Please carry the wounded and affected to the treatment room at the back. Someone, please go to the main hall and inform them immediately. Sorry about this, we owe ya. Einarin's eyes widen in alarm, her body tensing as she prepares for action. A faint aura surrounds her. What should we do? A stampede, huh? There's been a lot of those lately. That means lots of money. The country will be the same. Wait, Klein-san. However, from what I can tell, miasma crystallization? In Grillit-san's case, it took 10 years for the miasma to spread through his entire body. I don't know if it'll work on the patient, but there's no time. We have to do what we can at the moment. Healing magic? Ultimate tier? I've never heard of a person capable of doing something like that before. I've cured miasma with ultimate tier healing magic in the past. Louise, you should help carry people into the treatment room too. I don't really get what's happening, but I'm an elf, Reese Klein. Oh wait, didn't Louise tell me not to use the name Reese here? Then please say that from the beginning. If you were part of the Church of Reese. There seems to be a misunderstanding, but I guess it worked out somehow? I understand. I'll leave that patient to you. Wait, can you really save him when he's already like that? He already has 1 foot in the grave. I've been studying in the forest for 100 years. Is to stop the miasma from spreading as fast as possible. Liberal, light of rebirth. Ultimate tier healing magic. Ooh, this isn't good. There's no sign of them disappearing. Ultimate tier, is this really healing magic? The marks haven't disappeared. Kleinasan. The grimoires I obtained from the demon realm and the ones I procured in the human realm. Seriously? Then will the miasma still end up taking over his body? Should I keep using healing magic until I run out of mana? I apologize for being late. In any case, if I don't keep using healing magic on this patient against the miasma other than liberal, I haven't really been able to obtain any healing magic effective. But if I do that, what about the other people after him? People of the Church of Reese. A child like this is going to deal with the miasma? It's wonderful we made it in time. It is all by God's will. Ooh, Mia-san, please prepare some lukewarm water, some clean gauze, a towel to soak their mouths with, and then some thread to suture their wounds, please. Thank you for trying to save this person. You may leave the rest to us. Though it may only be the fundamentals, I do still have a degree of medical knowledge. After washing the wound and stopping the bleeding, I will suture their wounds. However, if we don't do that, then even if we do cure them of the miasma, this man will still end up losing his life. After all, this is a world where healing magic exists. It's the first time ever since I came to this world that I've seen how they treat people with their medicinal knowledge. Alright, I'll heal the wounds using healing magic. Yeah. What about you? Yeah, it's really easy. Alright, then we'll be splitting the workload. I'm up first. It is a technique that gently encourages the will of life to return what it once should have been. Ultimate tier healing magic. Twilight Reel, Goddess Caress. Sylpha gasps, her eyes wide with wonder. Amazing! Cecil looks on, his gaze distant. There. If we could use healing magic, we could greatly increase the number of people we can treat. Sylpha turns to Cecil, a hopeful smile on her face. Then I think you have a pretty decent chance of being able to do it, you know? Cecil's expression shifts, a hint of frustration crossing his face. Crap, I forgot about the elves' differing sense of time again. Sylpha, now in more formal attire, clasps her hands together. However, if we're talking about this discipline, it took me around 20 years to learn this magic, you see. I will not lose. A figure is shown sweating profusely, his face contorted in exertion. Below, Sylpha's determined gaze is visible. I will accept the corruption to become the bridge of healing. A hand, adorned with a ring, is shown holding a small, glowing object. Sylpha's face is solemn as she speaks. By the protection of our Messiah, Reese-sama. Sylpha kneels, her hands clasped in prayer, a powerful aura emanating from her. To expel the poison of life, I will use this body. Sylpha's eyes are closed as she chants, Sana Elios. Below, she lies on a bed, seemingly drained, as dark tendrils spread across the wall. Close-up of a hand wearing a ring, emitting a bright light. Cecil's eyes widen in shock. Sylpha unleashes a torrent of dark, swirling energy from her hands, her expression serene. The dark energy clashes violently, creating a powerful shockwave that distorts the surroundings. A close-up of the ringed hand, held against a dark background, the light from the ring intense. Sylpha lets out a weary sigh, her hands still clasped. Cecil stands before her, looking concerned. Sylpha offers Cecil a gentle, knowing smile. Promotional material. The chapter title is shown. A scene depicts Sylpha shining like a divinity. In the lower panels, a character opens a door while Cecil looks on. A woman with horns speaks. Thanks to the order, the Adventurers Guild can even deal with magical beast disasters. That must be the blessing of God and our Savior, Lady Reese. Cecil, with a surprised expression, speaks to the woman and her companion. I had no idea there was a way to cure miasma using healing magic. A system box appears detailing a skill. I imbued the pseudo-holy sword I gave Jean with magic that stops miasma using more miasma, if I remember right. A hand holds a ring, emitting light. Cecil looks intently at someone. So in the end, it's the blessing of Lady Reese, huh? Woman with horns looks confused. What do you mean? What is it? Aren't you with the Reese faith yourself? Cecil laughs heartily. Well, that just kind of happened. A character is shown upside down with a wide grin. So here's the thing. Turns out this guy doesn't actually know what the Reese faith is. The horned woman looks bewildered. The horned woman looks cheerful. Sounds like he's just a healer who happens to have the same name. Another character replies, I see, so that's how it is. Cecil asks, could you tell me more about the Reese order? He then adds, my bad. Cecil and another figure look through a window. There are all kinds of legends, but a group of robed figures are shown. They say she's the savior sent by God to rescue humanity from the miasma. The Reese faith are granted the power to drive back miasma as her agents, only the chosen clerics among them. A woman with a gentle smile speaks, is the hope of everyone in town. That's why the Reese faith. A character speaks with urgency. The real problem is the magical beast disasters. The conversation shifts to the relentless nature of the disasters. They struggle to comprehend how these events occur every 2 weeks with absolutely no warning. It feels as though nature itself is against them, leaving them to wonder why things can't be a little easier for those on the front lines. Elsewhere, young ones are eager to head into town, with some excited to hunt for academic books and others determined to acquire new magi chess pieces. A weary sigh escapes her as the weight of their situation lingers in the air. Cecil looks on, his expression marked by a quiet, focused concern. He questions if the recent treatment was truly successful, already anticipating the arrival of another adventurer suffering from miasma poisoning. She offers him a special reward for his hard work, encouraging him to treat himself to something special. Cecil insists the treatments were perfect, but he worries about how she will manage if everyone else leaves to handle the crisis. She explains that everyone is currently finalizing a plan to head out and suppress the magical beast disaster that struck earlier. Reports confirm that all the adventurers who ventured out today have safely returned, putting minds at ease. She reminds him that he has already saved lives and deserves to take it easy for at least a day. It has been a long time since he last visited the town, and there is no reason he shouldn't enjoy himself for once. Cecil listens intently, considering her words as he contemplates his next move. She smiles warmly, offering a final reassurance that he is being watched over with kindness. He nods, finally accepting that she is right. With a quick word of gratitude, he heads out through the door. She decides it is time for her to depart as well. The door slams shut, leaving a sudden silence in the wake of their departure. She steps out into the corridor, moving with purpose. She calls out, checking to ensure he isn't feeling anything strange in his body. Cecil beams with energy, flashing a peace sign and declaring he feels absolutely great. She pauses, her expression unreadable as she processes his response. She hesitates, seeking confirmation of his identity as she addresses him. Cecil turns back, offering a casual greeting as he leans against the doorway. She mentions hearing that he managed to slow the progress of the miasma poisoning without even using a crystal. He modestly denies it, though she expresses her astonishment that someone so young could handle such a dangerous task. Cecil looks on, his expression curious as he waits for her to continue. She steps closer, the tension between them palpable. He apologizes profusely for the sudden interruption, feeling guilty for leaving the important prayer session so abruptly. The man stands with a calm, composed demeanor, addressing the group with a formal tone as he utters the name, Lord Gammalas. He waves a hand dismissively, his expression remaining gentle as he insists they think nothing of his sudden appearance. Cecil glances at the figure before him, curiosity piqued as he wonders if the man is indeed an elf. Gammalas pauses, his eyes narrowing slightly in contemplation as he lets out a quiet, questioning, "Oh?" Gammalas introduces himself as the head of the Reese faith, expressing gratitude for the assistance provided in the recent treatments. Cecil blinks in sudden realization, his eyes widening as the weight of the conversation hits him. Cecil identifies himself as Klein, keeping his background vague by simply stating he is a traveling elf. Gammalas maintains his polite smile, inquiring if Cecil has ever encountered elven healing magic before. Gammalas reveals that the Reese faith once counted an elf among their ranks, though their time there was brief. He recalls her as a quiet and diligent healer, a memory that seems to hold a sense of reverence. Gammalas names the healer as Rahab Lowry, noting how she leaves a lasting impression everywhere she travels. Cecil is visibly shaken, struggling to process the revelation as he mutters that it couldn't possibly be who he thinks. Gammalas laughs heartily, explaining that miasma crystals are far more exalted than simple magic tools. He continues with a grin, noting that the crystals are so complex that their followers couldn't even use them as reference. Cecil asks if the stones are truly where God carved away part of themselves, while Gammalas explains they form where miasma is thick. Gamala's Ver emphasizes that these stones, created to seal miasma, are not something that can be manufactured by design. He muses on how life shines the brightest at its very end, a philosophical observation on their existence. Cecil listens intently, standing alongside Gamala's Ver as the weight of the conversation settles between them. The narrative reflects that such beauty is a truth found only at the end of profound suffering. Gamala's Ver warns Cecil that, especially as an elf, it would be best for him not to touch those stones. Cecil looks out toward the city, the gravity of the warning clearly weighing on his mind. The two stand in silence for a moment, the tension of the discussion lingering in the air. Cecil agrees, noting that to elves, those black crystals are essentially a deadly poison that emanates a vile miasma. Gamala's Ver nods in agreement, adding that even Rahab would never dare to go near them. Cecil gazes at the crystal, his eyes sparkling with an intense, scholarly desire to study it someday. Gamala's Ver begins to speak about her, but the thought trails off, leaving the sentence unfinished. The woman speaks of the precious moments when they are granted the chance to hear God's voice during prayer. She asks rhetorically who else could possibly be speaking to them, while the narration notes that they are merely puppets in God's palm. She concludes that even without a name, it is to God that they offer their prayers, her hands clasped in deep devotion. Cecil offers a warm, reassuring smile, extending a hand as he promises that he will be there to provide assistance when the moment truly arrives. As their hands clasp in a firm handshake, a sudden, sharp realization flashes across Cecil's face, his eyes widening in unexpected alarm. Cecil recoils, his internal monologue racing as he senses a dark, suffocating energy. He questions if it is miasma, only to realize with dread that it is raw, leaking magic power. His pupils constrict, reflecting the intense and unsettling aura emanating from the source of the power. The atmosphere shifts to the quiet, stone-walled buildings of the city, masking the tension that Cecil now feels. Cecil maintains a composed exterior, though the weight of his discovery continues to press upon his mind. With a polite nod, the conversation reaches a temporary pause, leaving Cecil to process the implications of what he has just learned. Caught off guard, Cecil lets out a soft, involuntary sound of disbelief as his mind struggles to reject the reality of the situation. Cecil focuses his intent, activating appraisal magic to perform a deep composition analysis on those standing before him. His eyes narrow in concentration as he offers a quick apology, needing only a fleeting second to complete his assessment. Standing in silence, Cecil waits for the results of the scan to manifest. Shock washes over him as the analysis reveals something he never expected to see. System errors flood his field of vision, chaotic and overwhelming, as the appraisal fails to categorize the subject. This is an advertisement banner. This is an advertisement banner. Reflecting on his arrival at the commercial city of Belmina, Cecil contemplates his next move. The guild receptionist, Mia, stops Cecil, urgently asking if he would consider staying in the city to help address the critical shortage of healing potions caused by constant magical beast disasters. Cecil looks on, momentarily stunned by the request. He realizes that with such a pressing need, he truly has no valid reason to refuse her plea. The two walk together toward the guild entrance, the weight of the city's plight hanging in the air. Cecil pauses, his thoughts drifting to the High Priest Gamalius, whose recent words continue to trouble him deeply. He finds himself standing before the vast shelves of the library, searching for answers hidden within the ancient texts. An elderly librarian looks up from his book, offering a simple, stoic welcome to the visitor. Cecil sifts through the collection, noting that most of the material lacks practical application, until he pulls a specific tome regarding Minori-style magic. His fingers trace the spines of other legendary works, including treatises on miasma-based healing, before his attention snaps back to the book in his hands. A knowing smirk plays on Cecil's lips as he remarks on the unique nature of the knowledge left behind by Minori. He examines the ornate cover of the book, curious about the new tale of the misfit mage hero. Cecil muses that the book feels more like a picture book than a serious magical grimoire, his expression shifting to one of mild confusion. As he flips through the pages, he reads about the legends of Raiden and Anastasia and the wandering healer Rahab, feeling that the historical accounts are perhaps a bit too glorified for his liking. He pauses, his fingers tracing the weathered pages as he reflects on the weight of the history inscribed within. The figures of the past left behind such proud names, a legacy that feels both distant and imposing. Cecil steps into the room, announcing his presence with a polite, "Excuse me." He closes the heavy book, the sudden thud echoing through the quiet space. Looking at the vast shelves, he sighs, realizing he still has a long way to go to reach those legendary heights. A voice breaks the silence, apologizing for the sudden intrusion. Gerald Garland approaches, addressing him directly. "Lord Reese Klein, are you not?" Taken aback, Cecil confirms his identity but wonders aloud if they have met before. Gerald Garland quickly denies it, clearly flustered by the encounter. He bows respectfully, stating that this is their first time having the honor. Introducing himself as the governor of the Belmina commercial zone, Gerald Garland expresses his gratitude for Cecil's healing magic. Cecil smiles warmly, thanking him for making the journey just to pay his respects. Gerald Garland insists that Cecil is a true benefactor to his house. They shake hands, the physical connection marking the weight of their meeting. The sky stretches over the city as Cecil contemplates the path he has walked. Gerald Garland offers to treat him to a feast, but Cecil politely declines, preferring something casual. Gerald Garland considers his expression thoughtful. Cecil gives a knowing smile, anticipating what comes next. Gerald Garland confirms that his grandfather often heard stories about Minoran. Cecil is surprised, asking, "Minorans?" They discuss the philosophy of combining demon and human magic for a better future. Gerald Garland shares that this very restaurant was the first to open in their lands during Garius's time. He recalls how stiff and shocked people were when they first encountered demons. Cecil laughs, finding the image of those early days amusing. Gerald Garland notes the courage it took for a demon to open a shop in human territory back then. He admits he only wanted to see the place where his benefactor grew up with his own eyes. Cecil reminisces about the nostalgic taste of the crops brought by Minoran and her family. The meal served before them carries the authentic flavors of that shared history. Gerald Garland expresses his genuine joy at seeing Cecil so pleased. Gerald Garland remarks that Cecil truly is something else. Cecil is baffled by the claim that his past actions are the root cause of the current magical beast disasters. His companion questions if something is troubling him, noticing his sudden distress. Cecil struggles to process the revelation, questioning his own supposed involvement with the Reese faith. The conversation deepens as they discuss the deliberate choice to keep his involvement hidden from the public eye. The dialogue shifts to the mysterious white statue and the exploitation of elves by those seeking power. Cecil is stunned to hear that the entire doctrine of the faith supposedly originated from a single sword. Realization dawns on Cecil. Perhaps the entire foundation of their belief is built upon a misunderstanding. The discussion turns to the restoration of the faith and the role of High Priest Gamala's. Cecil wonders if the sword in question is the very same one he once entrusted to Jean. The legendary holy sword, Levitine, appears in a flash of divine light. The intricate magic formulas embedded within the blade confirm its status as a true holy relic. Speaker confirms that this masterpiece was forged by their own hand, linked to the hero Jean Fritz. The sacred duty to heal the wounded is highlighted as the ultimate test of worthiness. Cecil is reminded that he was the one who personally selected High Priest Gamala's. The weight of that past decision hangs heavy in the air as they continue their conversation. The gravity of the situation is reflected in the somber expression on his face. The group pauses in the quiet room, the tension palpable between them. Cecil admits that he is surrounded by nothing but questions, certain only that he is not responsible. The conversation is interrupted as he prepares to get back to his duties in the kitchen. Despite the confusion, hearing the truth provides a small sense of relief to him. However, a deeper concern lingers beneath the surface of his calm demeanor. He acknowledges the good work of the order, but his gratitude is tempered by caution. He finally decides to share a critical piece of information he has been keeping to himself. Cecil is shocked to learn that the order is actively producing dangerous miasma crystals. Cecil realizes the catastrophic implications if they are actually capable of manipulating miasma. The realization settles in, the order is far more dangerous than anyone previously imagined. They agree that Cecil cannot remain uninvolved as long as his name is being used to spread their influence. They stand together, united in their decision to put their faith in him despite the risks. Suddenly, a sharp pain interrupts the moment, causing a cry of distress. 2 months pass, marked by the lingering discomfort of the situation. Cecil remains confident, insisting that he can handle the situation in a heartbeat. The reality of the situation sets in. Using his abilities too frequently comes with a heavy toll, and the frequency of magical beast disasters is rapidly becoming unsustainable. Silpha offers a reassuring smile, urging him to rely on her support to get through these trying times. The cathedral has become a makeshift infirmary, overflowing with the injured as the guild's own facilities are pushed beyond their limits. Despite the mounting pressure, Cecil and Silpha share a brief moment of quiet understanding. Cecil insists that the current situation demands strict bed rest, leaving no room for negotiation. A landslide has unexpectedly led to his disqualification, leaving him frustrated by the sudden turn of events. Silpha reminds him that meeting the guild's miasma resistance standards is a mandatory requirement for joining the subjugation squad. The conversation shifts to the current state of affairs, noting that Cecil is absent today, much to their concern. Silpha expresses her admiration for Cecil's talent, noting how he tirelessly answers every call for help. Concern grows as they note Cecil was looking quite pale this morning and is currently resting at the Reese Order lodgings. Since he is currently sidelined, Silpha decides it is the perfect time to pay him a visit. She admits that her deep connection to someone from her past is why she sees so much of them in Cecil. A sudden realization lights up her face as she prepares to head out.